real minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or
Welcome back. Rabbi Pesach Wilicki is in the house. We're delighted to have him for this full hour. We have been trying to lay the groundwork as best we can for an understanding of the state of play with respect to the, deal that we had been given to understand had been achieved on the basis, more or less, of the president's 20-point plan. It's been unsettling, to say the least, to discover that Hamas has not agreed to any of that. It's given back some hostages, yes, especially the live ones, but not all of them. And otherwise, it seems to be pretty much defiant about doing anything other than acting on the basis of what is a well-established tradition, really going back to Muhammad's time, of what's known as a hudna. Not agreements to end hostilities, really, ever, but a temporary pause in fighting, used to regroup, rearm, and then renew the fight under more favorable circumstances. Rabbi Wilicki, is that what Hamas is doing at the moment? And are we essentially foolish to think otherwise?
Well, Hamas is, as I said earlier, Hamas never agreed to the whole deal anyway, so they're being kind of honest about it. They're not even being devious, according to the Muslim tradition of taqiyya, where you are supposed to deceive your enemy in the process. But a hudna, which is a form of deception, is a ceasefire where your enemy thinks that it's a permanent ceasefire, but it's really a temporary ceasefire while you regroup. And this goes back to the time of Muhammad. Is clearly what the mediators, these supposedly impartial mediators, Qatar and Turkey, are involved with. Erdogan, the head of Turkey, has been vocal in the last few years calling for Israel's destruction. And the Qataris, we know, are the backbone and the home base of the Muslim Brotherhood, and they fund Hamas, and these are, and they fund, of course, all the anti-Israel activity and propaganda all over the world. And these are the supposed mediators. It's clear that this is a hudna. And also from a Muslim perspective, and this is a reality that Westerners really need to face. President Trump keeps talking about, peace in the Middle East, and for thousands of years, we're looking for peace in the Middle East, and this is going to all work out fine. Look, one of the fundamental principles of Islam is that Islam is meant to politically control the entire world. That said, within the world, there are different areas. An area that was under the ownership and control of the Islamic Caliphate at any point in history is forever deemed Islamic territory and is the first priority to win it back if it ever gets taken, over expanding Muslim rule elsewhere. Israel, because the territory of Israel was under the Ottoman Empire, under the Islamic Caliphate of the Ottomans for 400 years, it's an anathema to Muslims that it not be under Islamic control. That's why Muslim nations never accepted the partition plan of the United Nations in 1947, and that's why they can never accept a Jewish state in the land of Israel as any final kind of status. They can't accept it. It's anathema to Islam. And Hamas's charter says this clearly, that this is a spiritual religious war. Let's remember, they call this war the Al-Aqsa flood, that they're fighting for Jerusalem. Clearly this is just a hudna. This is a way station for them in order to regroup and attack us yet again. Look, Frank, all of these deals they're all misguided for the reason that we're talking about right now. They refuse to look Islam in the eye and realize that the only way to defeat it is, frankly, to actually defeat it.
Yeah. And failing that, unfortunately, even when immense damage has been done, as is the case in Gaza, to the tunnels, the other infrastructure, the leadership of Hamas, and so on, is by definition a victory for Islam. If they survive, they'll be back, and they'll be back with full force. And again, back to something you said earlier, Rabbi, they're not making any bones about it. As I understand it, you're actually hearing Hamas leaders saying that they will use a time of relative peace to rebuild and then resume the war for the destruction of Israel. So, as you say, I guess, give them credit for being more forthright than they typically are. But in this case, it's maddening because they're getting away with it. They're actually saying what they're going to do. It is totally inconsistent with this idea of peace. And the further point that I wanted you to address, if you would, you've mentioned the insidious role that Qatar and Turkey are playing, and I guess to some extent we throw the Egyptians as well. Their ability in the future, should any of this eventuate, to further be able to get access to Israel from Gaza would also be a mortal peril to the Jewish state. I mean, if anything, it would make what we've seen from Hamas pale by comparison, would it not?
Yeah, and that's one of the most dangerous aspects of the deal that's being talked about in Israeli media, especially over the last couple of days, as we're seeing that even that first phase is not being adhered to, is that the deal calls for the Qataris and the Turks and the Egyptians to be involved in an ongoing way in the governance of the Gaza Strip. And that's inviting the fox into the henhouse. That's bringing the Turks and the Qataris into the decision making about the Gaza Strip, which is sitting there. It's basically part of the landmass of Israel. It's right on our border. It's right up against a few yards away from Israeli towns, and these are enemy states of Israel. And
something like 30 miles from your most important city, Tel Aviv, right?
Yeah, no, it's right there. Look, this is one of the worst aspects of the deal. And what's interesting about it is that the Saudis have recently raised this issue as well.
We want to address that in some detail, and we're going to take a short final pause with Rabbi Pesach Wilicki and come back to evidence that even within the Muslim world, there is profound concern about what the Qataris and the Turks and the Egyptians are up to. And if any further evidence were needed that we should be concerned as well as Israel, this is it. Stay tuned. We'll get into all of it on the other side of the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
Welcome back to this final installment of an extraordinarily illuminating, if profoundly troubling, conversation with our friend Rabbi Pesach Walicki, the Executive Director of Israel 365 Action. We will be hosting, as we are wont to do, a briefing with Rabbi Pesach and his team on all of this on Thursday. We are still sorting the time. I'm hoping it will be about noon Eastern time, but that's still to be determined. But the point of it will be to try to lay bare the sorts of things that Rabbi Pesach Walicki has just been sharing with us that need to be much more clearly understood, defined, and addressed, lest we see this window in which corrective action might be taken slip away and certain realities take hold that will make that kind of action much more difficult, much more costly. And Rabbi, before we come back to that issue, which I think is of surpassing importance, the time that Israel has before it has to demobilize, I did want to follow up on something you sort of titillated us about at the end of the last block, namely the clear upset on the part of what are, relatively speaking, at least, more reliable Arab allies, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain, I guess, as well, to what the Qataris are pulling off with this deal and the machinations accompanying it. Could you lay that out for us a little bit, please?
Yeah, the best way to lay it out is first to give a few bullet points of background information. So we tend to think of all the Muslim states in one bucket. Oh, there's the Muslim states or the oil states. But there are really camps, and there have been for at least a decade. There are camps within the Muslim world, and I'm not talking about Shiite versus Sunni. Anytime I hear someone talking about how the big divide in the Middle East is Shiite and Sunni, I know they have no idea what they're talking about, because you have bad actors on both sides, and you have some legitimate moderates on both sides as well. The Turks and the Qataris are both backers of the Muslim Brotherhood. Erdogan embraces the Muslim Brotherhood ideology. The Muslim Brotherhood is, at this point, based in Qatar and funded by Qatar. That's the home base. And the Muslim Brotherhood is also the parent organization of Hamas. Now, the Muslim Brotherhood is designated as a terrorist organization by the Saudis, by the Emiratis, by the Jordanians, by the Bahrainis, by the Egyptians, sadly not by the United States. But when you think about that for a moment, that here's an organization that the Qatari leadership funds, is in bed with, their clerics are revered by the Qataris, the Muslim Brotherhood, the parent organization of ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Hamas, and there is a serious divide in the Arab world over them. Now, I divide the Arab world into, the way I divide the two groups is there's the jihadists, the active jihadists, and then there's what I call the mafia. What do I mean by the mafia? The Saudis and the Emiratis, the more moderate Arab states, are not interested in the short term in destroying the West. They're interested in monetizing the relationship. They operate kind of like mafia families. And they are legitimately going through certain reform processes in the way they teach Islam and in the way their societies operate to have healthier relationships with the Western world. They're not trying to undermine Western civilization. They're not funding all kinds of nefarious activity in the West. And then you have the jihadists, and there's various kinds. You have the Iranians, who are very militant and outspoken in their screaming death to America and death to Israel, like the Houthis and their other proxies. But then you have the more devious jihadists, like Erdogan in Turkey, who recently gave a speech calling for the destruction of the state of Israel, and who demonizes Israel and demonizes Western civilization. And you have the Qataris with their Al Jazeera network and their billions of dollars pouring into universities in the United States to radicalize the U.S. population against the West itself. These are really the camps. So the Saudis, just a couple days ago, came out with a statement basically saying that they're not happy about the way this deal is going because it brings the Qataris into a governing and decision-making position, which is a very interesting development that they would come right out and say it, because the disagreements that I just shared with you in the Arab world are very often kept on a kind of low boil or behind the scenes, and that to the Western world, they often present a united front. They go to conferences together and they talk about the Arab world. But these are very serious divides. It almost led to a war during the first Trump administration between the moderate Arab states in the Gulf and Qatar. So there's no love lost between them. And this puts an interesting fly in the ointment of Trump's deal for Trump, because here he has the Saudis saying, we don't want the Qataris there. The Israelis also do not want the Qataris there. Israel does have a healthy working relationship with the United Arab Emirates, and it has an increasingly healthy relationship with the Saudis. Even though we don't officially have normalization with them, let's recall that Saudi Arabia was shooting down missiles that were being fired from Iran at Israel during the war with Iran. The Saudis were shooting down missiles, protecting Israelis. So this is an interesting development. But listen, let's pull back the camera, Frank. Having any foreign actors from Muslim nations in the Middle East involved in the governance of Gaza, even if it's the moderate states, we don't know what direction those states are going to go in a few decades, a few years. Saudi Arabia not long ago was the home of Al-Qaeda. They've made a change, but that can't be trusted long term.
Rabbi, such important context, and we so appreciate you taking the time to do it. Just a very quick question. Are you concerned that Israel has a very finite window in which to return to military operations?
Yeah, listen, we're a citizen army. The majority of our fighters are reservists, like my oldest son, and they leave their jobs or education or their families, and they have to go fight, and it's not a simple thing. It's not a simple thing to call them back and send them back. So there's a lot of stress right now in Israel. Don't think that the Israelis are just celebrating in the streets that the war is over. It's a lot of tension.
Yeah, and there needs to be a decisive victory, is the bottom line, in my estimation. Rabbi, thank you. Come back to us soon if you would. I hope the rest of you will do the same next time. Until then, go forth and multiply.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is, not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. Get this, as many as 19 million Americans take fish oil supplements. We're often told that fish oil supplements are rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which of course can help with everything from heart health to joint health and so much more. But my next guest says, not so fast, my friend. Chad Walding is an expert in the field of physical therapy, nutrition, and nutraceuticals. He's also the co-founder of Native Path, which is a health and wellness company focused on supplements that are backed by science. Chad, it's good to see you. I took liberty of quoting you with the not so fast, my friend, but I think it's appropriate. Before we get kind of to the meat of all of this, talk about why you decided to found Native Path. Excuse me, I can't get my words out.
Yeah, we decided to found Native Path because humans have gotten off the path. If you look at our health in the past 100 years, chronic disease, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, all of these things have gotten worse in the past 100 years, despite all our advances in science and technology. So we really see a food industry that knows nothing about health, a health industry that knows nothing about food. So Native Path is really here to get people back in alignment with the way they're supposed to eat, the way they're supposed to move, the way we're supposed to live. So we spend a lot of time on education, and with our supplements, what we're trying to do, what we are doing is filling in the gaps, all the vitamins, nutrients that are missing in the modern diet. Let's fill that in so we can fill our best and get back on the path, as we say.
All right, so let's get to the meat of this conversation. Fish oil, you say it's not quite what's necessarily advertised?
Yeah, and when we talk about fish oil, we should start by saying that omega-3s are beneficial to overall health, right? As you said earlier, omega-3s reduce inflammation, they contribute to heart health, brain health, bone health, metabolism, and potentially even cancer prevention. But the thing is, when most people hear omega-3s, they're automatically thinking fish oil. So hundreds of supplement companies have seized the opportunity to supply fish oil to consumers in hopes of augmenting the omega-3s we need. But the science that's coming out about fish oil is a little murky. You know, Harvard Health published a major study of multiple randomized trials testing fish oil against a placebo, and the conclusion was there's no evidence of heart-related benefits from fish oil. Cleveland Clinic published an article stating fish oil pills aren't doing what you think they're doing. In fact, one of the studies found that fish oil may actually increase LDL cholesterol. So it's getting a little murky, and I think there's a couple problems with fish oil we need to bring to light here. Number one, it's not pure, right? It's coming from oceans that are now tainted in the modern world with pollutants and toxins which prevent it from working. So I simply don't trust the fish oil coming from those waters. And number two, it doesn't get absorbed by the human body very well, especially when compared to krill oil, which the studies are now showing is a more superior form of omega-3s.
I'm glad you brought up krill oil because that was going to be my next thing. That is the alternative that you're selling there at Native Path.
Right. So krill oil is a better form of omega-3s, we feel. And most people think it's a fish. It's actually a shrimp-like crustacean, and it's abundant in the pure waters of the Antarctica. So what really caught our attention was the study showing that krill oil is a more potent and absorbable form of omega-3s compared to fish oil. It's actually 50% more absorbable and 8 times more bioavailable in the human body. So you get more bang for your buck. And the reason is it becomes in a phospholipid form. That phospholipid form is all over our bodies, which allow it to penetrate our cells. It's also more powerful than fish oil. One study found that fish oil, even given at lower doses, krill oil is more effective even at lower doses at supporting heart health than fish oil. But the biggest difference between krill oil and fish oil is a powerful antioxidant that is not found in fish oil. It's called astaxanthin. It's really the key to achieving all the benefits you're seeking from omega-3s.
All right, so for people who are interested, may want to order, at least do some more research, how can they find out that information and what you're offering there at Native Path?
Absolutely. So we're extending up to 66% off to the audience today when they visit nativepathkrilloil.com. So I'll give that again. Visit nativepathkrilloil.com for up to 66% off.
All right, and folks, the information is right there at the bottom of your screen. You can log on as we speak and go ahead and make your order. You can get yourself 66% off. That's pretty significant. Well, that's going to do it for us here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate you being here with us for this news break. We're going to take a quick break, and then get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't.
There's always something to make you look around and say, hey, you know what? I live in a pretty great country. President Trump is calm, on point, on his game. And unlike the last guy, he is competent and coherent.
Come on, man.
We're not bending the knee anymore. We're here to take a stand for God and country.
This is the Steve Gruber Show.
And kicking off another brand new hour live from the shadow of Detroit here in the heartland and the Rust Belt, kicking off another brand new day here at the Steve Gruber Show from the foxhole of freedom, which makes me ask, who do you want in your foxhole? It's a good plan to have right now. Let's do it now. A lot to cover. 3 big things today. Number one, North Carolina, the latest state to move forward with a redistricting plan that will likely add at least one Republican seat to Congress. The latest response to California's gerrymandering plan. Number 2, a group of Republican House members moving ahead with a plan to extend Obamacare subsidies, but they will not go forward until Democrats end the government shutdown. And number 3, it's time to draw your attention to a bloodbath. An outright slaughter that's been going on right under our noses, and the fake news media and those screeching left-wing activists couldn't care less. We're talking about something important today. Openly now about the genocide that's a real genocide that nobody seems to care about. I'm talking about the vicious, unrelenting violence against Christians in Nigeria. Yeah, you heard that right. Christians being hunted like animals and slaughtered by radical Islamist militants, and the world yawns. Picture this. Innocent families huddled in their villages, praying in their churches, only to be ambushed by jihadist thugs from groups like Boko Haram and Fulani herdsmen. These savages storming with AK-47s, machetes, and fire, slaughtering men, women, and children in cold blood. Listen to this pastor who had 150 of his congregants and 7 of his own brothers murdered in front of him. Here he is.
What really happened here is not only in this village that were affected by this crisis. We're affected by more than 11 villages, which Mayanga happens to be one. And in these villages, it is the same method of attack that was conducted. It's the killing, the maiming of people, slaughtering them, and burning of their houses and their foodstuffs and properties. So by now, by the record we have already collected, we have over 150 people that are killed in one day. As you could see, I'm standing here. This is my house in my village, and I lost everything that was in the house, both foodstuff, clothing, and whatever. It was a furnished house, but it is burnt. And even the church that is by my side was burnt, and the pastorium is burnt. Everything about us here in this village is confused. As you could see, that everything is destroyed. But we thank God that some of us are alive. And at the cost of this, like me now, I lost 7 of my brothers at the cost of this crisis that happened. Thank you.
Why is nobody talking about this? Why? Churches burned to the ground, pastors kidnapped and beheaded, entire communities wiped off the map, and for what? Because these folks dare to follow Jesus Christ in a region where Sharia law and extremism run rampant. It's not just random crime, folks. It's a targeted persecution, a slow-rolling, deadly genocide aimed at erasing Christianity from northern Nigeria altogether. The mainstream media might be silent, but these pastors are sharing their stories left and right, and I will not be silent. Here's another one who says he wishes he could spend his time preaching the gospel, but instead is having to bury his Christian brothers and sisters every single day. Here's more.
The house of the pastor was also burned down. Every day we bury people. We are not ordained for funeral services. We are ordained to preach the good news of Jesus Christ. But burial has taken, in fact, the place of that one now. So we want to stand here and condemn this that happens. Every time when it happens,
it's horrible. It's horrible. This horror fueled by extreme Islamic ideology, plain and simple. Terrorist groups like Boko Haram pledge allegiance to ISIS and push a version of Islam that demands jihad against infidels. That's Christians and others in their book. Murder them all. They enforce Sharia law through terror, banning Western education, subjugating women, and executing anyone who doesn't submit. The Fulani militants, radicalized by similar Wahhabi influences, justify their land grabs and massacres as holy war, blending tribal conflicts with religious fanaticism to wipe out Christian farmers. This isn't moderate anything. It's the dark underbelly of radical Islam that feeds hatred, intolerance, and violence. We've seen it before. In ISIS caliphates, Taliban rule, and now it's devouring Nigeria, one bloody village at a time, and nobody is talking about it. We will. And don't think it's just going to stop there. This Nigerian pastor tells the truth about extreme Islam ideology. Here is his prediction.
In the north of Nigeria, Christians are being killed daily because the Islamic militants don't want Christians to exist in the north of Nigeria. They want to see a world where there are no Christians at all. And they want to conquer not just Nigeria, they want to conquer Africa, they want to conquer Europe, and they want to conquer America. The younger generation who want to live in a better world must speak out today.
Yeah. Genocide. Where is MSNBC or CNN? Or the big news outlets like NBC, ABC, CBS, the New York Times? Where are you? Open Doors ranks Nigeria as one of the worst places on earth for believers. Jihadist attacks are skyrocketing, and the government's doing squat about it. In fact, the Nigerian government is straight up denying that it's even happening. But the blood of these fallen saints cries out from the ground louder than those denials, louder. Listen.
We're tired to be outside performing burial every day. And they expect us to silence. Now is an order. Nigerian government came out openly and denied there is no massacre. There is no genocide of Christians in Nigeria. And look at it today. Is there any Muslim here? No. United Nations, I know you're watching me. American Senate, you are watching what I'm doing, I'm saying here. Special advisor to Trump. Now, please tell Trump to save our life in Nigeria. They are killing Christians in Nigeria, massacre Christians.
And here's where it gets me fired up, folks. The hypocrisy of the so-called progressive crowd, especially those pro-Palestine protesters clogging up our college campuses and city streets. Oh, they're out there waving flags, chanting slogans, demanding justice for Gaza. And don't get me wrong, any loss of innocent life is tragic, but where's the outrage for the slaughter of Nigerian Christians? Where is the outrage? Where's the campus protest? Yeah, these same activists who lose their minds over every headline from the Middle East are stone cold silent when it comes to Africa. Why? You know why? It doesn't fit their narrative. And because it seems to me that Christians don't matter to them at all. It's slaughter. It's genocide. And we'll have more. It's time we talk about this, my friends. Say your prayers for these people. They need them. More on the Steve Gruber Show, still to come.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is, rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big...
Let me pick it up right there, because in Gaza, as you know, the progressives can paint Israel as the big bad guy, stir up anti-Western sentiment and virtue signal to their heart's content. But in Nigeria, the perpetrators are Muslim extremists, murdering Christians. Oops, that messes with the religion of peace myth and all of that nonsense, right? It messes with that whole narrative and the left's allergy to defending Judeo-Christian values. They don't care about these individuals because acknowledging it would expose their selective outrage. No marches in New York for the Nigerian martyrs, no celebrity tweets, no UN resolutions, just crickets as Christians in Nigeria mourn the loss of their homes, their churches, and their loved ones by the hundreds and thousands, and respond like this, not with bombs, but with worship. Listen to them. It is truly heartbreaking, isn't it? The fake news peddlers have Gaza on a 24/7 loop. Every bomb, every casualty, front page splashes day after day, citing the Hamas-run health ministry as some sort of a credible source, which, of course, it's not. The short breaks in the ceasefire, front page news. But as thousands of innocents die in Nigeria, what do we get? Barely a whisper. Bill Maher, an avowed atheist, yeah. Even that guy, a liberal comedian, called out the media for ignoring the Christian persecution in Nigeria while obsessing over other conflicts. Obsessing. Here's Bill Maher.
If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck. You are in a bubble. And again, I'm not a Christian, but they are systematically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2009. They've burned 18,000 churches. This is so much more. These are their Islamists, Boko Haram. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. They are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this?
Thank you. Because no one will talk about it, so thank you.
Absolutely.
It's Africa. That's why no one's talking about it, and they should be. You can't read about it in mainstream media. It's sad, so thank you for bringing it up.
Well, because the Jews aren't involved. That's why. It's the Christians and the Muslims. Who cares?
Just the Christians and the Muslims. Who cares? Online discussions are buzzing about it. Why the negligible coverage for Nigeria compared to Gaza? Think about it. Search for Gaza news. You'll be inundated. Thousands of articles. CNN and New York Times, the BBC. Search for Nigerian Christian violence. Good luck finding more than a handful. It's not because the stories aren't there. It's because the media elite prioritize narratives that bash Israel and America while ignoring threats from radical Islam. Let's bring it home. This extreme Islamic ideology is not only toxic to Nigeria, it has no place in America. We can't let Sharia law creep in through the back door, undermining our Constitution, our freedoms, and our way of life, which is what it currently threatens to do. In fact, it's been promised by some mullahs living here now. And that's why I'm cheering people like Senator Tommy Tuberville, who just introduced the No Sharia Act to ban Sharia law forever outright in the United States, clearly in black and white. Here he is.
You also won't hear from Democrats about how radical Islamic terrorists are currently carrying out a mass genocide of Christians in Nigeria. Think about this. More than 62,000 Christians have been slaughtered since 2000 by radical Islamic terrorists in Nigeria. You heard that right, 62,000. And just this year alone, more than 7,000 Nigerian Christians have been murdered because of their faith alone. You can't turn on the TV without hearing about Israel's so-called mass genocide of Palestinians every day. And yet when it comes to 62,000 Christians being slaughtered by radical Muslims, it's radio silence. This extreme ideology is straight from the pit of hell, and it has no place in American society.
No place. Alongside Senator Cornyn, Tuberville's bill slams the door on any attempt to oppose this foreign legal system that clashes with our values. Think forced marriages, honor killings, or the end of free speech. My friends, we cannot stand by silently. This is about defending our values, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, including the freedom to worship without fear. Share this. Call your members of Congress. Support leaders like Senator Tuberville, who will keep America great by leading on the world stage. The pro-Palestinian crowd might not care, but I do. I do. Let's pray for those Nigerian brothers and sisters and fight like hell to bring their plight to the forefront. Bring it to light. And save those that are left. And again, I ask you today, who's with me? Why is this story being ignored, my friends? It should not be. Fall is right around the corner. And that means it's flannel season. It's chilly outside. You know that. It's muskox season, the undisputed leader in heavyweight flannel. It's got you covered. Their brand new heavyweight flannels are on the way, and they're already rated by Gear Junkie as the best flannel every year since 2023. These aren't your average shirts. These shouldn't even be called shirts. Muskox flannels are crafted with the softest, double-brushed, 100% cotton that feels as good as it looks. Plus, every flannel sold gives back $5 goes straight to wildlife conservation. So step up your fall wardrobe right now. Make a difference, too. GoMuskox.com. You're going to love this shirt. This shouldn't even be called a shirt. It's a family heirloom waiting to happen. And if you get to wear it before your wife takes it, good for you. And if she takes it, buy yourself another one. GoMuskox.com. Use the promo code Gruber. You'll save $15 off each shirt. Muskox flannel. It's the best. GoMuskox.com/Gruber. Grab yours today. I'll be right back.
Every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
For those who would say, well, you just support everything Trump does. No, that's not true. All right, let me give you an example of something that's happened this week that I don't agree with on the front end. I'd have to have a lot more details to get on board with it. And that is the idea of buying a lot of Argentinian beef. America produces the best beef in the world. It contributes $112 billion to rural economies. And Donald Trump floated the idea that we would buy beef from Argentina. Well, it didn't take long for Republicans to push back. People like Julie Fetterchak, a Republican of North Dakota, and a group of Republicans saying it has rattled the American beef industry, a multi-billion-dollar industry. In recent days, we've heard strong concerns from producers regarding reports that the U.S. may import beef from Argentina. Now, I realize that Donald Trump has a close relationship with Milei, and he should. And I understand that Milei is fighting for Argentina, and he should. But not at the expense of farmers and ranchers here in the United States. If it's America first, it's America first. That doesn't mean Argentinian beef, it means American beef. Donald Trump says he's trying to make it cheaper for beef in the grocery store. Well, if you do that, you're going to hurt American producers as well. They've worked for decades to produce the best beef in the world right here in America, and we do. So, no, I don't agree with Donald Trump on everything, that's for sure. One of the things we're thinking about doing is beef from Argentina. Trump told reporters on Air Force One. We'll buy some beef from Argentina. If we do that, we'll bring our beef prices down. Well, that's not a good idea for beef producers here. So tread carefully, Mr. President. I respect farmers and ranchers, and you too. But I don't think you have the full picture. So before you go diving into buying foreign beef, take a deeper look. That's my hope for you, Mr. President. This part of the program brought to you by my good friends at the Wellness Company. No matter what supplements you might need, an emergency kit at home, whatever it might be, the Wellness Company has something for you today. They can help you out with supplements for your mind, your gut, these emergency kits. Let me reach right over here and show you one right here. Never get stuck without the medicines you need. Antibiotics, antivirals, antiparasitics, all in one place. TWC.health/Gruber. You can get these kits today. Never be worried, just be prepared. TWC.health/Gruber. Get your kits today. I'll be right back with a crazy story you need to hear, all right?
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Back to the program. We're going to tell you a heck of a story here in the next few minutes that maybe you've not heard before. My next guest, Gordon Goodrow, former U.S. Army Special Forces Green Beret and a mercenary who was targeted, he said, facing several years in prison for arms trafficking and so much more. But it's a much bigger story than that. Jordan, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
All right. Years in prison, lampooned in the media for his failed Bay of Piglets, they call it. Now, I've not heard this story, so I want you to lay it out for me. Tell me the background here of what happened in 2020.
Yeah, in 2020, the Trump administration was trying to do what they're doing now, which is get Maduro out and bring about fair and free elections. And back then, as you remember, it was a tail end of the Russia collusion hoax, Mueller report, things of that nature, where the CIA, FBI, and other bad actors in Hollywood or in DC were trying to attack the president and his administration, and we got caught up in that. So the CIA did not want to comply with the intent of the commander-in-chief, which was to get Maduro out. They were dragging their feet and doing low-level infrastructure attack operations, things of that nature. And so I was recruited by individuals close in the administration to facilitate the operation and to facilitate the removal of Maduro to bring about fair and free elections.
So let me get this straight, just so we're clear on this. Trump and his administration wanted to overthrow the dictator Maduro in Venezuela at that time, and you were recruited to be part of that. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, that's correct.
And so who was recruiting you? Well, was Donald Trump part and parcel to this? Was this something going on behind the scenes that he had not been brought up to speed on? What is your belief?
Yeah, so his it was really his inner circle. And so, sure, representations were made to me that this was approved at the highest levels. I needed to give the president deniability. I have an extensive human intelligence background in special operations. But I think the real interesting part of this story, Steve, is the fact that in the very first meeting, and I do not think that these individuals who were recruiting me were bad individuals or siding with CIA or anything like that. But as the operation developed, in the very first meeting I was in, there was a CIA asset, George Betancourt, who worked with Leopoldo Lopez and was working with the Rendon Group, which had a TSSCI project in that company at that time for infrastructure attacks in Venezuela. And so you had, and there's a secret recording where, George Betancourt, this individual who was in this meeting, this first meeting where I was, I'd been recruited to do this, where we were talking about a regime change in Venezuela and actually drawing up plans. One of his compadres, Lester Toledo, who had several meetings with Mike Pompeo, several meetings with Elliot Abrams. These individuals, there was a secret recording where they actually were talking really bad about the President of the United States. They didn't trust the President of the United States. They only trusted Juan Cruz of the CIA. And it was a secret recording that I had one of my guys take. So this story, as you said, nobody really knows it. The suppression on this story has been very, very, very strong. And I believe that's by the...
Well, let me just jump right in there because Mike Pompeo, not a favorite, of course, of the president. We're clear on that. He, in fact, has basically tossed him out of civilized government, if you will. Is this Mike Pompeo's plan, or is this a plan of the president? What you're saying here is that we are plotting to overthrow Maduro, to have regime change here in the Western Hemisphere, and you've got evidence of that. That's what you're telling me. Was it Pompeo's plan?
Yes, it's like very clearly. The plan ultimately was to undermine the President of the United States. And yes, I feel it was Mike Pence with Mike Pompeo. Everything I'm reading leads me to believe that it's Elliot Abrams, these nefarious actors who are working to undermine the President of the United States back then. And so I think you see a lot of it nowadays as well. But you certainly saw it with obviously the Russia collusion hoax and things of that nature. And so this was just another attempt to undermine the president.
Undermine him in a way to go after Venezuela, to go after Colombia, to go after some of these other governments? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. So they were working with the Venezuelan opposition against the president. Obviously, the president wanted to bring about fair and free elections in Venezuela, much like he is trying to do now. The CIA did not want that. They were working against that.
Why?
And Mike Pompeo, it's the money, Steve, as far as I can tell. I mean, there's several. If you look at, there's a lawsuit right now that's not well known. It's against Juan Guaido, the opposition president, and it's several military contract companies. Raytheon's one of them, where Juan Guaido essentially stole billions of dollars from these individuals. And so, early on in this Trump administration, the second administration, you had the Doge who was rooting out all of the USAID. Billions of that money, billions of dollars went to Juan Guaido and Leopoldo Lopez, other opposition leaders. So I think the president, there's potential that he's walking to a trap right now in this latest Venezuela campaign.
I mean, what you're accusing these folks of would be part and parcel to treason as defined by the United States Constitution.
I believe you're right. And unfortunately for them, it's in black and white. It's not just FBI 302s. It's all of the evidence that I have in discovery that my legal team and I read daily.
So where do you go from here? You were accused of federal arms trafficking. Where is that currently?
So I am currently undergoing a tremendous amount of lawfare. The prosecutor who's coming after me, she was a prosecutor who went after Jeremy Brown, who is a Green Beret as well, and he was caught up in the J6. And so their whole plan is they don't want this to go to trial. The evidence is too great. Furthermore, the classified information, they're trying their best to just stop the classified information from coming forward, which will further implicate these power players in D.C. like Mike Pompeo, like Bill Barr, like Elliot Abrams, Gina Haspel, all of these powerful individuals who were antagonistic to the president. And so I'm trying to get this classified information. Meanwhile, they're trying to violate me back to jail. They're trying to say that I'm a flight risk or a danger to, the society or whatever. But that's their playbook. I've been fighting this for over a year now, and I want to see this through. I want to go to trial because
Where is the trial being held? I need to get to this. Where is the trial being held? What are the charges specifically, briefly?
This is Middle District of Florida, and this is ITAR violation, arms trafficking.
In Florida. The trial date is set for when?
It's February, but we'll see. We're trying to get as much classified information as we can.
Yeah. That's going to be an uphill challenge, obviously, Jordan. It's quite a story. So here, with about 30 seconds to go, what do you think the current plan is for Venezuela with this administration and Donald Trump more in the loop than maybe he was at all before?
Yeah, I think. Listen, they can. The enemy is the president can spend it any way they want to. Ultimately, white space denial in Colombia and in South America in general, in adherence with the Monroe Doctrine, I think is paramount. At the end of the day, we have a lot of trouble on the horizon. We have wars on the horizon, and we need to protect our hemisphere. And we need to deny white space to Russia, China.
Jordan Goodrow, former U.S. Army Special Forces Green Beret and mercenary, says people like Bill Barr, Gina Haskell, Elliot Abrams, Mike Pence, Mike Pompeo all worked against the president to undermine an effort to remove Maduro. All about the money. Jordan, thank you for being here. We'll talk more in the future.
Thank you, Steve.
Take a break and be right back. It's the Steve Gruber Show.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
All right, a lot going on here, and I want to catch up. That story was hard to follow, I realize. It was. And we'll have him back to try to sort that all out. All right. A couple of things that I want to share with you here this morning that have been news overnight. A car tried to ram through the security gates at the White House overnight. Neutralized, not killed, but neutralized would be a fair way to put it. A suspect arrested late last night after ramming a car into the barricade of the White House just before 11 p.m., that is. Driving his vehicle into the Secret Service vehicle gate located 17th and E Street. I've been there, obviously. The individual immediately arrested by the United States Secret Service Uniform Division officers. The vehicle assessed by Secret Service and the Metropolitan Police Department deemed safe, according to the statement. So that happened. And here's a story that I wanted to share with you that I saw and shared early this morning, but I want to bring it back because I don't think that most of you saw and heard this. I've been telling you for a while that with the rhetoric of the left, that people are starting to get attacked just because of a hat they might wear. I said people are going to get shot and killed walking down the street for wearing a red hat. Well, this is pretty close. A North Carolina man shot at after a Trump banner was torn from his mother's yard, all right? He was shot at by an angry motorist who tore down a Trump banner at his mother's front yard, and he says that obviously reflects growing hostilities. And it's not just some punk kid. Listen to this story. Mark Thomas owns a river rafting business in Nantahala Gorge. He was at home on September the 6th when the shooting occurred. Thomas telling Fox he checked his security cameras after seeing a man wearing an Antifa-style mask step out of a Jeep Cherokee to look at a Trump banner attached to a bus parked near his 87-year-old mother's home. The man, now identified as Benjamin Michael Campbell, 38 years of age, was speeding before he abruptly slammed on the brakes to jump out and rip the banner down. Being a Second Amendment believer, I reached over, grabbed my rifle, and took off out onto the porch. Thomas said he fired a pair of warning shots into the air, and Campbell jumped back in his car and took off, but only to return a few minutes later. Then he was shooting out of the sunroof. Several shots fired at the house. One of the bullets lodged in the refrigerator inside this house where this guy's 87-year-old mother lives, all right? And like I said, not just some punk. Campbell, 38 years old, is an accountant from Atlanta. An accountant. He fled before the police arrived, but he was arrested September 30th, extradited to North Carolina. He faces charges of felonious assault with a deadly weapon, intent to kill or inflict serious injury. I guess that's attempted murder. Discharging a firearm within an enclosure to incite fear and willful and wanton injury to personal property. This guy jumped out of his car, ripped down a banner, then came back and shot the place up because they had a Trump 2024 banner hanging on the side of it's one of those garage deals, you know, it's like it's just a roof, and the bus is parked under it. The bus, which is used for rafting, if you've ever been whitewater rafting in your life, you know, you got these big buses and they got a trailer behind them with a big, you know, rafting tubes and so forth. That's what it was. This guy shoots the place up, shooting out of his sunroof. He's got his in the video, you can see it, he's got his handgun outside of the sunroof shooting at this house. There's a guy standing on the porch with a rifle. He's lucky he didn't get ventilated. He's lucky he's going to spend a number of years in prison for this. People have lost their minds. And when I tell you that people are going to get killed for wearing red hats, guarantee it, take it to the bank. I'm not intimidated. I'm not going to back down. I don't actually own a red hat. I never thought they fit very well. Didn't like the way they fit. I have one of the black ones that says "Make America Great Again." It fit better. It's just my experience. I didn't like the way the hat fit. Never liked those high-rise hats. Just me, right? Anyhow, Thomas said he almost didn't call the police after the first round of shots, but changed his mind when Campbell returned and opened fire again. He added that his mom had several other Trump signs on the property. He said his head would have just exploded if he had seen all that. This is dangerous. The only thing that saved his life was the fact that he couldn't shoot that well. You would have had to hit me pretty good to get me to not do what I was ready to do, he said. Thomas, he said he had no intention of harming Campbell, citing the shooter's poor aim. Yeah, he's just shooting the place up. But one of those bullets lodged in the refrigerator inside the house. I mean, these people have lost their minds. And when I say that somebody's going to get killed, I guarantee you it's going to happen. One of these days soon on this program, I have to report the death of an American for exercising free speech beyond Charlie Kirk. Unbelievable. Honestly, it really is unbelievable. In the meantime, I'd like you to stay healthy. How do we do that? With the best vitamins available. Victory Nutrition International. Ivy went and did some research. She wanted better vitamins. She found VNI. And Protovite is something she takes every day. If you're tired of taking vitamins that don't seem to work, Protovite, it's liquid. It's a formula designed to absorb quickly so your body actually uses it. And when I say multivitamin, I mean it. Over 100 nutrients, B vitamins, amino acids, zinc, plant extracts. You get daily support for energy, focus, immune health, all of it only from Victory Nutrition International. The studies are there. They only make 6 products. They don't have 25 products or 100 products. They have 6. Nutrition that gets in. Start your morning with Protovite, like we do. Feel the difference. By the way, you get 20% off today. VNI.life/group. You want the best vitamins available with studies that back them up. This is it, my friends. And by the way, there's a QR code right on your screen. For those of you with your smartphone, click right on that QR code. You'll go straight to the site and you'll be on your way to feeling better and having a really productive day and going, man, Gruber was right again. Yeah, look, we only tell you about products we use ourselves. That's why you can trust us. All right, we'll take a break and be right back.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth. Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
All right, careful what you wish for. That's an old adage, isn't it? Careful what you wish for. But for the Democrats, here's a cautionary tale for you. The Republicans in North Carolina have taken the next step to redistricting. It will happen, and they don't need the governor's approval. It's made it through the Senate. It'll now make it through the state house, and that means redistricting is coming to North Carolina. It should add at least 1 seat in Congress, maybe 2. This is all in response to what California has done, right? California and Newsom, Prop 50, trying to redistrict all of California so that Republicans are basically not represented. Think about this. Today in America, there are 150 million Americans in places like New England that have zero Republican representation. None. No members of Congress. Conversely, there are only about 65 million Americans that have no Democratic representation in Congress. Think about that. So they're going to balance the scales. Two things are happening. This is North Carolina, just the start. Indiana will follow suit. Ohio will follow suit. Missouri will follow suit, each adding 1 or 2 seats, right? And then you bring the Supreme Court decision on Louisiana's gerrymandering lawsuit over race as a foundation for congressional districts. That'll add 12. It's possible, and I think the Republicans would have won the midterms anyway. It's possible the Republicans could add 20-plus seats. If this all goes through, 20 Republican seats in Congress. So California, you can have your 5. You're balanced out by Texas. And then you add 20, that gives them a 25-seat lead or 28-seat lead in the Congress. Good luck with that, Democrats. You will be a regional party before it's all said and done. This part of the program brought to you by WellConnect, a hybrid geothermal system for anybody living in the cold part of the country. If you heat with propane or electricity or heating oil, man, we can save you a pile of money with the WellConnect hybrid geothermal system. Subsidies will run out at the end of the year. The government offering big subsidies on this technology now. You'll save more than half on your bills. And if you finance the system, your savings will outpace whatever payment you make. And it does not replace your furnace and air conditioning. It's an add-on to it. WellConnectGeo.com. WellConnectGeo.com. They're also looking for new HVAC companies to work with all over the country. Is that you? WellConnectGeo.com. 2 more big hours coming here on the Steve Gruber Show. I'll see you there.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Ahead on American Sunrise Early Edition, then again, maybe not. Russian President Vladimir Putin cancels the planned summit with President Trump. Spoiler alert, Putin isn't interested in peace. Speaking on not wanting peace, New York mayoral election frontrunner Zoran Mamdani does not come in peace. A new video surfaces showing him raging against New York and its people. Oh boy. But none of this is moving Curtis Sliwa to drop out of the race, even as more big names line up to try to persuade him to get out of the way. Election day is less than 2 weeks away. But 2 other races are toss-ups. The governor's contests in New Jersey and Virginia. They're both tight, and President Trump is starting to speak up more about them. But will Trump supporters come out in big numbers? That's the question. And usually elections are all about the economy. And if that's true, the Republicans have to be confident. The stock market is at all-time highs. Gasoline prices keep falling. And more big companies say the tariffs aren't hurting as bad as they thought. Will it be the economy, stupid? American Sunrise Early Edition begins now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
Your good deeds and bad deeds. That's how we're going to judge you.
Join host Jake Novak as he breaks down the stories that matter.
We will be letting the public know regularly what we have found.
American Sunrise Early Edition with your host, Jake Novak, starts now.
Everybody, welcome to this Wednesday here in American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. It is really getting down to the wire right now in a number of these off-year elections. People talk about them all the time. For those of you who have a high school or better government history education, you know that the year after the presidential elections, the off-year elections, those are the governor's races in Virginia and New Jersey, to some extent the mayoral election in New York. Kentucky, by the way, used to have their governor's elections also, but they changed their schedule. Anyway, a lot of people will always know, and they'll tell you, that whoever won the presidential election, whatever party won, usually has a very bad record in this off-year election, this year after the big election year. And you got to say, that should no longer be the tradition anymore. The Virginia and the New Jersey races especially, I don't know about New York City, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But the Virginia and New Jersey governor's races really are important for a lot of reasons, and we'll talk also about them in just a moment. But it really is up to Trump supporters in those states. Will they come out in big numbers? They haven't come out in numbers yet in elections where President Trump wasn't on the ballot. And they're going to have to change that if they want to make a headway in Virginia and in New Jersey. Now, I want to talk about the New York mayoral race because it's getting scarier for a number of reasons. And before I talk about the election math and the polls and everything else like that, an interesting new video surfaced on social media. Our own host here on Real America's Voice, Jack Posobiec, shared it. This is confirmed. This is Zoran Mamdani, not that long ago. Check out this video.
We came here to remake this state in the image of our people.
We came here to remake this state in the image of our people. And he's wearing a mask like he's a bandito in a bad TV Western. This is very scary stuff. In addition to all of that, we have a situation where Curtis Sliwa is being pressured now by some big Republican names, by some big donors, to drop out of the New York mayor's race. Now, Curtis Sliwa, actually, a lot of people may not remember this. 4 years ago, he was the only other candidate going up against Eric Adams. And it was actually a very close race. He really almost won that race. But a lot has changed in the last 4 years. And it's just and I think actually one of the biggest things that changed or didn't change, is that Curtis Sliwa didn't spend the last 4 years making himself a more serious candidate. He says a lot of great things. I came to New York just as Curtis Sliwa was becoming a public figure in this city in the early 1980s. I came here in 1981. And I have a lot of respect for the things that Curtis has done. But he should have spent the last 4 years saying to himself, you know what, I almost won in 2021. Let me do the work to make myself an even more serious candidate between now and 2025. You know who did that? Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani in 1989 almost beat David Dinkins. And he spent the 4 years in between 1989 and 1993 making himself a more serious candidate and doing a better job of that. Curtis Sliwa didn't quite do that, not all his fault. I don't want to gang up on him, but I also don't think necessarily that if he drops out of the race now, with 13 days left to go to Election Day, that will really change everything in this election. It's really too close. This should have been done a couple of months ago. But he is getting a lot of pressure, and it'd be interesting to see if President Trump explicitly comes out and says that Curtis Sliwa should drop out. That might happen in the coming days, but we'll have to pay attention to that. Now, another president, in this case a former president, Barack Obama, is getting involved very heavily in those other two races I talked about. First of all, we know he is going to be going to New Jersey in the coming days to stump for Mikey Sherrill. She's the Democrat nominee for governor in New Jersey. That race is an absolute toss-up. Even the slightly, or sometimes even very skewed partisan polls show that Cheryl is up by 5 points. I have a feeling it's an absolute toss-up, and that race will absolutely be decided by how many people who either quietly or openly supported Trump in 2024, how many of them will come out to the polls and vote as if President Trump himself were running. That's going to be what it takes in these elections. You're going to need to have that kind of turnout, that kind of attention on this race. Now, it's interesting, though, that Barack Obama is getting involved in this race. He also has been making videos, and he'll be going to Virginia as well, and I'll talk more about Virginia in a second. But in Virginia and in New Jersey, we have an interesting scenario going on. I want to talk about Barack Obama here for a second. Now, even for those of us who oppose every policy and everything that he pushed, for the most part, with the exception of the surge in Afghanistan. You might remember Barack Obama's early presidency called for a surge of troops in Afghanistan. I supported that. But other than that, I certainly wasn't a fan of Barack Obama. But let's face it, some of us, and I don't know if I completely felt this way, but I understand people who do. Some of us who didn't like Barack Obama or didn't vote for him at least felt like, well, at least America has finally elected an African-American man, and we've gotten over that hurdle as a country, and there is some silver lining to that. Some people thought that way. I'm not saying that is the main story of Barack Obama by a long shot, but some people thought that way. Now, imagine you're a Democrat who thought that this was the change that you were looking for. Finally, a new kind of candidate. Finally, we're going to see a lot of amazing black men running for office. Well, since Barack Obama has left office, there's been exactly zero serious black male Democratic candidates in any significant race. And don't give me Cory Booker, because he's not a serious candidate, and he didn't last in the primaries in 2020 for more than 3 seconds. Now, imagine the fact that you're looking to vote for change, and all you get are these rich white women running. Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, who is not really, I don't know what her race is. Let's not even get into that. But you have in New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, a woman who doesn't even seem to know that she made $7 million one year. You have Abigail Spanberger. Is that the hope and change you were thinking about if you're a liberal Democrat who was thinking that Barack Obama was going to usher in these big changes? And here's a spoiler alert. Barack Obama's fine with it. I think he loves the fact that he's still the only serious black male candidate to run and win for a major office in this country. I think he likes this. And I also think that him going to places like New Jersey and Virginia, while it may wake up a few suburban men and women who are kind of liberal, it's probably going to anger a lot of black voters. Where is he getting all the other candidates that they would like to see? Why does he not have any apprentices or people who were working with him that he could have advanced who are also black men? Doesn't really seem to be doing that. And I think he reminds everybody that the Democratic Party has been working very hard to keep the same minorities a minority even in their own party. Talk about a party that believes that it owns certain voters. And I think the Democratic Party thinks that it owns black voters so much that if they ever vote for someone else or work for another party, it's almost like a runaway, well, you know what I'm going to say. Anyway, it's pretty awful. Now, that is very much in the forefront in Virginia, where the Republican candidate is not only African-American, but an African-American woman, Winsome Earl Sears. Now, I want you all to put on your imaginary glasses for a second. Imagine if the first black woman to win a governor's race in America is a Republican. What would that do to the Democrats and their identity politics? It would devastate them. It would end a narrative that they annoy us with for years about how the Republicans are anti-woman and anti-black. It would kill that narrative, at least for a short. We know that a lot of them will still say it, but it will end up being more of a laugh line than anything for real. Now, Winsome Earl Sears is not apparently as close in the polls as Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican candidate, is in New Jersey, but it is a close race there. One of the polling groups that I trust, Trafalgar Group, has her within striking distance, just 2 or 3 points down. So once again, if Trump supporters come out in big numbers for Winsome Earl Sears, who President Trump did say nice things about on Air Force One the other day, he has not fully endorsed her yet. I do believe he'll do that in the next 48 hours or so. Just imagine if that big Trump turnout in Virginia comes out for her. Some of those southwestern parts of Virginia that are very pro-Trump, that don't always have big turnout. If they do have big turnout for her, you could see that election go to the Republicans. And again, think about the blow that would be striking for the Republican Party in America, for real change, if the first black woman elected a governor of a state is a Republican, and a conservative Republican at that, a very devout Christian Republican, a military veteran Republican. I mean, all the way down the line, this would be devastating to the Democrats and their narrative. That alone probably makes her, I don't like voting on identity politics. I like her policies, period. She's been a good lieutenant governor. That's the real reason to vote for her. But just imagine the fringe benefits of all of that. That would be pretty nice. All right. I also want to show you a live shot just for a second now of Jerusalem, the old city of Jerusalem, because Vice President Vance is in Israel right now. You know, he arrived yesterday to talk with, and actually I think it was even the day before. Yeah, he did arrive yesterday to talk and join the negotiations that are going on right now to try to firm up what's going on now with the peace efforts, the peacekeeping efforts in Gaza. If any news comes out of the vice president's visit during this hour and the hours coming up on American Sunrise, we will bring it to you. Again, I think the headline is that President Trump is promising that U.S. troops will not be boots on the ground in Gaza. I really don't think that he's going to break that promise in a million years. But I am very interested to find out which country's troops will be getting their boots on the ground. And if it's a country like Indonesia, the world's largest Muslim-populated country in the world, but not an Arab country, that gets involved there and shows those people there how to be more moderate and pluralistic, that would be a win-win, especially for the United States, and I think eventually for Israel as well. All right, coming up, a very tough situation for that former ESPN host who was famous for railing against boys and girls sports. That's why she's not at ESPN anymore. Well, now she's getting a close-up and personal experience with it. I'll have the story. And CNN parent Warner Brothers is now openly trying to get sold. Spoiler alert, CNN's end as we know it is nigh. American Sunrise Early Edition will be right back.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Beautiful look at Bar Harbor, Maine this morning. Yes, that is another state where I used to live. I used to live nearby in Bangor, about 40 minutes away. And it is Bangor, not Bangor. Bangor, Maine, and Bar Harbor. Beautiful spot. Really nice place to visit in the summer. And this is not a bad time of year to be there either before it gets too cold. Hey, welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Special welcome to all of you who are following along, watching on the Getter and Rumble, and commenting on the Getter and Rumble chats. Also, people commenting on X, people commenting on Substack. We allow you to do that on this program because we're not afraid of the viewers and we don't hold you in disdain. I can't say that for all the other channels. Speaking of disdain, Sam Ponder was a host on ESPN. She was pretty good, and she had a lot of disdain for the growing sentiment at the network that was okay with boys playing in girls sports. She knew a lot about this back then. It's one of the reasons why she's not at ESPN anymore. Well, things are really getting even worse for her, unfortunately. I wish this weren't the case. But now, of all things, Sam Ponder's own daughter had to play in a middle school basketball game against a boy. And she knows a lot. Boy, this is just like, of all the people for this to happen to, it happened to Sam Ponder here in the Northeast. I'm not going to say exactly where her daughter plays for her own privacy. Emily Finn joins us now. I should say former high school standout athlete, female athlete Emily Finn joins us right now. Look, Emily, you're not that old. But even you can say the following sentence. In my day, we didn't have to worry about this. This is just incredible that this is still going on. I really thought we were turning a page here in America, but here we are in a new school year, and this is still happening even all the way down at the middle school level. Please make it stop, Emily.
I wish I could, Jake. If I could make it stop, I would. I have tremendous respect for Sam Ponder because the only thing that would be worse than having to be subjected to competing against men in women's sports is to watch your daughter have to be subjected to this. And I think it's absolutely awful that all of this has played out this way. And yes, you're right. I did play high school basketball. I played basketball for 12 years growing up, and not once did I ever have to play against a boy. Did I ever have to play against a man in that space? And I just am so sad for the children today that are not being protected by their educators, by their coaches, by their parents, that are letting them play and risk their safety in these types of sports situations. So good for Sam Ponder for standing up for what is right. And like I said, the only thing worse than having to do this yourself is having to watch your daughter go through something like this. And so at least she is on the right side of history, and at least she is she's standing up for what's right here.
Yeah, and I want everyone to remember another wrinkle to this, which is really very important. I live here on Nassau County, and our Nassau County executive, Bruce Blakeman, a little bit more than a year ago, was the first county executive to absolutely ban boys and girls sports countywide. And a lot of people thought, like, whoa, man, Nassau County isn't a red state. I mean, it votes, it's pretty purple, actually. It's pretty even here in Nassau County. But people were really trying to figure this out. And it wasn't a surprise to me that he did this, because here on Long Island, girls sports is actually bigger than boys sports. It really is, especially in Nassau County. If you take the Long Island Railroad on my line every day, all you hear are the parents in places like Rockville Center and talking about their daughters in girls sports, especially if their daughters go to Catholic schools. Why?
Yes.
Because it is a huge part of the college admissions process. A lot of girls who want to go to Notre Dame, Georgetown, or Fordham, or a place like that, need to play their sport, need to have their sports on their college resume, and if they're good enough, even to get maybe even a scholarship. The fact that this is being threatened now by boys and girls sports, hurting the girls' chances of getting a scholarship, or the recruiters even wanting to come watch their games, this goes well beyond just the morality of gender politics. This is actual real life and real career and educational opportunities being ruined for these girls.
Absolutely. You can certainly advance yourself through sports. But let's take a step back here, Jake. Team sports is fantastic for just life building. And it's great for girls, especially because, I think girls have a hard time with getting along. So if you're forced to be on a team, like a basketball team, right, you have to be able to pass to your teammates, to be able to score and win the game. And so I think it's fantastic. And CYO, like you brought up, the Catholic schools in particular, CYO does a really, really great job of this all throughout the country. And so I think that girls sports in general have been picking up steam. We've seen this even with the WNBA, with Caitlin Clark, with Angel Reese. These girls are really bringing a lot of eyeballs to women's sports. And I think that it would be such a shame in this moment if politically, if societally, that we let this transgender debate overtake something that is so beautiful for women, to let women participate in a team environment like this. And if we take away from that and we let men compete in that space and we take the safety away from the women in that space, it's just going to ruin the entire experience, Jake.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is about me, but for some reason I find women's sports at the college level to be much more interesting to me than even than certainly the pro level. And this is that's the area of the sport that's most threatened by this. I don't think you're going to have. I don't think they're ever going to allow biological men, even in the woke WNBA, to play in the WNBA. No. But colleges are being threatened by this, and that's what really bothers me, because that's the kind of women's sports I like to watch for whatever reason. All right, Emily Finn, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to see you in the 8 to 10 a.m. hour on American Sunrise. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake.
Hey, Old Glory Bank is a great friend of this show because they believe what we believe: God, country, and community. With America's premier online banking platform, they protect customers and small businesses in all 50 states. Old Glory Bank has everything you need to bank online, including free accounts, free overdraft protection, early direct deposit, VA loans, and business loans. That's why Old Glory Bank quickly grew from $10 million to $225 million in deposits. Your money is your business. You can trust Old Glory Bank. Open an account in minutes at oldglorybank.com/Rav and join the right side of banking. Okay, coming up. It's not mortgage fraud, but it's a lot like it. Atlanta's top rental apartments are almost all going to scammers, and it's a growing problem all over the country. I'm going to talk about this. American Sunrise Early Edition. We'll be right back.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Oh, I know what you're doing here, Controller. We're about to talk about the stock markets, and then you show me a picture, a live shot of Las Vegas. Yes, a lot of investing is kind of like gambling, but the chances of you winning are much better if you invest in established investments. But that's what Las Vegas, like this, listen, they never turn the lights out in Las Vegas, so we could take this shot any time of day and it would look pretty much like that. Let's take a look at what the markets are going to open today. We had kind of a mixed day, but mostly an up day on the markets yesterday. Another big gain for the Dow, but we're really at all-time highs still. Or very close to them on all the major indices. Gold taking a step back the last couple of days. People looking to cash out on this incredible run higher for gold. We're still well over $4,000 per ounce, and we were getting up close to $4,300 an ounce, and you knew that was going to trigger some people who just yesterday had it at less than $3,000 an ounce. So they were taking some profits, but gold's still very much the top trade of the year, by the way. It has done better than any stock, or certainly better than any other commodity. Crude oil creeping up a little bit. We were down at the 56 handle at the beginning of this week. We're up to 58, but that is still historically incredibly low price for oil. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin, which continues to struggle. Bitcoin, again, solidly below the $110,000 mark and down another 3 1/3% this morning. Again, I think that's also a little bit of profit taking. But a lot of people taking a look at some more established investments and taking some of their money out of gold and of Bitcoin and putting their money in the stock markets because we just seem to be making new highs every day on the Dow. All right, I want to talk about what's going on right now in the media space. David Ellison and Paramount have upped their offer for Warner Brothers. Now, remember, I told you earlier this week and also late last week that Paramount's Skydance had offered $20 a share for Warner Brothers Discovery, and Warner Brothers wanted more. So now they've upped it to $24. But yesterday was the first day that this was no longer just reports or rumors or little things like that. David Zaslav, the CEO of Warner Brothers, is now openly saying they're actually definitely interested in someone buying them. And now we're going to show you CNN, because that is bad news for the future of CNN. If somebody, listen, no one's going to buy Warner Brothers who isn't already in the media space. I still think Paramount Skydance is going to be the winner in any bidding war if it does emerge. And Paramount, which owns CBS, is absolutely not going to operate two separate entities of CBS News and CNN. They will fold them into each other, and CNN, as we know it, will go away. That's already been happening, by the way, over the last 10 years anyway. CNN is a much reduced entity compared to where it was 10 or 20 years ago. Frankly, most of CNN programming can be done out of somebody's basement right now. It used to be the network with a camera in every country. Remember that? Not anymore. And they are going to go away pretty soon. That was my prediction at the beginning of this year. I'm sticking to it. I know it's October. I'm running out of time. But I really don't think that CNN, as we know it, I think it's going to be mostly either just a streaming channel, a documentary channel. But the idea that they're going to run a CNN and have CBS News Path or whatever they call their streaming news operation at CBS News and CNN running concurrently is beyond comprehension. They will not do that. It will be just too costly. So now that Warner Brothers is saying, hey, yep, we're ready to get sold, somebody please buy us, that's bad news for CNN. All right, streaming giant Netflix reported its quarterly numbers after the closing bell yesterday. And in one word, the report was weird. Now, the company took in a 17% increase in revenues, but it also said that some kind of ongoing tax dispute they're having with the Brazilian government cut into their profits, and so their profits were down. I don't know about you, but that sounds an awful lot like the dog ate my homework. What? A tax dispute? I mean, give me a break, guys. But anyway, Netflix shares are down 7% in the pre-market. I think it's because investors are looking at that and saying, something else is going on here, guys. A tax dispute with Brazil? I mean, it's the first I've heard of it, and I follow Netflix pretty closely. Look, I'm sure they're having a problem. I'm sure it's not completely made up. But something else is going on there, and they're using that as an excuse. By the way, companies, when they announce their earnings, when they come in unimpressive or disappointing, often blame things like the weather, I kid you not, or something else going on that has nothing to do with their business. This is a new one, tax dispute in Brazil. This is the new dog ate my homework. This is an interesting story I want everyone to pay attention to. There is massive fraud going on in the Atlanta luxury rental market. Now, when you rent a very, very expensive apartment or even a not so expensive apartment these days, you got to fill out a big credit check application as if you were getting a mortgage on a house. Most of you know that already. Even smaller landlords are doing this. But because so much of these properties have absentee landlords, it's not like Fred and Ethel Mertz living downstairs anymore. It's some corporation in another city that is really the owner of your rental property. Because of that, a lot of these applications are done online, and scammers have figured out a way to game the system and to cheat on these applications. And so a huge percentage, some people are estimating up to half of the luxury rental apartments in Atlanta are being rented, quote unquote, by scammers who are never intending to pay. Now, by the way, this was inevitably going to happen with all the corporate ownership of rental properties, non-local, absentee, whatever you want to call it. The corporate ownership of rental properties, which everyone on Wall Street is so excited about. They love the idea that the private equity firms are going to start up buying homes and luxury apartment buildings and make big money and jack up the rents. That sounds great. But you become much more vulnerable to fraud when you do that. So once again, for the second or third day in a row, I've given you a story here about how important it is to make sure that people are honest in their mortgage and their rental applications. Hello, Letitia James. The Justice Department now is incredibly justified, no pun intended, in going after mortgage application scammers like Letitia James, because in mortgages and now in rental properties, we're seeing a major scam unfolding across the country, and this is really going to hurt real estate for a long time. Believe me, the corporations who take losses on the scammers are going to take it out on you, honest people like you and your kids, when they try to rent an apartment, and they're going to jack up the rents to try to make up for the money they lost from the scammers. This is a serious problem, and we need to publicly punish the people who are gaming the system. It's not just Atlanta. It's in a lot of other cities, but Atlanta, I guess, is the worst. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. This is Moving America, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company. ArtilleryTeaCo.com. Use promo code LIBERTY for 20% off your order. Artillery Tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free, and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. ArtilleryTeaCo.com. Promo code LIBERTY for 20% off your order. What a day it was for General Motors yesterday at the stock market. Up 15% at the close, an all-time high for the stock. Why? Because they came out with their earnings report, and they didn't have a dog ate my homework excuse. They showed that their sales were up, their profits were up, and really, most importantly, they talked about how that expected hit they were expecting to take from the tariffs is not going to be anywhere near as bad as they thought it was going to be. As I and many other people were trying to tell you, if these tariffs were going to cripple the American automakers, President Trump never would have imposed them. You can be for or against the tariffs. But if you think that President Trump didn't have evidence one way or the other about how this would affect the car companies, you're crazy. Of course he had the evidence, and he saw that it wouldn't hurt him that much, and now Wall Street knows it too. GM did really, really well with their report yesterday, and they even guided higher for the rest of the year on their numbers. So a really strong day for GM. Now, I've been on this program for the last several weeks and months telling you that the off-road vehicle market is going to be hotter than the electric vehicle market within 5 years. It's already starting to happen. People really want these off-road vehicles. So I'm trying to be your buddy here. I'm not just going to tell you that there's a hot trend without giving you some chances to get a bargain. So I wanted to tell you, because a new report just came out about the 3 cheapest off-road capable vehicles that you can buy. So number 3, we're going to go from 3 to 1. Number 3, the Subaru Crosstrek Wilderness. It retails for $35,215. Not bad. Number 2, the Jeep Compass Trailhawk. That retails for $34,390. But the number 1 best bargain you can get, good old Jeep Wrangler. It retails for $34,090. Again, this off-road thing, people love it. It's going to be much bigger than EVs in just a few years. It's already starting to happen. All right, NHTSA, the National Highway Transportation and Safety Administration, is investigating the Waymo robo-taxis after a Waymo taxi reportedly failed to remain stopped when it came up on a school bus in Atlanta, Georgia. This just happened September 22nd, exactly a month ago. Again, the reports say that it just went through and kept going even as kids were getting on and off the bus. Now, I don't really have any tremendous reason to doubt this story as being true, that this actually happened, but I want everyone to be very vigilant of the fact that this could be a hoax of some kind. This has happened before when it comes to cars. The car industry is very, very competitive, and sometimes one company will plant a phony story about another one. This happened about 20 years ago, if you remember, a little bit less than that, probably 18 years ago, with a Toyota Camry that was live on a chopper screen, and a live shot of the guy said he couldn't stop the Toyota from accelerating. It turned out the guy driving it was a UAW member, and they were trying to trash Toyota, and it was a total hoax, but the whole country believed it. I'm not saying this is a hoax. I'm just telling everyone should pay close attention to this. This may not be true. Wouldn't be surprised if it is, but be very careful when you hear negative stories about a particular car or particular model. All right, we don't have the exact dates of President Trump's visit to Japan. It's coming up soon. He's going to visit the new prime minister there, first woman prime minister there. But Japan's new government is reportedly preparing a very nice surprise for President Trump. Apparently, when he arrives outside the prime minister's residence, there are going to be dozens of new Ford F-150s parked outside of the building. Now, this is all part of President Trump's push to get the Japanese government to buy more of our trucks. A lot of people have noted that those trucks don't actually fit on a lot of Japanese streets, but the Japanese government is interested in buying them so they can use them for some of the government construction projects, some of their surveys that they do on coastal areas. That does call for truck use, and they're going to buy Ford F-150s. And apparently when President Trump gets there, I guess I'm ruining the surprise, I'm sorry, he's going to be surprised by dozens of F-150s right in front of the prime minister's residence. That'll be a nice photo op, and I think our Brian Glenn will be there to show it to us when it happens. Okay, coming up. It's never a good idea for any political party to crow too loudly about the economy, because there's always someone hurting economically in this country. But can you imagine how hard the mainstream media would be pounding President Trump right now if the stock market weren't at all-time highs, gasoline prices weren't so low, and big companies like GM weren't off to the races? We're going to take a closer look at the economic realities when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through RAV. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
It's Wednesday, October 22nd. Here are this morning's top stories. Then again, maybe not. Russian President Vladimir Putin cancels the planned summit with President Trump. Spoiler alert, Putin isn't interested in peace. Have a nice day. Curtis Sliwa refusing to drop out of the New York mayoral race, even as more big names line up to try to persuade him to exit. Election day is less than 2 weeks away. I don't know if dropping out will make much of a difference anymore. But two other races are toss-ups, and a lot of differences can be made in them. The governor's contest in New Jersey and Virginia, they're both tight, and President Trump is starting to speak up about them a lot more. But will Trump supporters come out in big numbers and vote for the Republican candidates? That's the big question. And if these elections are all about the economy, the Republicans have to be confident. The stock market at all-time highs, gasoline prices keep falling, and more big companies like GM say the tariffs aren't hurting as bad as they thought. Will it be the economy, stupid? American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. It is a Wednesday. I'm Jake Novak. Thank you so much for joining us and doing all the commenting that you do on the Getter and the Rumble chats. People comment on Substack. They comment on X. The key word being comment. We don't want you passive watching this program. Joining us now is IntelliStake CEO Jason Dussault. And Jason, I want to get to some of your theories about why the economy is doing better and some of the things that are involved with Bitcoin and all of that. But first, I got to get your 30,000-foot view of this because, look, from a political standpoint, and again, if I were advising candidates, even in the best of times, I would say don't talk too much about a good economy because there's always a lot of people who are hurting, and you got to be careful with that. It's a tightrope. However, I got to say, this economy looks pretty good to me, at least if you take a look at what it was predicted. We have stock markets making new all-time highs every day. Gasoline prices are going down every day. The tariff bite, not as bad as almost anyone predicted. Interest rates are coming down. Mortgage rates are coming down. Imagine if all those things were the opposite, Jason. You know that the Democrats and the mainstream media would be having their hair on fire right now. It looks pretty. I know that there are some problems in the job market, and that's fine, but it's not fine, and that's definitely a concern. But to me, this looks pretty good, Jason.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's amazing what happens when you have a businessman in the White House who's working every single day and working real hard. And I think that's what the difference you're seeing here. The economy really turns, I believe, on, good feelings, people feeling confident and being proud of their country and having someone like Donald Trump in the office pushing it. You don't have to agree with all of his policies, but at least give the man credit where credit's due. And I think he certainly deserves the credit on the current economy. And I like to zoom out a little bit more. I'm looking at the future and what the youth are investing in and what they're doing. And Trump is seeing that as well. What he's done with the Genius Act is genius. And we can get a little bit into that if you want. But yeah, there's no doubt. And of course, there's people at all sort of levels throughout the economy. But there's no doubt that that things are changing and there's a lot of confidence out there. And that's all due to Donald Trump.
Yeah, and it's important that we talk about this because one of the things that's troubled me now for 8 years since the first Trump tax plan was passed is that even supporters of President Trump aren't as well versed as they should be on some of the economic policies that really made a difference in this country and changed the narrative. The Democrats wouldn't be able to go around continuing this canard about billionaires, billionaires, billionaires if more people knew that the doubling of the standard deduction that the first tax bill did for blue-collar America is the greatest trickle-up tax policy in the history of this country. And by the way, he upped the ante on that in the new bill. Now the standard deduction is even bigger for people who don't itemize. That's a big deal. And now we have this other wrinkle that's not being talked about enough, even by Trump supporters, this up to 100% tax write-off that small and medium-sized businesses can use on their business equipment. So if I'm a small business and I buy a couple of laptops for my salespeople, I can write that off 100%. This is a huge game changer because, again, it's the small and medium-sized businesses that do all the job creation in any economy, especially this one. And people just don't talk enough about this. We're going to talk about the cryptocurrency wrinkle in just a second, but Jason, I mean, even Trump supporters don't talk about this enough. It would be great if they did because it might shut up the Democrats and the mainstream media talking about how Trump is just friendly with billionaires. This guy has actually helped blue-collar America more than any president in our history.
Well, again, it's the difference between a career politician and a businessman. A businessman's going to look at the job much differently. Also, I think it's different in his second term. In his first term, it was quite frankly chaos, and he didn't have the right people around him, and he didn't have the right support, and he didn't have the experience, and he didn't really understand how the system worked. And I know people give Trump a hard time, but he's actually a very nice guy. I mean, he's somebody that you can sit down and you can have a conversation with until you get his back up or get in his way. So you're really seeing in the second administration really what a businessman can do and not a career politician. And I wish you could go another 4. I really like what he's doing.
Well, he's packing in a lot. He's getting 8 years worth done in just even this year. Jason, so now true. I want to get to the cryptocurrency angle on all of this because you say cryptocurrency and the president's cryptocurrency policies are playing a role in propping up the economy. Can you explain that?
Well, actually, I mean, what he's doing is just following the youth movement. The Generation Z investors are so much different than myself and the boomers. I mean, if you take a look at I think the number is 43% of Generation Z has 43% own crypto compared to only 8% of boomers. So there's definitely a major switch going on here. And you can see that in the GameStop trade and then through the NFT run and then through a lot of these altcoins and other tokens. It's not just about Bitcoin. There is every single day, $580 billion worth of volume trading in the crypto markets right now. And past administrations have just ignored this. But you know what? Who hasn't ignored it is China. China's run over $1 trillion through their digital yen, and they see the future of money. And the future of money will be digital. Trump understands this. His administration understands this. And there is a war going on right now to gain digital dollar dominance. Now, of course, the U.S., you can go anywhere around the world, and if you give them a U.S. dollar, that's going to be much more valuable and something they can take to a bank to cash in. At one point in the future, and I believe in a lot sooner than people think, we're all going to be using digital money. And there's a war right now between China and the U.S. to control and become that world dollar. The U.S. has gone into a lot of these underdeveloped countries. They're giving, loans that can't be paid back. They're going in, they're building infrastructure, and they want to make sure that, those economies are all going to be running off of their digital yuan. Now, the problem with their digital yuan is it's not being minted or created by a free country. It's being created in a country that's going to be able to track. This is where people get concerned about credit scores, digital credit scores, and what you can do, how you can spend your money. And so this new digital economy and digital dollar, it's going to be very important that it is led by the American people, by the American government, and ultimately through the stablecoin market, which is what Trump, in launching his Genius Act, he's created the stablecoins and allowed the private sector to build this new economy. So there's really a race around the world to see who's going to win. And I believe it'll be the U.S., as we are the birthplace of innovation. So I'm very excited. I mean, it's again, 10 years China's had this digital yuan, and it took now Trump to come in and, open up this market. So it's very exciting. I'm very, very impressed with the decisions he's made in the crypto policy, and also just watch his moves. I mean, he's got more information than any of us, and him, his family, his sons, they're all in. Well, why are they all in? They see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, and viewers here on Real America's Voice see Donald Trump Jr. All the time talking about crypto. It's really important. And is there anything the Chinese aren't fighting a war on us? I guess maybe pizza. They're going to give it to us on pizza. We're still better at that. But they're fighting a war on us, everything else like that. Jason Dassault, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to get you on for a longer period real soon. And thanks for getting up so early and joining us. Thank you.
Of course, Jake. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hey, we're going to keep talking about money here for a second. Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round, like I got right here, that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Nice piece of silver here. Look, gold is up over 40. It's the top trade of the year, 40% since the beginning of the year, and Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver, honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're a current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are our viewers right here, I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of the month. Again, America to 989898. Do it today. Coming up, it's a new low for Great Britain as it capitulates to the Islamists taking over that country's culture. That story when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/Rav to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
That'll do it. Wow, the guys in the control room really want to go to Las Vegas. This is the second time we've taken this. This is the second time we've taken this shot. I want to know: are there any residential apartments within view of that sign? And do they have really good blinds for their windows? Can you imagine living? It's great apartments right on the strip. It's really great. One small problem: it's right in the reflection of this light here. You have to get a 20-pound shade on your window to stop the. Okay, I'm just kidding there. But it's always open 24/7 in Las Vegas. And if you're in a casino, for those of you who know, no windows. You have no idea what time of the day is, what day it is, whether it's night or more. That's the point. They want to make you completely immersed in the gambling experience. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. And I promise you, this next story I'm telling you is not a history story. This is not a story out of 1938. This is 2025. Maccabi Tel Aviv is the name of Israel's top soccer team. It's going to be playing Britain's Aston Villa club next month in Birmingham, England. But city authorities have banned the Israeli soccer club's fans from attending the game. They can't come because they say it would be a security risk. David Brody joins us now. No, it's not necessarily a security risk. It's a capitulation to radical violent Islamists. And it's yet another example of something I always say about anti-Semitism. I want everyone to listen very closely. But you don't need hate crime laws or special rules just for Jewish people or any other minority. That's not what stops bigotry. That's not what helps. What you need is simple law and order. Somebody commits a violent act. It shouldn't matter the race or the ethnicity of the perpetrator or the victim. You should just have a society where law and order is enforced. Law and order is the best friend for anyone trying to stop bigotry and acts of bigotry in any country. And Britain is capitulating to the mob. Pure and simple, David.
Well, I guess you're never going to be a Democrat. Sorry about that, Jake, because you're clearly against, or you're for law and order. The anti-Semites win. Congratulations, Birmingham. We'll send you a pin in the mail. Look, this is obviously insane, and that's the message: capitulation, and the anti-Semites, as I say, win. Birmingham is a real hotbed of this stuff. They have the fourth most anti-Semitic acts, if you will, that are kind of recorded, and I know you kind of just spoke about that to a degree in the UK. But look, the Jews in Birmingham, England, which is of course where this would have taken place, they're very concerned. As a matter of fact, there was one rabbi who said it actually looked like 1933 Germany in downtown Birmingham than 2025 Britain. So this is what Jews are up against, and yet, this idea that they want to just ban the fans from the game. I mean, you know what? Why don't you just have a white flag while you're at it and go like this? Because that's exactly what you've done.
I know. And where is King Charles in all of this? He's saying things like Britain is Muslim. He's supposed to be the head of the Church of England. Incredible. All right, American Sunrise coming up the next 2 hours. I'll see you tomorrow in Early Edition. Thanks for joining me.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. President Trump scoring a bit of a legal victory in Portland, Oregon. Here's the headline. It says, Trump scored a legal victory over National Guard troop deployment to Portland. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals pretty much overturned a federal order that was blocking the deployment.
It's so important that we got President Trump in on that first term. He appointed 10 federal district judges to that Ninth Circuit. And now, instead of it being all totally liberal, it's 16 appointed by Democrat presidents, 13 judges now appointed by Republican presidents.
Let's bring in Missouri Congressman Mark Alford to talk more about some of what's happening in Washington, D.C.
We do have a strategy here. This is not just sticking our foot in the door and keeping it from closing. We have got to make sure that we fund our government. That is job number one.
The ceasefire between Hamas and Israel holds, at least for now. Both sides accuse each other of violating the deal. Israeli officials say aid deliveries into Gaza are now back on.
What will happen is they will build on the Abrahamic Accords and President Trump's vision, which is that you can put the pieces back together again, will have proved true.
A new potential breakthrough to treat arthritis pain. Researchers are seeing how a low dose of radiation can treat some painful symptoms of osteoarthritis in knees.
It's now impacting people at much younger ages, and that might be a result of some of the foods that we eat being pro-inflammatory, including some of those seed oils. It also has to do with lifestyle, the fact that we spend so much time on our little devices, on our pads, so people have developed arthritis in their hands way earlier than they would have otherwise.
It's time to see who is woke this morning, and the answer would be Americans who are fleeing the country for what they think are greener pastures.
I've done a whole ton of traveling this summer abroad, and I am so grateful every single time I come back to America. I'm so happy to be back home, and so I must admit I do not understand this. I think that is it could be just a lack of education among young people, a lack of awareness that they are living in the greatest country in the world. I can't imagine anyone would want to leave the U.S. and would want to leave America. So this is not something that I think I'm a spokesperson.
It can take years to renounce your citizenship, and it costs lots and lots of money. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to do. So, you know, this idea that you can just kind of say, boom, I'm done, I'm out, it's not so simple, not to mention the fact that they need to consider why you leave in the best country on the entire face of the earth.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
During his trip to Israel, Vice President J.D. Vance is calling on Hamas to lay down its weapons, but also says people need to be flexible in further negotiations. How soon can we see the next phase completed? We will analyze, plus President Trump calling on Senate Democrats to end the government shutdown and vote for the clean extension. How long could this go on? Missouri Congressman Bob Onder will be here in minutes. And later, House Republicans are gearing up to release their report on Joe Biden's use of the auto pen. What more could we find out? We have those stories and more as American Sunrise starts right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Good Wednesday morning to you. I'm Terrence Bates coming to you from our Denver newsroom. We want to start with the story that we're following this morning. It's still developing. There was a situation outside of the White House. A suspect is in custody after being accused of ramming a car into a barricade there at the White House. We are still awaiting more details, just not a whole lot of information available at this point. The Secret Service, of course, is investigating. But the moment we do get an update, we, of course, will pass that along to you. In the meantime, let's bring in Emily Finn. She's in our West Palm studios, in for Dr. Gina this morning. David Brody in Washington, D.C. Welcome to both of you. Good morning. A lot of headlines, even apart from what you just saw there involving that car having rammed into a barricade outside the White House. Want to bring your attention to this New York Post headline, which reads, ex-CIA Director John Brennan referred to Justice Department for prosecution by House Judiciary Committee. Of course, there are claims that he lied to Congress. The Judiciary Committee's chairman, Jim Jordan, sent a letter to the DOJ referring Brennan. So let's bring in Emily and David to chit-chat a bit more about this. Emily, do you think this is ultimately going to go a bit further than just a referral? Will the Justice Department pick up this case and actually bring charges?
I think the Justice Department is going to do whatever the Trump administration wants them to do. Obviously need to do a full investigation and find out all of the details. But I do see that this could potentially go forward. What do you think, David?
Well, that's an interesting way to phrase it, Emily. That was pretty provocative to say that. I mean, it's kind of an interesting way, to say basically the DOJ is going to do whatever the Trump administration wants to do because, they're supposed to be separate. That's kind of the way it's kind of been viewed, though the liberal media clearly thinks that Pam Bondi and the DOJ are taking their cues from President Trump. And so that's interesting. I'll say this. 3 times, this is what Congressman Jim Jordan is saying, 3 times Brennan lied in front of Congress. So you've got that. The Steele dossier is where it's all about. In essence, what Jordan is saying here is that Brennan said the CIA had nothing to do with the Steele dossier. And Jordan's like, sell me a watch under the Brooklyn Bridge while you're at it. And so do I think, though, in answer to your question, Terrence, that the DOJ will indeed indict Brennan? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't think you get to this stage where you have a Congressman, Jim Jordan, and of course you have key House Republicans doing this and sending it over to the DOJ without something going forward, because then it just looks like an egg on your face situation. And for the DOJ at this point, under a Republican administration, to not indict Brennan, I think probably is, that wouldn't be the best look for sure for the administration. So we'll see. But yeah, I think this is another one on the list, if you will.
All right, well, let's be a little
wide open.
Little less provocative here and check out today's Bible verse. I think faith is something that we can all agree on here. It comes from Psalm 21:6. For you have made him most blessed forever. You have made him exceedingly glad with your presence. Great way to start the day. President Trump is calling on the Democrats to vote for the clean continuing resolution and reopen the government. Take a look at this.
From the beginning, our message has been very simple. We will not be extorted on this crazy plot of theirs. They've never done this before. Nobody has. You always vote for an extension. Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats need to vote for the clean, bipartisan CR and reopen our government. It's got to be reopened right now. We're not doing that. They are the obstructionists. And the reason they're doing it is because we're doing so well. We're doing well all over the world. We're doing well with the close to $20 trillion that I just told you about. It will be that number. But even if you take it down to over 17, that's a guarantee. We're doing well with everything.
Let's now bring in Missouri Congressman Bob Onder. Congressman, you have called on lawmakers to forego their pay during the shutdown. What reception has that gotten?
Well, yes, I think quite a few lawmakers have. I personally sent a letter last week to the clerk of the House asking that my pay be withheld for the duration of the shutdown. In the same letter, I asked that Hakeem Jeffries' pay be withheld during the shutdown. I don't think he's sent a similar letter. But look, people are suffering. We need to pay our troops. President Trump, figured out a way to find the money for one pay period. But our air traffic controllers, women and children, our veterans, our seniors are all suffering because of the Schumer shutdown. And why? Because, to use President Trump's word, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are trying to extort $1.5 trillion of new spending out of the American people to give health care to illegal aliens, to fund a bunch of woke international programs, and to give about $500 million to left-wing radio. So we're not going to be extorted. We're not going to be blackmailed. The Democrats have to do the right thing, come to the table, and do what we did during the Biden administration, which is to keep the government open and serving the American people.
Congressman, I have two questions. The first one is a follow-up to what you just said. What about premiums? The Democrats say premiums are going to go up for some Americans. What's your response to that, and what do you tell your constituents?
Yeah, look, what we're talking about here are the COVID-era enhanced subsidies to health insurance companies. We're not talking about private insurance. We're not talking about Medicare. We are talking about these Obamacare plans. And since ARPA and the IRA, the two big Democrat COVID stimulus programs, fraud and abuse has just skyrocketed among these so-called enhanced subsidies. And we need to rein them in. We need to reform them. We're certainly not going to extend them indefinitely. Look, the Democrats, when they passed these programs, they put an expiration date. 2025, which is now 2.5 years after the end of COVID. And especially in the zero premium category, there are millions of people out there who are not using their health insurance at all. They probably don't even know they have it. That some insurance broker enrolled them at the homeless shelter or in front of the Walmart, and they don't even know they have that. Essentially, we're just sending checks, free money to health insurance companies.
Yeah. Congressman, let me move to the Middle East. Vice President J.D. Vance is meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this morning. They actually already met just a little while ago. He said they have a great opportunity to do something historic. Here it is.
We have a very, very tough task ahead of us, which is to disarm Hamas, but rebuild Gaza, to make life better for the people in Gaza, but also to ensure that Hamas is no longer a threat to our friends in Israel. That's not easy. I think the Prime Minister knows that as well as anybody, but it's something that we're committed to in the Trump administration. And I think that we've, even in the past 24 hours, had a lot of good conversations with our friends in the Israeli government, but also, frankly, with our friends in the Arab world who are stepping up and volunteering to play a very positive role in this. So we're going to keep working at it. I didn't know what to expect, honestly. I know the president was here a week ago to welcome the hostages home and actually sign the deal. A week into it, there's a lot of work to do, but I feel very optimistic about where we are. So thank you for the partnership. Thanks for your willingness to continue to work on this. And I think we're going to do great things here. It's not going to be easy. I know that there are some folks in the media who I think are rooting against this proposal.
Interesting look, by the way, potential future president, J.D. Vance, next to Netanyahu, which made me think about a few things going forward. But, you know, by the way, J.D. Vance, as he was leaving, also was asked at the end of the press conference, how do you ensure Hamas disarms? And he said, we're going to keep working on it. But it is a question for you this morning. How do you get Hamas to disarm?
Yeah, well, first, I want to say we cannot underestimate the remarkable place where we are right now. I don't think a year ago, a month ago, we would have ever thought we'd be here at phase one of this peace deal. And I have to commend President Trump and our Arab allies for helping us to get to where we are. But that being said, Hamas has not behaved well since phase one of the ceasefire began. They have released all their living hostages, which is not to be minimized, but they have lashed out against their enemies. They've staged public executions, and they've killed 2 Israeli soldiers. But as J.D. Vance pointed out yesterday, the international security force is not yet in place. There are a number of our Arab allies interested in participating in that force, but it will be a tough slog in the months and years ahead, because unfortunately Hamas is not committed to peace, and they are not committed to leaving power. But I think it will. I think it will happen, but it could be rough going.
Yeah.
Congressman, I'd like to bring your attention to this headline, which reads, House Republicans preparing report on Biden's use of auto pen after months of investigation. What insight can you give us about what that report might say? Have you been party to the investigation surrounding the auto pen use by the former president?
Yes, the auto pen investigation is being conducted by James Comer and the House Oversight Committee. I serve on the House Judiciary Committee, and we're going to be looking at the use of the auto pen too. I don't know details of the report. I do know that the Oversight Committee interviewed over a dozen Biden administration officials. Some pled the Fifth Amendment, which tells you a lot right there, but others spoke openly. And I think we're going to find, the more we dig into this, that we were dealing with a mentally incapacitated president. Look, I was saying in 2020 that there was a reason why the Democrats were hiding Joe Biden in his basement. It wasn't COVID. It was his declining capacity. And then we saw that on full display last summer during the debate between President Trump and President Biden. So, no, I think we're eventually going to find that the government of the United States was being run by this shadow government, signing documents with an auto pen, and a very, very declining Joe Biden was not in charge of our government. It's really a scary thing. It's really a scandal.
Congressman, we're out of time pretty much, but yes or no, do you think that this investigation will find criminal activity or criminal wrongdoing? Yes or no?
I think yes.
Fair enough. Okay. Next time we'll follow up on that. Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you so much for your time this morning, Congressman.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Coming up, we check out the hottest headlines from the RAV newsroom with T. Bates. And later, President Trump's meeting with Vladimir Putin in Hungary has been put on hold. What are the main sticking points? We get expert analysis soon on American Sunrise. Stay with us.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
I just want to approve that aesthetic looking shot. Great job, guys in the control room, for bringing up that shot. Dallas, Texas. That's beautiful. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. Hey, by the way, check us out live on YouTube, Getter, Rumble. There's other places, but, go there and we'll kind of figure it out from there. You go to the chat and then we're in there. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't been in the chat much recently, but don't worry, I'm going back in. I know you're like, where is Brody? I'm coming back. And I just talked in the third person. All right, coming up, Vladimir Putin and President Trump, you remember them in Alaska? And it was like a kind of a love fest. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be a love fest in Budapest, Hungary. As a matter of fact, there might not be any meeting in Budapest, Hungary. And we're going to have the latest on that in a moment. First, though, T-Bates standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice Newsroom, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
David just alluded to this. President Trump saying his plan for a face-to-face meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin is off, at least for now, as he sees such a meeting as being, quote, a waste of time. The two were supposed to meet in Budapest, Hungary, to continue talks related to ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. That meeting was supposed to be an encore to the president's meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House last week. However, Russia's foreign minister said on Tuesday that his country is opposed to an immediate ceasefire, which appears to be a non-starter for President Trump. Now, on the other side of the world, the Trump administration claiming success in its peace deal and ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas.
We are 1 week into President Trump's historic peace plan in the Middle East, and things are going, frankly, better than I expected that they were. We're here at the Civilian Military Cooperation Center, which we are announcing the opening of. You have Israelis and Americans working hand in hand to try to begin the plan to rebuild Gaza, to implement a long-term peace, and to actually ensure that you have security forces on the ground in Gaza, not composed of Americans, who can keep the peace over the long term. So we've got a lot of work left to do. This is going to take a very, very long time.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance on the ground in Israel. Just this morning, he met with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. J.D. Vance overseeing what appears to be a fragile ceasefire following a couple of exchanges between Israel and Hamas, as well as claims from Israel that Hamas has already broken the terms of the agreement. The Vice President says there will likely be occasional eruptions of violence throughout this process, but he chalks that up to a history of disdain between the two sides, not a breakdown of the peace agreement. President Trump is drawing a line in the sand, saying that he is open to meet with Democrat leaders from the House and Senate to discuss the ongoing government shutdown. However, he'll only do so under one condition.
I'd love to meet with them. I just want them to open up the country first. You know, the country is so hot right now, and they've never voted against continuation. They've never voted again. They've never done that. They're doing this because they have Trump derangement syndrome. But I would love to meet. I would like to meet with both of them. But I set one little caveat. I will only meet if they let the country open. They have to let the country open.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who Republicans blame for the shutdown, says he has asked the president to meet this week before 47 heads to Asia on Friday. We'll, of course, see if Democrats ultimately blink in order to facilitate a meeting with the commander-in-chief in the next couple of days and vote to reopen the government. That's a quick check of your headlines. Now, let's get a quick check of your forecast. Meteorologist Tracy Anthony keeping an eye on the skies for us, or in this particular case, I guess more appropriately, Tracy, the the tropics as there's another hurricane that's developing or has developed?
Yeah, you know, we have Tropical Storm Melissa now in the Caribbean Sea. Now, this is uncharted waters so far this hurricane season. So this storm system will have a good amount of energy and warm ocean waters to really kind of get going. However, it is battling some wind shear, so we're going to see a few different weather variables impacting this storm system. But the big thing with Melissa is it's going to be a slow mover. So we are talking significant impacts for areas like the Dominican Republic, Haiti, even Jamaica.
Okay, Tracy. All right. Unfortunately, we're having mic problems with Tracy again. But here's the good news, folks. If you're watching us right now, look at the bottom of your screen. You see this, the QR code there. Scan that so that you can join our Weather Nation family. And what's even better is that your hometown forecast awaits. Head on over to the Real America's Voice chats on Getter, Rumble, and YouTube. In our next hour, if you are selected, you will get a hometown forecast just for you, courtesy of Tracy that you just saw there. Be part of the fun and join us and Weather Nation. It's going to be lots of fun. Tracy, we'll see you again in the next hour. All right, folks, let's get to what else is coming up. Vice President J.D. Vance says there will be no American troops on the ground in Gaza. You just heard some of that moments ago. So what more came out of his trip to Israel? We'll assess. First, though, a quick look at this day in history. It was on this date in 1978 that Pope John Paul II was inaugurated to be the Vicar of Christ and to lead the world's billion-plus Catholics. John Paul II served until his death in 2005. He was the first non-Italian pope since the 16th century, as well as the third longest-serving pope in history. More American Sunrise coming your way after this break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on a Wednesday. Welcome back. Excuse me, I'm all choked up emotionally about Philly. Welcome back to American Sunrise. Vice President J.D. Vance assured the American people there is not going to be boots on the ground, U.S. boots on the ground in Gaza. He called on Hamas to disarm. Take a look.
Unless Hamas disarms in accordance with the agreement, very bad things are going to happen, right? And also the incentive is that if they disarm, there's a better future for everybody on the other side of it. But in terms of the international security force, Steve and Jared, Admiral Cooper, are working on that very issue right now. Remember, this peace deal was struck under the president's leadership literally a week ago. The hostages were returned, 6 days ago, 5 days ago? So we're in the phase now where we're actually starting to conceptualize what that international security force would look like. I think it's important for Americans to know a couple of things. Number one, there are not going to be American boots on the ground in Gaza. The President of the United States has made that very clear. All of our military leadership has made that very clear. What we can do is provide some useful coordination.
For more, let's bring in retired Navy Captain, GOP strategist Armin Kurnian. Armin, great to have you here. I know you wake up early, so we appreciate it. The Vice President says no U.S. boots on the ground. Clearly the right move. So how should the U.S. go about all of this? Because this is not easy at all. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So there was a couple of very important things that the vice president said yesterday. Frankly, I think the most important thing was that he was very clear, said this is going to take a very long time. And I love the fact that he's setting these kinds of expectations. But I also love the fact that you have Indonesia who's going to send 20,000 troops, along with Egypt, Qatar, the UAE, Azerbaijan, and several other countries in that region, Islamic countries, that are offering to put troops on the ground there in Gaza to help keep the peace. Now, in terms of what the United States is going to do, the U.S. will send troops to Israel, and they will provide training. They'll provide coordination. They'll provide a lot of the instruction and the management of this effort because the United States, frankly, has the best logistics chains of any nation in the world when it comes to the military. Despite the fact that we have our own issues, we're still light years ahead of everybody else. So we can make the whole system work. We just don't need to actually have those troops in Gaza because I think that would be very counterproductive. And I think that's actually something, it's one of those rare things that everybody can actually agree on. So a tremendous amount of work to be done, but it is moving in the right direction. Journey of 1,000 steps.
Also, Armin, President Trump's planned meeting with Vladimir Putin has reportedly been put on hold. This comes after Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, and Russia reportedly said the goal to conquer Ukraine has not changed. So what do you make of all of this?
Well, I really like the fact that Trump says that he thinks it would be a waste of time. I think that's a positive step in his direction in this type of war. I know he doesn't want to get the United States more actively involved in the conflict. I totally get that. But in order for this war to end, frankly, I think that we do. I was going back and forth thinking about the offer of Tomahawk missiles or the request for Tomahawk missiles. The Army has shown, the U.S. Army has shown that they can launch these kinds of weapons from a land-based capability. You can provide that to the Ukrainians. I would give the Ukrainians the oldest types of Tomahawks we have because it's a very complex weapon and you don't want it to get shot down and be somewhat intact if it gets into the Russians' hands. But Ukraine could use these weapons against Russian oil infrastructure, which would hit them a lot harder than, say, if you launched them against military targets. I understand the position. I respect the president's position. But in order to get Russia to end this war, you have to compel them. They're running out of foreign currency reserves. Their ability to prosecute this war at this level is limited, and we can shorten that timeline quite a bit. And then perhaps once you start pushing them back a little bit, then that's going to get Putin back to the table.
Armin, I'd like to get your perspective on the Israel-Hamas and broader Middle East peace agreement. And it comes from this perspective. Vice President Vance was somewhat critical of American media, saying that they seem to be rooting against this plan moving forward and this plan being successful. And I would argue that a lot of that apprehension, if you will, from the media in general comes from the history of this conflict and the fact that there's such entrenched sides who have such hatred for each other. How do you see all of this? How do you see, first of all, the coverage of this, what I would term a fragile peace agreement? And then how do you see people being a little concerned about whether peace ultimately will prevail in that region?
honestly, Terrence, I don't think it's so much a question of media's critical look at perhaps this peace agreement as the media is simply rooting against Donald Trump. It's just that simple. You see it talking about the CR and budget negotiations, everything the president does. Most of the media is rooting against him. I think everybody wants to see peace in the Middle East. They're just upset about the fact that Donald Trump is actually making it happen. Not to be flippant about it, but I think that's simply the case. It is going to be very, very challenging. There will be hiccups along the way. You saw Hamas doing some executions. No effort of this magnitude is ever going to be simple, especially in the Middle East. But this is the best opportunity for peace since 1978, since President Carter got Sadat and sorry, mind's blanking. But back in 1970, Egypt and Israel, two nations historically at war for thousands of years. So this is that next step in order to bring peace to that Middle East. You get a good peace deal in Gaza. You get Hamas out of there. Now it opens up the door to a lasting peace between Israel and Syria, which we still don't have since the 1967 and 1973 wars. An expansion of the Abraham Accords. Israel having a negotiated treaty with Saudi Arabia, which would also be monumental. That door is open right now, and it cannot be underestimated how it's still a long way away, but how much closer we are than we have been in the recent past to seeing this happen.
David, may I just follow up? Menachem Begin, right? Is that who? I think
Begin, yes. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sure. Go ahead, Terrence.
Dave, I'm sorry. I just want to follow up because I think you raised a very interesting point. I think so much of the focus of this peace agreement is between Israel and Hamas, but this is really a broader regional peace agreement that could really affect the entire region. And you named some of the countries, Syria and elsewhere.
You know, I've said this so many times that the nations in the Middle East have used the Palestinians as a red herring. They've done nothing but virtue signal for these people for a very long time because all they want to do is they just want to needle Israel. They just want to go after Israel for this question, but they haven't done anything for these folks. And they let Iran metastasize this cancer of Hamas and Hezbollah and all these other proxies that they have in the Middle East that have essentially They've been using the Palestinians as a pawn in order for Iran to be a nation and give Israel a hard time. I think the president has recognized that this latest conflict between Israel and Iran, I think, needed to happen. It was something festering beneath the surface, and now that it's done and now that it's over with, we can perhaps move forward. The last wild card really is going to be Iran. Iran is isolated right now, and that isolation needs to be gently nudged, gently encouraged so that they continue to lose their influence in the Middle East, so that if they continue to fund these proxies in the Middle East, that some of these other nations are going to now isolate them even more economically through sanctions. We have to continue to encourage, quote unquote, countries to stop buying discounted Iranian oil on the black market, which is their economic engine. We've seen that they're pretty feckless from a military standpoint as much as they want to talk about it. But being able to funnel money into these low intensity conflicts is what has kept Iran relevant. We take them out of the equation, and suddenly the prospects for peace throughout that entire region, an area of 1 billion people, is much brighter.
I mean, the Trump administration did a great job with the Abraham Accords, obviously, and that's a big deal. But it should not be lost on anybody that this Peace 2025 signing that we saw last week, I mean, it looked like a funeral. Let's be honest. These people were not that happy to be there. Okay, look at them. I'm telling you, especially compared to what Israel was, with the Knesset, when we saw jubilation and laughs, and it was like stand-up comedy at the Catskills, and then we see this. So that should tell you everything you need to know, that these people were dragged kicking and screaming into this. Anyhow, Armin Kurdian, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Armin.
Have a great day.
All right, coming up, a new blood test is showing positive results in detecting cancer before symptoms show up. Those developments next on American Sunrise.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
A Kennedy curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
Welcome back, everyone. American Sunrise on your TV screen and on my mind right now as we're looking at Kansas City, Missouri. I would love some barbecue. Kansas City, one of the barbecue capitals of this country. Thanks so much for being here with us, everyone. It is time now for today's health news, and it's sponsored by the Wellness Company. Under the microscope today, a new blood test that can reportedly detect dozens of cancers before symptoms appear. Researchers in California studied a new multi-cancer detection center called Fallery, which can allegedly detect more than 50 types of disease. They conducted a study with more than 23,000 people, 50 and over, here in the United States and in Canada. They had standard screenings, and then they took the Gallery blood test. Of all of the groups who had the Gallery test, 216 people had cancer signals, and 133 of them were confirmed to have cancer. Other results showed that roughly 75% of the cancers found in the trial did not have standard screening here in the United States. Interesting there. Well, folks, the new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. Here's the reality. There's only so much that the government can do, and if we really want to make America healthy again, it starts at our own homes with each and every one of us. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from TWC doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of the medications inside. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. All of this can help you stay healthy and live a much longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again, and it starts at home. Do your part and protect the family and the health of your family by going to twc.health/RAV today and place your order. Again, twc.health/RAV. Use the promo code RAV to save 10%. All right, let's get you over to David Brody now. David, I'm sorry I didn't say 10%. That's a Dr. Gina thing, and I don't do it as well as she does, so I'm just going to say 10%, and I'll pitch it on over to you. Good morning.
Well, listen, don't even try. I'm not going to try. This is a Gina specialty. Only she can do it. We're just, I don't know, Gina wannabes, I guess, T-Bates. That's
there you go.
Something like that. All right. Now more on the ongoing government shutdown, where President Trump is calling on the Democrats to stop playing games and reopen the government. Here he is.
Today, I'm calling on every Senate Democrat to stop the madness, to let our country get back. In the greatest moment in the history of our country in terms of wealth, in terms of job creation, and in terms of investment coming in, these guys go on strike. It's really a shame. So I'm asking them to be smart. It's not working. They're getting killed in the polls. The public understands what they're doing. They're doing the wrong thing.
All right, let's now bring in the politics editor for the Daily Signal. That'd be Bradley Devlin. Bradley, good to see you. So how does this shutdown end exactly? You got any bright ideas? I'm out of them.
Well, hopefully it doesn't end with Republicans capitulating to these absurd demands. And President Trump's right to point out just how absurd they are. They want $1.5 trillion in government spending, which of course comes from your taxes, to fund the government until November 21st. And then we get to do this whole thing over again, especially if you provide them the incentive to do so by capitulating. How does this thing end? I don't know. But Democrats are now lining this thing up, saying November 1st is a hard deadline because open enrollment's going to start for Obamacare. That's when people are going to see their health costs rise. And so they're trying to point the finger at Republicans and saying, you better solve this by November 1st. But I think it's Democrats who might be in the hot seat, because negotiating these Obamacare health subsidies under a government shutdown is just a non-starter if you're a Republican, Democrat, or independent.
So let me follow up then. Do you think Democrats blink before November 1st and vote to reopen the government? President Trump has already says, I'm not going to meet with you until you reopen the government, which is a pretty hard line. And I think it kind of sets the environment even for other Republicans to kind of hold firm. So is it the Democrats that ultimately blink?
They would be wise to blink before November 1st. I don't think they will. They've used this as a political game through and through. It's been despicable what they're doing to the American people, holding their taxpayer dollars hostage while demanding them to pay higher prices in healthcare, demanding them to go without some of these government services. And listen, I think the three of us say a lot of this government should shut down and never come back open. But truth be told, there are some important things that our government does, like paying the troops, which the Democrats have voted against at several junctures, once individually just paying the troops, and then 11 separate times by refusing to reopen the government. They're going to see how that sticker shock plays politically. That's what I think is so sinister about this, with the knowledge that they're pushing this false deadline of November 1st, knowing that these healthcare companies could probably adjust their rates going through to the end of the year as enrollment continues.
Bradley, we got 20 seconds or so, but you know the deal. After November 1st, and we start to see some of those premiums potentially rise here, here comes the CNNs and MSNBCs of the world and the woe is me stories, and that's happening. It's coming.
Yeah, and the right-wing media, the conservative media, need to do a good job at telling those stories, too. It's something that the New York Times does effectively. What about the woe is me stories about the troops who are having to go without paying their mortgage, having to get short-term loans with incredibly high interest rates? Where are the woe is me stories about that? Because Democrats are voting against paying our troops right now, and I think there's nobody in the world more deserving than of a paycheck than the American military.
Yeah, good point.
Bradley, when are you running for office? You've got my vote, my friend. Thanks so much.
We'll see. I'll stay on the outside for now, because in journalism, you actually get a paycheck right now.
Fair enough. Good point. Good point. Thanks so much. Bradley Devlin joining us this morning. We appreciate your time, my friend.
All right. See you at the big steak dinner.
There you go. We can afford it. Some can't. Coming up, liberal comedian Jon Stewart calls out his fellow Democrats for being in the pocket of pharmaceutical companies. But what do his comments actually have to do with the ongoing government shutdown that we're still talking about 3 weeks in? Well, his comments are next here on American Sunrise.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
Welcome back, everyone. Time to stay awake, not woke. Here's an idea for you. What if your morning coffee could actually help you stay younger longer? Rejuvenate Coffee is more than coffee. It's science-backed longevity fuel that's infused with CAAKG, which is a compound that's naturally found in your body that's been studied for its role in slowing aging, repairing cells, and boosting mitochondrial health. That means that every cup is doing double duty, giving you clean, crash-free energy now, while also supporting your body at the cellular level for the future. It's your daily ritual weaponized against aging. Go to 1775coffee.com/Rav and order Rejuvenate Coffee today. Fuel your body, protect your future, and rejuvenate. All right, folks, now that you're caffeinated, it's time to stay awake, not woke. And today, we are discussing liberal comedian Jon Stewart. Stewart had this to say about the government shutdown, more specifically, the Obamacare subsidies that Democrats are trying to protect.
And this gets to the Democratic solutions have never been to directly provide. It's always been a subsidy to a middleman. But what happens is when the government promises endless funds to insurance companies or private universities without any cost controls, and Trump seems to understand this, prices rise far beyond the rate of inflation. And we've seen it in tuition, and we've seen it in pharmaceutical, and we've seen it in healthcare. So my question is, will Democrats recognize the poison pill that they've often placed into well-intentioned policy?
Right. All right, let's bring in Emily and David. And David, my interpretation of what we just heard is, Democrats, you've been in the pocket of pharmaceutical companies far too long, and now it's starting to cost you. That's my take. Please correct me.
No correction needed at all. That's exactly what he was saying. And to be clear, I mean, he's not breaking with Democrats on the shutdown overall. I mean, you know, he has a lot of blame put at Russ Vought and President Trump and Republicans. So it's not like Jon Stewart is changing his stripes here. But he, you know, look, he's kind of a guy that will call out both parties when appropriate. And I'm glad he's calling out Democrats on the hypocrisy.
Emily?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's always good to call out both sides. Never want to see any hypocrisy, Terrence.
No, absolutely. And unfortunately, Jon Stewart's commentary there with Bernie Sanders, it's probably not going to change much in terms of voting in Democrats and them voting to reopen the government. It's just a lot of talking, a lot of hot air, as the old folks say, Emily, but not a whole lot behind it.
Yeah, definitely. I would have to agree with you on that there, Terrence. As the old folks say, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, by the way, that's coming from an old folk. I am now a mature American citizen, technically, by age, David. So I guess I am one of the old folks I joke about. Coming up, Pope Leo declared 7 new saints, but could one of them, but only one of them is really making headlines for an odd reason. We've got the details ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
God bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. It is time now for our Moments of Faith, brought to us by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. In focus today, Pope Leo has declared 7 new saints in a ceremony at St. Peter's Square involving roughly 70,000 attendees. Among them is Bartolo Longo, a former Satanist priest who converted and dedicated his life to Christian service. You heard that right, former Satanist, a dramatic turnaround that speaks to his redemption. Other honored saints include martyrs, a doctor of the poor, and missionaries from around the world, representing the global reach of faith. For conservative Christians, this ceremony highlights a return to traditional values and the power of repentance in a world where cultural elites push secularism. The message is clear: faith can transform even the most extreme paths, and the church's spiritual mission remains a crucial counterbalance to woke culture. For discussion, let's welcome to American Sunrise the author of The Avatar, Jonathan Cahn. Jonathan, we want to ask you a couple questions about your book, but first, I want to get your reaction to this former Satanist saint. I mean, when I first saw this headline, I was like, okay, hold on a second. Like, does this make sense? And then when I looked into it a little bit further, it's the ultimate testimony of forgiveness, right?
Yeah, well, the power of God is to save everybody, and especially people who are not godly. Paul, when the Apostle Paul wrote, he said, I was the greatest sinner. He's the one who persecuted the believers, but he said that he was saved and turned for that reason. So I've known people who have been into Satanism and who have been delivered. God can deliver anybody.
He certainly can. I think what message do you think that this sends from the Catholic Church to be honoring someone like this?
Well, I think anything that is speaking of the power of God to save. I mean, listen, I've known former Nazis who came to the Lord and who love the Jewish people now. Satanists, prostitutes. Listen, Jesus hung out with the sinners. So that is totally in line with it. At the same time, just a note, the Bible doesn't speak so much about saints being a special category of people. It says actually every true believer, every true Christian or born again is actually a saint. So that's the other part, because God seeks to change all of us.
Absolutely. There is redemption for everyone. Walk us through what if someone is a sinner, right? If someone is a Satanist even, what would be your advice to them to be able to go through life, to be able to get into the kingdom of heaven one day, to be able to find redemption?
Yeah, well, it would be for the same that would say for everyone, but and I've known people literally who were worshiping Satan and who came to the Lord. Well, that God loves you, and why would you want to be on the losing side? Why are you worshiping the one where is going to lose and you're going to end up in hell? But God loves you. It says He died. Jesus died for everybody, and that is the whole power of the gospel. So nobody is so far away from God that His love isn't greater. So open your heart and seek, and He will find you.
Jonathan, I do want to ask you about your book, The Avatar. What inspired you? How does your faith inspire you to write this book?
Well, I've been led, with all my books, is like to open up mysteries that are unfolding right now. And I would say that The Avatar is probably the most explosive book I've ever written. And that is that there's a whole nother realm. The Bible speaks about it, but there's a whole nother realm behind what we're watching in the news. Even behind the political realm, there are mysteries that are from the Bible, but are coming true right now, and even determine who's going to be in the White House, how long they're going to be, where we are, and what the future holds. So it is really explosive, but once you open up this realm, you can't unsee it.
Jonathan, where can our viewers go if they want to check out your book?
The Avatar is literally everywhere. If you go online, just make sure you don't confuse it with a movie, because that's not going to save you. But it looks like that. It's everywhere. If you go on Amazon right now, if you go anywhere, it has the mystery of Donald Trump, the future, so much. But I pray also that people don't just get it for yourself. Get it for people in your life who need to know God, like we were talking about, and people who need to wake up.
Jonathan, thank you so much for being on our show. I had a lot of fun talking with you this morning. Hope we have you back on again soon.
Amen.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Back with the second hour of American Sunrise in 2 minutes. We'll stick around.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
my views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
Coming up on the second hour of American Sunrise, the Secret Service arrests a suspect that rammed a car into the White House barricade last night. Details are still coming in on the developing situation. We'll have the latest for you as the story unfolds. Plus, the government shutdown enters its fourth week, and Republicans are holding firm against Democrat demands. Senate Democrats continue to vote against a House-approved bill to reopen the government. We'll have the latest straight ahead. And later, did former CIA Director John Brennan lie to Congress? House Chairman Jim Jordan says newly declassified documents prove it, and he's calling on the Justice Department to take action. The second hour of American Sunrise starts right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back, everybody, to Second Hour American Sunrise. I'm David Brody, coming to you from D.C. Let's bring in Emily Finn in for Dr. G.T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Hey, guys, the shutdown in day, I forget, 21, 22, 42 hike. I don't know. T. Bates, this whole thing has gone sideways so quickly, and I don't see it straightening out anytime soon, T. Bates.
David, since you used the football reference, I'm open. Throw me the damn ball. That's
Keyshawn Johnson. That's Keyshawn Johnson. I know.
Yes,
I got you. I got you.
And I figured he's a former Jet. I figured you'd appreciate that. Yeah, I don't even go a days anymore when I'm counting this government shutdown. I think we're now in week 3. We're in week 3 of this government shutdown. And unfortunately, Emily, it just doesn't look like there is any end in sight. President Trump has dug in saying, look, I'm not going to negotiate until you reopen the government. And it seems to me that Democrats feel like their only opportunity to negotiate is within a shutdown, which means we're at a stalemate and nobody seems to be willing to move, Emily.
You know, Terrence, I said this yesterday. I wish that everyone could just get along, not that you have to compromise on your values, but we have to move forward. I mean, we can't just have our government shut down this long. And like you said, I don't think that there is an end in sight. But at the end of the day, we can't continue on like this. So something is going to have to happen for people to come to the table and have some conversations and compromise.
Absolutely. And guys, if I can just share a personal story, which I think really kind of encapsulates things. My god sister is a teacher for the Department of Defense. She basically teaches in military schools abroad. She says, I talked to her the other day and she says, Terry, she calls me Terry. She says, Terry, I'm having to go to work every single day. I'm having to deal with these kids and I'm not getting paid. She says, I'm not able to pay my rent because I haven't gotten a paycheck. And so I've depleted most of my savings now. And she said, the only good thing that's come out of this is that I'm doing a 36-hour fast because the reality is I can't really even afford groceries at this point. So at least I'm going to try to get some sort of spiritual rebalance. And that really put it into perspective for me, just the impact it has. There are people who are affected here that we may not see, we may not know their situations, but this is really hurting Americans. And so it's a tough situation. And unfortunately, the people impacted are the ones losing, and Congress, they're still getting their paychecks. So I just wanted to share that story, which I think offers a little perspective. All right, guys, President Trump, as I mentioned, drawing a line in the sand, saying that he is open to meet with Democrat leaders from the House and Senate to discuss the ongoing government shutdown, but only under one condition.
I'd love to meet with them. I just want them to open up the country first. The country is so hot right now.
And they've never voted against, continuation. They've never voted against. They've never done that. They're doing this because they have Trump derangement syndrome. But I would like to meet with both of them. But I set one little caveat. I will only meet if they let the country open. They have to let the country open.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who Republicans blame for the shutdown, says he has asked the president to meet this week before 47 heads to Asia on Friday. We'll see if Democrats blink in order to facilitate a meeting with the commander-in-chief in the next couple of days. Well, President Trump says his plan for a face-to-face meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin is off, at least for now, as he sees such a meeting being, quote, a waste of time. The two were supposed to meet in Budapest, Hungary, in order to continue talks related to ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. That meeting was supposed to be an encore to the president's meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House last week. However, Russia's foreign minister said on Tuesday that his country is opposed to an immediate ceasefire, which appears to be a non-starter for President Trump. Now, on the other side of the world, the Trump administration celebrating a bit of success in its peace deal and ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas.
We are 1 week into President Trump's historic peace plan in the Middle East, and things are going, frankly, better than I expected that they were. We're here at the Civilian Military Cooperation Center, which we are announcing the opening of. You have Israelis and Americans working hand in hand to try to begin the plan to rebuild Gaza, to implement a long-term peace, and to actually ensure that you have security forces on the ground in Gaza, not composed of Americans, who can keep the peace over the long term. So we've got a lot of work left to do. This is going to take a very, very long time.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance on the ground in Israel on Tuesday. Just this morning, he met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. J.D. Vance, by the way, on the ground in Israel, overseeing what appears to be a fragile ceasefire following a couple of exchanges between Israel and Hamas, as well as claims from Israel that Hamas has already broken terms of the agreement. The vice president says there will likely be occasional eruptions of violence throughout the process, but he chalks all of that up to the history of disdain between the two sides, not a breakdown of the peace agreement. Nationwide redistricting efforts aimed at helping Republicans win more seats in the U.S. House continue, with North Carolina being in the spotlight today. In just a few hours, the North Carolina State House is scheduled to begin floor debate and votes on redrawing the boundaries of a Democrats' district there. The Democrat's name is Don Davis. He currently represents 20 counties in the northeastern part of the state. The plan already passed the state Senate along a party line vote on Tuesday. The measure is expected to pass as Republicans hold majorities, in both the House and the Senate, and the state's governor cannot veto. A number of GOP-led states are seeking to secure more seats for the party in an effort to retain or even extend the current Republican majority. That's a quick check of your headlines. Now, let's get a quick check of your forecast. In our last hour, we, of course, asked you to head over to the Real America's Voice chats on Getter, Rumble, and YouTube to be chosen to get your hometown forecast live. Tracy Anthony is standing by ready to give you that one. I understand that one of your forecasts is for Phoenix. I can do that one. Phoenix is always pretty simple. It's high.
You know what? I have a plot twist for you. The plot thickens. Just wait here about 20 seconds. We're starting off, though, in Sioux Falls. This coming in from Rumble, Justice Rumble. Sioux Falls, you've been fairly chilly the last couple of mornings, but finally going to be digging out. So it looks like a beautiful fall weekend. Temperatures going to be in the 60s. Now, here's the plot twist for Phoenix. We're going from 91 degrees today down to 83 degrees tomorrow. So quite the cool down in the forecast, at least for Phoenix. So a big temperature swing for you guys. The high terrain around Phoenix, you're going to be dealing with some rain showers as the system moves on through. But across the country, other big headlines, we're tracking Tropical Storm Melissa in the Caribbean. Also, the Southern Plains bracing for flooding rains by the end of the week. And we have another atmospheric river setting up across the Northwest. So a lot going on and a few trouble spots with the rain. But Terrence, what did you think about that big cool down?
I like it. I'll take your plot twist twice on Sunday and every other day beyond that. 83 degrees, what I would give for 83 degrees right here in Denver right now, Tracy. Oh, my God.
Yeah, you know.
Well, I guess it's probably that warm down there by you. You guys are probably.
I was going to say, I get that every day.
Okay, well, I'll see you soon. I'll come to visit. Drinks on you. Tracy, always good to talk to you.
You
All
too.
right. All right, for those of you watching right now, again, go to the bottom of your screen. You can scan that QR code you see there to join the Weather Nation family. We'd love to have you part of the family. And who knows, you might even get your own personalized forecast from Tracy there. All right, let's get you over to David now. David, good morning. Nanny boo-boo, David, I get my own personal forecast. Take that, buddy.
Oh, well, okay. Well, look at you now. All right. All right, so T. Bates, we mentioned this at the top of the 8 a.m. hour. A suspect was arrested last night. He rammed his car into the barricade of the White House. The Secret Service is saying the suspects crashed the vehicle into the actual Secret Service gate. Join us now with the latest is, I know him. He's the RAV chief White House correspondent. That would be Brian Glenn. Brian, what can you tell us about this? That's a bit unusual, to say the least. I wonder what's happening this morning. Good morning.
But good morning. It does happen here quite often than you would think, though. On the way this morning, I talked to a few officers, see if I can get a few more details that we don't already know. They weren't able to give any of that. But, yeah, a suspect at about 10:30 last night ramming, we don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, into the barricade there at the 19th Street and E intersection there, an intersection that all of us walk by pretty much on a daily basis. Now, the vehicle looked like a four-door sedan. Maryland plates, that's all we know. Suspect was taken into custody on that. But one of the things you always have to look out for when you're, I guess, anywhere near the White House, either if it's 8 o'clock in the morning or 10:30 at night, David, and I think we can all agree that all of us were tucked in our beds at 10:37 last night. So it was none of us that rammed that barricade last night at the White House. But just clearing everybody's name at this point.
So it was not you, is what you're saying, just to confirm. It was not you.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, good to know.
I still need to double check your alibi.
Glad there's no injuries on that. By the way,
absolutely.
Happy there's no injuries on that, though. We are reporting that.
Yes.
No, absolutely. Hey, Brian, unfortunately, a story that just continues to linger over the White House and over Washington, D.C. in general is the government shutdown. It's now entering its fourth week. Democrats continuing to press for extending health subsidies that expire at the end of the year. President Trump calling out Chuck Schumer specifically and Senate Democrats yesterday, urging them to vote for a clean, bipartisan CR, even as I've said all morning long, drawing a line in the sand here. Here's some of what he had to say yesterday.
From the beginning, our message has been very simple. We will not be extorted on this crazy plot of theirs. They've never done this before. Nobody has. You always vote for an extension. Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats need to vote for the clean, bipartisan CR and reopen our government. It's got to be reopened right now. We're not doing that. They are the obstructionists. And the reason they're doing it is because we're doing so well. We're doing well all over the world. We're doing well with the close to $20 trillion that I just told you about. It will be that number. But even if you take it down to over 17, that's a guarantee. We're doing well with everything.
And Brian, later on in the day, President Trump going on to say that he's not going to meet with Senate leader Chuck Schumer until the government is reopened. Again, drawing a line in the sand, saying put up or shut up. At this point, from the outside looking in, and obviously you're there at the White House, so you're getting a better sense than most. It just doesn't seem like we're at an impasse. It doesn't seem like there's any movement, and this thing is going to last probably beyond November 21st at this juncture, it sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, and I do agree with President Trump on the fact that he is winning on the revenue coming in from the tariffs. He's winning on the crime issue. He's winning across the board. But here's something that I want us all to consider at this point. If the government opened up today, Congress is burning calendar days where they can get back into session and come up with the next budget plan for the next deadline that's coming up. So to get these appropriations passed, to really work on what would be called a new budget, because if you think about this, this is just a continuation of the Biden budget, the clean CR. That clean CR, that's exactly what this is. So every day that goes by narrows the window of opportunity for Republicans. So I kind of wish that Speaker Johnson would call members back into session, get back in their offices, get back in these meetings, and let's work on a plan to solve these problems. And let's not allow this shutdown to shut off the dialogue that needs to go on right now amongst House members. So perhaps he can, get him back into Washington and work on these plans, because right now people are getting frustrated with the government overall. Now, I know the approval numbers for President Trump have ticked up since the shutdown, but if you factor in the overall approval rating of Congress and really of the Senate, it is down. We need to show the American people, despite the government being shut down, we need to come together and solve these problems, get back into session, and let's work on a new budget.
Brian Glenn, preaching truth from the White House this morning. Brian, great to see you, my friend. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, coming up, former FBI Director James Comey wants his criminal case thrown out, calling it vindictive and selective prosecution. We're going to bring you those details when we come back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm American Sunrise contributor Emily Finn. It's great to have you with us this morning. Time now to drain the swamp, and this morning we are flushing out former FBI Director James Comey, who is moving to dismiss his criminal case, claiming it's a vindictive prosecution driven by his own political attacks on President Trump. Comey's legal team argues the indictment is unlawful because the U.S. attorney who signed it was appointed under questionable circumstances immediately after Trump called for his prosecution. The motions paint this as part of a pattern where the DOJ, under Trump's influence, targets his foes while posing as justice. But for MAGA patriots, this is yet another example of the swamp using the justice system as a weapon against real Americans. But the real question now, will the court expose the abuse and dismiss the case for good, or let the elite politics continue unchecked? Let's bring in David and Terrence for further discussion here. Terrence, how do you see all of this playing out for Comey?
I believe the case will ultimately move forward. I don't think the judge will ultimately dismiss this, especially based on the argument. It's a pretty common argument that we hear when these sorts of cases are brought against people. That's kind of the first attempt from defense lawyers, is try to get it dismissed based on the idea that there's this political persecution, or that the investigator, or in this particular case, special counsel who is bringing the case, shouldn't have been seated in the first place. It's an attempt, but I suspect that it probably will be denied and will go by the wayside, and this case will ultimately move forward, and it will be decided on its merits. The evidence will be presented, and then Comey will either be guilty or innocent based on the merits of the case the DOJ brings, David.
You know, it's hard to say. I mean, we've heard conservative legal scholars say that the case against Comey is not airtight at all. As a matter of fact, it's got a lot of lapses and loopholes. And then some other conservative legal scholars think this is a no-brainer. So I kind of feel like they're all over the place. And so I don't know. I really don't. I mean, I've tried to kind of summarize all that information in my head and kind of make sense of it. I don't know. I mean, that's the bottom line. Here's what I do know. Here's what I do know is that this will be taking place in a liberal area, liberal jury pool, most likely. And that's great news for Comey. So does he walk? Yeah, I would think the percentages of him walking are over 50%. It might be 51, might be 60, 65. But we'll see. But he's definitely in, a liberal area, T. Bates.
But do you guys think it will ultimately go to trial, or will it be dismissed? I just can't imagine. And the other thing is, and sometimes there are these extraneous factors that also play into it. Given all of the attention to the case, I can't imagine, and obviously it could happen, but I think it would be difficult for a judge not to even bring the case or allow the case to move forward and the evidence to be presented. How do you see that, David, and Emily, you as well?
Yeah. I think so. I think it'll probably just be brought to trial. I mean, it's such a high-profile case that I feel like, at this point, if you don't bring it to trial, I think that could just be bad for the country. I know other people will say it's bad for the country that he's even on trial, but the point is that, if a jury cannot at least hear the evidence of all of this, then I think if the judge is trying to tamp down things and say, look, we're not going to go there, I don't think that's going to work at all.
Yeah, I think we are all in agreement here. It's definitely going to go forward, and we are definitely going to talk about it here on American Sunrise moving forward. It is a high-profile case. All right, coming up, we're headed down to Wall Street for the opening bell and some insight on what was a very happy and historic day for General Motors in Detroit and the stock exchange. We'll be back with more American Sunrise in just 2 minutes. Stick around.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
It's Mama Lily.
out in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
For the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. If you're trying to figure out what this skyline is, no, it is not New York. This is actually Kansas City, but we will be taking it to New York for the opening bell here in just a few minutes. I can tell you pre-market trading, kind of a mixed bag at the moment. Let me take a look at my phone here. It looks like the Dow is back up. In fact, just a couple of moments ago, it was down. The Dow is up. The S&P 500 is up as well. The NASDAQ is in the red at the moment. So that gives you an idea of where things stand right now. But again, a lot can change in the next 7 or 8 minutes. We'll take you to New York then for the opening bell. But first, let's take you to suburban Washington, D.C. That's where David is. David, good morning.
Good morning, T. Bates. All right, time now for our daily dose of dollars and common sense. We've got American Sunrise Early Edition host, the guy behind Jake's Takes Substack. That would be Jake Novak. So, Jake, these are the best of times for GM, or at least the best in a long time. So why is that happening? How is that happening exactly?
Well, they've been having a great year with the sales of their trucks. That's really the biggest reason. Now, when these things come out, they always try to talk about all their divisions. This is working. That's right. I'm telling you, it's about trucks. But there's another thing that Wall Street was really happy about yesterday, sending the stock to its all-time high. And it's up another 1% this morning in the pre-market, so it looks like it's going to add to it. They're very happy that GM came out and said, you know what, we're going to estimate lower the cost of the tariffs that we had said it was going to be earlier this year. So in other words, the tariffs aren't hurting them as much. And this is yet another underline for me and for people like me who were trying to tell everyone back in April when the tariffs were first announced the following. Do you think that if President Trump had any information that said this was really going to hurt the auto industry, was going to absolutely take them down, do you think he would have done it? I mean, come on, let's get real here. I think he had the information that I had from some people also that it would cost them something, but actually it wouldn't be that bad and eventually could actually lead to them making a lot more money. So, folks, GM's doing really, really well. It's mostly about trucks, but it's also about this tariff. The tariff fear is being allayed a little bit, and I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal. Obviously, Jake, let's not leave Ford out of this party. There's some very cool news that they got that company coming out of Japan. It's all about President Trump, though. What's going on?
Yeah. Brian Glenn is still listening. I'm gonna ruin a surprise for him, but at least now he'll be prepared for it. Apparently, Japan, the new government in Japan, is going to buy dozens of Ford F-150s and display them outside of whatever palace or government building President Trump is going to visit when he visits there in a couple of weeks. We don't have the exact dates, or at least not for public consumption. We don't know the exact dates exactly when President Trump will be going to Japan, but it's going to be in a couple of weeks. And apparently the Japanese government wants to surprise him with the nice surprise of having all these Ford F-150s that they bought for government work there. It's not really a consumer demand, big trucks like that in Japan. Their streets are too small for them, frankly. But for government work like doing their assessments of coastal areas or construction sites, they do need those trucks. And apparently they're going to unveil them and President Trump will see them, and that should bring a smile to his face. Now Brian Glenn knows about it. Maybe he can get one of those trucks for us and drive it back. I don't know.
Maybe so. Brian, are you listening? Yeah. You watching?
Yeah, I know.
Watches
Free
us,
truck.
Of course. Right. All right, Jake, give us the latest on the future of CNN parent Warner Brothers Discovery. Are we going to get into a bidding war here for this media giant? What's your view on that?
Yeah, this is a good old-fashioned hot merger and acquisition takeover story, David, and this is getting exciting. David Zaslav, who's the CEO of Warner Brothers, is now openly admitting, yeah, we're for sale, come and bid on us. He has now rejected yet another offer from Paramount Skydance. He doesn't want Paramount Skydance to be the buyer. It's not so much about the money. The opening offer was $20 a share. They've upped it to $24. Still no sale because Zaslav, you see right there, he wants to still control a big part of the company after a merger or a takeover. That's what it's about for him. And Paramount Skydance probably won't give it to him. We'll see. Also, by the way, David, this spells the end is near for CNN. Whoever's going to buy Paramount Warner's is probably not going to keep CNN alive in the way that we know it. Certainly not Paramount. So yet more proof that CNN, my prediction that CNN will not be the CNN as we know it this time next year, getting a little bit more traction right now this morning.
So explain that exactly, the end of CNN. We've talked a little bit about this before, like more like a digital imprint, but help us through that as to why, not so much what it might look like, but why exactly. Kind of dumb it down for us, like from a business standpoint, in terms of why CNN would all of a sudden change based on some of what's going on here financially.
Well, it would be the ultimate redundancy, especially if Paramount buys it. Paramount already has a streaming network of, I forgot what it's called, CBS News, I forgot what it's called. But they already have a streaming, nobody watches it.
News Now,
anyway,
CBS News Now.
Yeah, something like that. So that would be a redundancy. They wouldn't need to have both at the same time. So that's one thing. Also, as we've talked about before, these news channels are a loss leader, basically a lobbying arm for these companies. They don't make that much money, but they're basically lobbyists. They give the Democrats and the swamp what they want in Washington. Well, they don't need two of those mouthpieces. They can do that on CBS, and that's what they decide to continue to do. So they're going to get rid of it. It's just not necessary. It'll be an online documentary channel or something like that.
Yeah, less liberal media mouthpieces. I'm all for that. Count me in. Yeah. Jake Novak, great to have you, as always. Appreciate you. Time for the bell. At the New York Stock Exchange, T-Bates time, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
The applause is getting ready to get underway at the podium at the New York Stock Exchange, and then that will be the countdown for the opening bell, and we'll get a better idea of exactly how the markets are looking. There you hear the applause, which means the bell is going to be ringing here quite literally any second, and we'll get a quick idea. Just a little while ago, I showed you how markets were looking in pre-market trading. Generally pretty good. The NASDAQ was the only blemish, but now that the bell is ringing, the markets are officially open, and let's see how things are now looking now that everything is open. And just like that, things have changed a little bit. As you can see, the Dow is down just a hair, but it's down. The S&P 500 is the only good spot, but the NASDAQ also down right now. As you can see, just a couple of other blemishes there on the board. That would be gold, which is the other blemish, which is kind of funny because we're getting ready to talk about gold, which has been at all-time highs. As I said, we're going to talk about gold, which means that you're really encouraged to buy gold, and if you do, you might even be able to get yourself one of these. This is free silver, and there you see it on your TV screen. It's a closer look. For every $5,000 purchased from the Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they're going to send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags, as you can see here. Gold, by the way, is up 40% since the beginning of the year. And the Birch Gold Group can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. If you're current or former military, the Birch Gold Group has a special offer just for you. Get this, they're going to waive custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, many of whom are RAV viewers, we really want to encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. It's as simple as texting the word America to the number 989898 for a free information kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of this month. Again, simply text the word America to the number 989898 or 989898. Do so today and get the hookup. All right, folks, still to come here on American Sunrise, former CIA Director John Brennan has been referred to the Justice Department by House Republicans, specifically Jim Jordan, who is accusing him of lying to Congress. We'll get the full scoop when American Sunrise returns.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Terrence Bates. As always, we appreciate you being here with us. We also want to invite you to join the conversation on Getter, Rumble, as well as on YouTube. Jump on in the chats. I'm going to get in the chat here in a little bit. Looking forward to hearing what you're all talking about. All right, it's now time to take the political pulse of America, and the beat today has to do with House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan calling on the Justice Department to investigate former CIA Director John Brennan for allegedly lying to Congress about the Steele dossier and its role in the 2017 Russia interference or intelligence report. In a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Jordan accused Brennan of making false statements during his 2023 testimony, claiming that the CIA had no involvement with the dossier, a claim that was contradicted by newly declassified documents. Those records show that Brennan personally approved including information from the dossier in the intelligence community assessment, despite objections from senior CIA officials. For reaction, let's welcome senior legal fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Hans von Spaal. I can't get it right. Von Spakowski. I apologize, Hans. I practiced your name, and then when it came time to perform, I failed. But it's always good to see you, my friend. Give me your thoughts about how this case against John Brennan is ultimately going to move forward to there. There's obviously smoke. Is there fire as well, in your opinion?
Well, if in fact he lied about his personal knowledge of the CIA's involvement, well then, yeah, he's got potential liability. Now, the thing for people to remember is that the particular statute under which the Justice Department can potentially prosecute someone, it's the same statute they're right now, as you know, using against James Comey. And the statute has very high evidentiary standards. You have to show, in order to be successful in your prosecution, that the defendant knowingly and intentionally made a false statement, that he knew it was false at the time, and that he intended to deceive, in this case, members of Congress. That's a high standard. If they've got the evidence from these declassified documents that he knew that the CIA was involved at the time he was saying, oh, CIA was not involved, well, then they've got the evidence they need to try to convict him. Their big problem, of course, is D.C. juries. D.C. juries, you know, the city is about 95, 96%. They vote for Democrats. It's a very blue city. And I think a lot of times when it comes to Democrats, they can commit almost any crime when it comes to Democratic politicians, and a jury may still not want to convict them.
And to your point, even in Maryland, which is right outside the nation's capital, where a couple of the cases are being brought, you've probably got a similar electorate or a similar jury pool. But bigger picture, talk about kind of the message that the DOJ is sending in wrangling some of these big fish and indicting them. It seems to me that that's kind of a secondary issue here, is that the DOJ is sending a message that no one is above the law.
Yeah, I think that's very important. Look, the biggest frustration I've heard from folks, and I think you've heard this too, is we keep finding about all this wrongdoing that occurred, particularly during the Biden administration, and yet people aren't held accountable. And I think the fact that the DOJ is finally actually doing something about these kind of cases meets that need of the American public, which is that federal bureaucrats shouldn't have immunity when they engage in wrongdoing.
No, absolutely. And it seems like common sense to most reasonable people, but apparently for some, it's not so much. I'd like to get your legal perspective on this as well. Yesterday, we learned that a Chicago area judge has ruled that ICE agents can be arrested at Cook County courthouses. Of course, Cook County is where Chicago sits, if they violate his orders and arrest migrants without a warrant. Your take on all of this? And from the outside looking in, not being a legal scholar like you, it seems like overreach from the judge, but I'd like to get your take.
Oh, it is an outrageous order by this judge. It's Jeffrey Cummings. No surprise to you probably that he's a Biden appointee. Look, either he failed Constitutional Law 101 when he was in law school, or he is directly defying federal law and Supreme Court precedents. You cannot authorize the arrest of federal agents when they are carrying out their duties to enforce federal law. That's been the law in the United States since a Supreme Court decision 135 years ago when local prosecutors in California tried to prosecute a U.S. Marshal for protecting a Supreme Court justice. This is an outrageous order, and in particular, there's no federal law turning courthouses into sanctuaries. You know, you can't rob a bank and then avoid arrest by running into a local or U.S. courthouse. That doesn't provide you with sanctuary. This is an outrageous order. DOJ, I'm sure, will appeal it, and I have no doubt it will get overturned.
And we'll, of course, be continuing to watch it all unfold. Hans, always good to talk to you. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right. All right, let's bring in Emily now. She's in our West Palm studios. Emily, good morning.
Good morning, Terrence. We're going to head over to sacredhumanhealth.com and discover the incredible benefits of their grass-fed beef liver capsules. Grass-fed beef liver is one of the greatest concentrations of nutrients that you can add to your diet. It plays a vital role in supporting your heart, brain, and immune system while boosting energy and improving overall health. Sacred Human's beef liver capsules offer a natural alternative to synthetic multivitamins, providing nutrients in a form your body knows how to use efficiently. Many customers are thrilled with the noticeable boosts in energy and vitality that they have already experienced. Visit sacredhumanhealth.com today and use the code SUNRISE for 10% off your order. Explore their full range of all-natural supplements such as sleep, collagen, immunity, and magnesium with vitamin D, which are all designed to help you on your path to optimal health. That's sacredhumanhealth.com, and make sure to use the promo code SUNRISE for 10% off. For more, let's bring in the CEO of Sacred Human, Trevor Comstock. Trevor, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. You know, we were talking a little bit in the break about the beef tallow, the whipped beef tallow. I'm really excited about this product. Can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, great to see you, Emily. So happy to share a little bit more. I know we get a lot of questions of people just asking general questions about it, as well as how it compares to other moisturizers on the market. Also, quick heads up, we did sell out of it a few weeks ago just because each jar is handmade and it takes a little bit of time to produce, but we are back in stock. Our team is full force making sure production is up to par, so we don't have to hopefully sell out again. But for those who don't know, just a little background on it. The tallow is made with just 2 ingredients, which is the 100% American grass-fed and finished beef tallow, and then we pair it with the raw Manuka honey. So we don't add anything else in terms of synthetic ingredients. There's no preservatives, there's no additives, no food dyes, fragrances, or anything like that. And tallow is pretty remarkable because it's almost identical to the natural oils that your skin produces. And then to take it a step further, it's also loaded with nutrients. So tallow includes vitamins like vitamin A, D, E, as well as K, which are all essential to keep your skin healthy and radiant. And then, as I had mentioned, we just pair it with the raw Manuka honey, which is a naturally occurring antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and healing remedy. So the raw Manuka honey, part of the reason why we added it is because it does help or works great in scenarios where people might have some eczema, helps bring it down quite a bit, or if you have any redness or like seborrhea on your skin, works great in that scenario as well. But like I mentioned, if you want to compare it to other moisturizers on the market, the issues with those is they can be effective in their own right, but they tend to contain a ton of additional fragrances, alcohols, like I mentioned, food dyes, which RFK Jr. is trying to ban, and just other preservatives that can actually damage your skin barrier over time. So in turn, we just wanted to provide a product that actually works to nourish your skin without including all the synthetic junk, which is why we pretty much created this product in the first place. So another question we get asked a lot is where you can apply it, but you can put it on your face, which is typically what I do. You can put on your neck, your feet even, anywhere your body really needs it. And the product is intended for both men and women. So I can't recommend it enough. If you go through some of our reviews, you can see people have had some amazing success with it. So I definitely encourage people to check it out.
Yeah, it's sold out. I mean, say less. I'm going to be signing up to get that product really soon here. I'm looking at your Make America Healthy Again hats. I'm wondering, what was the inspiration behind founding Sacred Human?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, I mean, when we started about 1.5 years ago, our goal was really just to kind of break away from the big corporate mold that oftentimes prioritizes profit over health, as you can imagine. So similar to what you see with a lot of these food companies that RFK Jr. is going after, they include a ton of unhealthy, unnatural ingredients, preservatives, and even petroleum-based ingredients and seed oils. So within a lot of the supplements. So if you go to like your local Walgreens or Amazon, for example, the products may be advertised as healthy, but then if you look at the label and look a little bit closer, you'll see all these synthetic and ingredients and preservatives and things that really should not be going into your body in the first place. So that's essentially why we created a Sacred Human in the first place, was to just provide supplements that actually get the job done and just give you the raw natural ingredients. And we never include anything synthetic or within our products, or any preservatives, nothing artificial. And the other thing is too, a lot of these companies tend to produce all of their products overseas, usually to China, or the quality control is pretty questionable. So in turn, we always promise to make sure that everything is made right here in the USA. And also all of our products are third-party lab tested. So we take it a step further. It costs us a lot of money to do that, whereas a lot of other companies don't, but we test for things like heavy metals, microbes, bacteria, the whole 9 yards. So yeah, we always want to ensure that we're giving you the best products possible at an affordable price.
And that is certainly what makes you guys stand out. Walk us through some of the other products. I know we were talking a whole lot about the whipped beef tallow. Just quickly here with the last 30 seconds, what is like the one thing that people need to make sure that they get from you?
Yeah. So our beef liver, our grass-fed beef liver, is still our #1 product. The tallow's a close runner-up, but the beef liver is amazing. It's essentially nature's multivitamin, so you get a wide range of nutrients like the vitamin A, the CoQ10, the B12, the zinc, folate. The list kind of goes on, but it's amazing for health and vitality. And because your body is able to absorb the natural nutrients within the beef liver, you tend to get a great energy boost, which people rave about within the reviews on our website.
Yeah.
So I encourage people to check out that product.
I love a good energy boost with how early that we have to wake up here. Trevor Comstock, thank you so much for joining the show.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate it.
Coming up, a private company is claiming responsibility for last year's mystery drone panic over New Jersey, revealing that it may have been a secret government test all along. We have those details straight ahead. Stay with us.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Let's spill some tea.
Let's Spill Some Tea is fueled by Artillery Tea Company. It's the only America First veteran-owned tea brand out there. Their mission is to maximize flavor with whole leaf blends of chemical-free tea bags. There's no junk here, just real tea. And the tactical advantage is that each bag brews not just once, but twice. Go to artillerytco.com and use the code LIBERTY for 20% off of your first order. That's artillerytco.com. Use the code LIBERTY for 20% off of your order. It's premium tea that's mission-driven and brewed for the brave. All right, let's get right into what's in the cup today, and it's the mystery drone scare that gripped New Jersey back last year. Nearly a year after a series of strange drone sightings sparked panic across New Jersey, a private defense contractor has now come forward claiming responsibility for the entire incident. At a major Army summit in Fort Rucker, the company showcased an unconventional four-winged aircraft and told attendees it was their technology that caused the 2024 UFO scare. That aircraft, by the way, captured in new video, moves in ways that left even military experts stunned, and it seemed to disappear mid-turn, just as many witnesses reported during last year's sightings. The company allegedly tested the craft under a private government contract without any public disclosure. As details emerge, questions are growing about how much the government knew and why the public was kept in the dark. Oh yeah, this is going to be a doozy. Let's bring back David Brody, Emily Finn to discuss this one. David, I'm not so sure I'm buying all of this. And I got so many questions, but I'm not going to taint your perspective. Please, your take on all of this.
I'm tainted. I agree, actually, of course. We have so many questions. For a private government contract, okay, could we expand a little bit on those three words exactly? I have a few questions about what that entails. Why we're now finding out about this now. I'd like to a little bit know more about the timeline. I think I'm going to use the word fishy. And that is an understatement. I think we could maybe use the word nefarious, but we'll hold off nefarious until we figure out fishy. That's the way I see it.
It's the aliens. That's how I see it. This private government contract is with the aliens. This is alien technology. That's what I thought it was, back in 2024. I thought it was a UFO. I wanted it to be a UFO. I wanted it to be aliens so bad. No, I don't know. It just, it's kind of disappointing. I wanted there to be something more to this story.
I get it. I do get that perspective. It would have been a sexier story if it was something. But, I come back to if this is the case, then why didn't the Biden administration simply say, we understand, we know what's going on. At this point, we can't really discuss the details, but it's not what you, the public, think, and Americans are safe. Okay. That gives me some peace of mind. This coming out a year later, it raises even more questions, and I'm not so sure I trust what this defense contractor is saying, and I definitely don't trust what came out of the Biden White House, David.
Well, the fact that they wouldn't say anything says everything. I mean, why in the world would you not say something at the time when you have the information? Someone's got to get word to Biden, though, of course, Biden only works 10 to 4. So obviously it would have had to happen during those hours. But someone's got to get word to him to say, yeah, there's this private government contract and, there's everything's hunky dory. Come on, folks. I mean, please. Now I feel like Biden when I say, come on, folks. Give me a break.
Come on, man.
And I'm not being facetious either, by the way.
Yeah, that corn pop, he needs to speak with the former president a little bit more.
Right.
Anyway, we're bringing up old stuff, so let's move on. Still to come here on American Sunrise, a Charlotte baker proving that kindness can be really sweet and donating hundreds of birthday cakes to people who are experiencing homelessness. The story right after this.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. Thanks for joining us today. All right, guys, time for the sunny side up. I get the honors today, which is kind of cool, kind of special. In the pan today, a selfless baker giving back to his community. So this happened in Charlotte, North Carolina. One man making sure everyone gets to celebrate their birthdays, no matter where they live or what they have. Manilow Battencourt, the owner of Manilow's Bakery, well, he's been baking hope and kindness into his community for like over a decade. He donates birthday cakes to people who experience homelessness. He's a Colombian immigrant. He came to America 25 years ago. He had no money, didn't speak a lick of English. Today, he runs the oldest immigrant Latino bakery in the Carolinas. He's now delivered his 300th cake to those in need. He puts it this way. He says, quote, "We don't call them homeless. They're our neighbors." T. Bates, that is a great story and a lot of calories to go with it.
Yeah, it's a great story. And of course, I had Marie Antoinette references ready to go, but I don't think they're quite as appropriate here. I love the idea of saying we don't call them homeless, they are our neighbors, because that is just the reality. Why they may be in difficult situations and dealing with all sorts of maybe mental and other illnesses, the reality is that they are our neighbors. And so even in our daily walks, it may not be a cake, but what I always say is I'm more than happy to get someone some food. I'm not going to necessarily give them money because, quite honestly, I don't know how they're going to use that money.
That's how that's what I do too. That's what I do too.
Okay, yeah. See,
I'm the same way. I'm not going to give them money.
Yeah. I'm not going to give you money, but I will take you to McDonald's, or if I've got food in my car or whatever, I will absolutely give you the food because I want you to eat, but I also don't want to help you go down the wrong path. I just don't want to be part of that, Emily. Sorry, we were going on a tangent there, but that's how I see it, Emily.
I think it's just awesome that, obviously he has a talent for making cakes, has a talent for this, and so to be able to give back, using God's gifts to you and give back in a way, I think is just absolutely beautiful. So this is awesome to be able to make your community better.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Cake is definitely God's gift to humanity. I don't think there's any question about that. Though I don't know where it's on the list exactly. I don't know where it's on the list, but it's pretty high up there. I'll be honest. Well, depending on the cake. But now I've digressed. But anyhow. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
This was a very good story, but I really was trying to find some sort of Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake reference. But yeah, he's a little bit better, and I think he's coming from a better place than Marie Antoinette was coming from.
Yeah, I can definitely confirm that. I love it. All right. Well, great stuff. I want to once again confirm that we have had a great show today, and we are just simply the best. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that. So wouldn't you guys agree? I mean, of course you'd agree.
Absolutely.
Agree.
Simply the best.
I don't know about
all
you guys,
the rest.
But I'll say for myself, I was pretty awesome today.
Yeah, no, I think out of the three of us, you were probably the best, actually. Okay, War Room, up next. Speaking about the best, Steve Bannon coming next. See you, everybody. Go boldly.
Have a good one, everybody.
We're into 3 weeks now of the government shutdown having real impacts on people's lives, not getting paychecks. But you had the president yesterday now kind of gleefully talking about Russ Vought, the OMB director. While this is going on, I'm having him cut projects to blue states, calling him Darth Vader, saying this is fun for us. We get to take things away from states that didn't vote for me.
The amazing thing about this is we are just 9 months into the Trump presidency. And the level of exhaustion that he has provided each and every day is just beyond belief. It's historical. You just can't imagine it. I mean, on this day in 1962, John F. Kennedy addressed the nation in the Cuban Missile Crisis. That was the highlight of his first year in the presidency, maybe the highlight of his first couple of years in the presidency. Now it's every day, multiple times a day, that we have to focus on something that happened, whether he's destroying the East Wing in the White House, whether he's on again, off again with Vladimir Putin.
The blue states can form legal interstate compacts. And they should come to a position, if you're a Democratic governor, that this moment of maximum abuse of power demands 100% of the time, in 100% of the instances, the maximum use of your legal power. If you hear And there are way too many Democratic leaders in Washington who say this will all just go back to normal when Trump is gone. That person is a fool and deluded. And that person absolutely should not be in a position of responsibility in the opposition party. This is a moment of deep, deep, deep danger for the American Republic. The amount of armaments being bought by ICE. What Trump is declaring is, I'm king, I'm law. Why not 500 million as he demolishes the White House in an act of corruption paid for by billionaire oligarchs and companies? Facebook demolished the White House. Google demolished the White House. Sam Altman demolished the White House. And the politics of this moment, as the American people face economic misery ahead, will demand not going back to something that's gone, but imagining something that's new that prevents any of this from ever happening again in the United States of America. We owe that to our children to heal our sick society from the sick and twisted presidency of the fascist Donald Trump.
I think John Thune was hoping Democrats would fold in the first week or 10 days, but I think it was perhaps a conventional thought in Washington and hope that they could peel off 6, 7 more Democrats beyond the 3 that I think first voted to keep the government open, and it just hasn't happened. And so I think Thune is now basically wedded to the Trump-Johnson theory of just trying to hold out. He has offered an olive branch promising Democrats that there'll be almost simultaneous votes to reopen the government and then address the health care issue. But I think Thune is running up against something, which is words we don't typically say, democratic unity. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I think health care is the vehicle, but let's be honest, this is a general strike. And it's a general strike among Democrats against Donald Trump's abuse of power. It's the only leverage they have. Yeah. They don't control the House, Senate, or White House. The one weapon they have in their arsenal politically is we can shut down the government because it takes 60 votes in the Senate to keep the government open. That's all they got. This is their way of registering their opposition to Donald Trump's conduct, what you're talking about day in, day out. Healthcare is good politics at polls. Well, I understand that. Yeah. This is more a general. Half the country is up in arms about how this man is running America, and this is what we're going to do to say, you know what, half of America, we get it, we hear you, we're with you, we're pissed too.
Ed, what do you make of the calling off of the proposed meeting in Hungary? If you look at the state that Russia is in right now, you would think that Trump has a pretty good, strong upper hand to push Putin into a corner, much like he did in the Middle East, where he was able to really pull things together and get a deal on the table. Why is it so hard for him with Vladimir Putin?
Oh, you're right, Mika. I mean, Russia, The Economist did a sort of meta-estimate of Russia's death toll this year. 100,000 Russians have died this year, give or take. Several 100,000 since 2022. You know, that's almost as much as America lost in Korea and Vietnam combined over many, many, many years. This is in 1 year. So there is acute manpower pressure in Russia. There is also acute pressure on paying recruitment bonuses to get new soldiers, because Ukrainians are getting the ability with drones and with their artillery and with their guided missiles to strike hundreds of miles deep inside Russia to strike Russia's oil refineries, and they could soon extend that to their pipelines too. So the sort of spigot that is funding the ability to recruit Russian soldiers into this army army with amazingly high casualties. That's being threatened too. So a perfect time for the President of the United States to use real leverage on Putin to get him to the negotiating table. But it's leverage that for one reason or another, and we can speculate probably fruitlessly about what that reason is, but it's leverage that Trump has still 9-10 months into his administration not been prepared to use, and shows no signs of being prepared to use it.
We had you on last in 2017 to discuss your book, Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook, when it first came out. In the introduction, you wrote you hoped your work would promote organizing against fascism and white supremacy. Can you elaborate?
Right. So anti-fascism has a broad history. In the U.S., certainly there's the European-inspired Antifa tradition. There's also a really good book called The Black Anti-Fascist Tradition that talks about the role of anti-fascism in Black liberation struggles, Black Panthers, and so forth, which I suggest people check out. So it takes many different forms. What it has in common is actually this impulse towards unity and putting aside the differences that often divide the left in the interest of promoting the common struggle against fascism, against white supremacy. And what we're seeing today in the U.S. is increasingly fascist. MAGA, I believe, and I study fascism, I don't say this lightly, is a fascist movement. And if we don't organize, if we don't take action in the streets, we're going to end up somewhere really bad. And for me personally, I felt like my situation was such that I had to get my family out of harm's way. But this story about me is about me, but it's not really about me. It's about attacks on academic freedom, free speech, the right to protest. We're in a really dangerous situation. And so everyone in their own way needs to take action to try and organize against this.
So we did the Presidential Walk of Fame from the great George Washington all the way to, well, I think we have to rate him above me. So it's less than great, less than George. Somebody went up there, they say, you're the third best president in the United States. This was on television, third best. And they said, who are the first two? George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. And I got extremely angry at this man. You know, you can't. It's going to be tough to beat, Mr. Senator. It's going to be John. It's going to be very tough to beat Washington and Lincoln, but we're going to give it a try, right? Hey, they didn't put out 8 wars, 9 coming, all right? We put out 8 wars, and the 9th is coming, believe it or not.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 22 October, year of our Lord 2025. Welcome to the War Room, a day of intensity. Government shutdown, President Trump's negotiating with the Chinese Communist Party. We have a huge guest coming on at 11 o'clock, major announcement about artificial intelligence. Our one and only Joe Allen will join us. If you did not see last night's 6 o'clock show, get it and watch it, or we'll put it back up again later in the week. Absolutely, Joe Allen coming back from his 100-day journey through America, and quite shocking some of the data that he has about artificial intelligence and about transhumanism and about the singularity. So the specter over all of us is this drive by these oligarchs and the Chinese Communist Party and others to drive towards the point of the singularity. From that point, there is no return, ladies and gentlemen. The President of the United States and everything he's doing and balancing, one is this war against the radical element. Because remember, the Democrats cannot win anymore at the ballot box. The structural changes in the country's demographics and geographics make it so that this big surge to the south and to the southwest and to the Intermountain West makes it that they're going to be very difficult for them to win the House of Representatives again, to take back the Senate. And with a real census that we need to do mid-decade, no longer will the Electoral College be within grasp. And as they get more and more radical, this no kings thing is obviously a flop. But they're going to spiral into more and more violence. Talk about structural. North Carolina last night, the Senate voted for the new map. So we're too jammed this morning to get DeGrasse, but we got DeGrasse on deck either for this afternoon or tomorrow to talk to you about the structural changes that are happening that make the Democrats less and less likely. If we do our job, we have to do our job. You have to get the grassroots out. You have to get the MAGA vote out, obviously. But if we do our job, and you can see what the job is to do, so you can see where victory is, then it's just execution. You don't have to talk about strategy anymore or worry about that. They're getting more and more radical. They're getting more and more violent. They're talking about violence nonstop. Now they got the happy talk, and the reason they don't talk about it at No Kings because there's a bunch of hapless old people with their walkers, all these liberals, progressives that have a frictionless life as it is, and all they do is bitch and moan about everything, right? And you see this Rachel Maddow, they had this disastrous, open cattle call the other night in New York with the MSNBC crowd. It was quite humiliating, the audience, the crowd, the way they comported themselves. Want to bring in Cliff Maloney. So, Cliff, I've got you here for New Jersey. Also, talk about some redistricting, and you're our ground game guy, one of the leaders of the ground game movement. But I got to ask you, that Antifa interview was just yesterday. Talk to me about that guy, because you and our own beloved Jack Posobiec are on his target list, are you not?
Yeah, it's fascinating to me. I wondered why I kept getting some random death threats back when this book came out, but Mark Bray names me. Steve, here's the best part. I wrote an op-ed in Time Magazine. Can you believe it or not? Time Magazine actually published an op-ed that I wrote about campus free speech. And the Antifa handbook names me and says, this is horrific because Cliff Maloney stands for free speech on campus, which means he must support homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic language, which now, thinking back to obviously what happened to Charlie, I wrote the op-ed talking about campus free speech, and because of that, they put me in the Antifa handbook. They're just wild people. These are not serious people, and for them to do things like that, it just puts a target on a lot of our backs for just speaking for what I would call basic American freedoms.
That's why they do it. Okay, Cliff, hang on. We got a lot to talk about, including this. Dr. Thayer is going to join us. We're going to talk a little bit about the Chinese Communist Party, President Trump in this negotiation. But cultural nationalism, which is a good thing, in Great Britain and Ireland, they've made it a bad thing. And Ireland is on fire now. We're going to break that down. So much going on this morning. We're packed wall to wall. Cliff Maloney is in our West Palm Beach studio. We're going to talk a little New Jersey in this race, and particularly the ground game. What do you need to do to get out the vote to have a victory like in 2024? Short commercial break. We're back in the war room in just a moment.
I got American heart. I got American faith in America's heart.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard.
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
So now, North Carolina Republicans are one step closer to passing a gerrymandered congressional map at the request of Donald Trump. Today, the state Senate voted to advance a redrawn map. The House is expected to approve later this week. Republicans already control 10 of the state's 14 congressional districts. So the proposed map targets one more seat. Democratic Representative Don Davis. North Carolina's Democratic governor can't veto this plan because of the state's constitution. So there you are.
There you are. You know, a lot of people today, as we were talking about this, someone asked me, well, how is this even legal? And these maps were redrawn in 2023.
Right.
It is the question to ask, but to be very clear, this is a direct result of the gutting of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. When the Voting Rights Act was passed, for nearly 50 years after that, it was Section 5, the pre-clearance section, that made sure that states with a history of discrimination, like North Carolina, had to have their maps pre-cleared by the federal government before any changes to their maps would take place. Well, in 2013, Shelby V. Holder gutted that portion, and this is what Chief Roberts said. He said the times have changed. Well, how times have changed.
And the anchor of all of this is the Voting Rights Act, because the Voting Rights Act required the states to stay to color within the lines. In other words,
this is power politics. This is smash mouth. Maximalists seize the institution's sense of urgency. I don't want to hear their whining. They've gun-decked this thing forever. They've flooded the country with illegal alien invaders. I have no mercy on these guys, no pity. And we need more. We need Kentucky and Missouri and Indiana. Indiana, we need 9-0. No happy talk. No, oh, well, we might upset the New York Times. We don't care. Cliff Maloney, and the reason you're targeted and Posobiec are targeted, you guys are in the field. You were a field commander, one of the field commanders in Pennsylvania in the historic 2024, and you came on the show months before and said, hey, if we can execute our plan, we will win. So it's no more strategies if we can execute the plan. The reason you're targeted by Antifa is not simply the fact you've been writing op-eds, et cetera. They understand you and Posobiec and others are kind of some of the stalwarts of this movement. And just like they assassinated Charlie Kirk, they're looking to target and put fear into other leaders of this movement. Are you going to back down at all, Cliff, or have they gotten to you yet? Have they rattled Cliff Maloney?
Steve, my response to them is simple. Double down, right? Part of this America First movement, and so many patriots that watch this show, the whole War Room posse, get this. When these people come after you, there is only one response. Any member of the political establishment, whether it's right or left, when they try to attack you, you can only respond by doubling down. And Steve, let me announce this here to the War Room posse because I'm looking at the data. I want to report some numbers to you guys from New Jersey. We've got this New Jersey Chase program. And by the way, anybody who wants to help us out, njchase.com, njchase.com. Here's the result, and here's the big update I want to give to the entire War Room. As of this day, if you look just last year in the 2024 election, if you look this far out from the election in 2024, in New Jersey, we are performing at 5.5% better than we were 1 year ago. And what do I mean by that? I mean, when you look at the returns of Republicans versus Democrats, we are 5.5% better than we were 1 year ago. And remember, Trump only lost Jersey by about 5.9%. Jack Ciattarelli, the governor candidate, 4 years ago, lost by just 3%. So the program is working. The NJ Chase effort is having an impact. I'm not here today to tell you that Jack's going to win. I'm here to tell you that New Jersey is in play, and we're going to do everything we can to try to bring him over the finish line. If you would have asked me 6 months ago, I would have said there's no chance to win New Jersey. That has changed. That is different. And I think we've got a shot here. And I'm asking everybody in the War Room posse to focus on New Jersey. We've got a chance to flip a completely blue state for the America First movement.
The polling's around 3 to 5%, though, right? The polling says right now, I think it's 3 to 5%, and the Democrats have a natural advantage. What then do we need to do as far as turnout goes? This is going to be a turnout election. What do you need to do in the Chase program and the Scott Presslers of the world, all these people up in New Jersey? Because Pressler says it, and I think you've also said it. Pennsylvania could be the new Ohio, and New Jersey could be the new Pennsylvania. What do we have to do in the next couple of weeks to make sure that we can push the Republican candidate over the top?
Yeah, you said it exactly. It's a turnout election, right? We've got 118 full-time staffers in Pennsylvania right now. I've got 105 full-time staffers in New Jersey. These are the two states that I'm spending all of my time in because, as you just said, Steve, if Pennsylvania becomes the next Ohio, we've got a red wall that makes it impossible for Democrats to win a national election again. If we flip New Jersey, we're talking about Democrats not being a party that can compete, in any way on the national stage, right? That's why Scott Presler is going all in. That's why I'm all in. Steve, let me read you a couple points here that I think data that really kind of speaks to where we are in this election. And for those out there, I don't know how familiar people are with New Jersey, but I want to just share these points. Hudson County, Passaic County, Union County, and Essex County. These are all counties that Harris won by 20-plus points. And one of the problems the Democrats have right now is their turnout, right? This is a turnout election, Steve, as you said. In these counties, they're between 3 to 6% turnout. They're banking on these counties being kind of what drives the win for this Democrat, Mikey Sherrill, and they're just not turning out at the moment. So I call her, Mikey Sherrill, the Kamala Harris of New Jersey. And why do I do that? I'm not just being funny. Steve, the more voters that interact with her, the more people that see her, that hear her message, the more she's losing votes. And it's proving in the data here that the enthusiasm gap for Jack Ciattarelli versus her, people are moving towards Jack. And so when you ask me, how do we win this election? It's very simple. If Republicans sit on the sidelines, we lose. If Republicans show up, turn out, either vote by mail, vote early in person, or show up on election day, We're going to flip New Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli will be the next governor of New Jersey. If every member of the War Room Posse reaches out to anyone who lives in New Jersey and tells them, hey, you have to go vote. You have to show up for this. This is about a referendum, not just on Donald Trump, but is the America First movement going to continue as a stronghold in the political arena? This election will determine that.
This also solves, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room, we have not shown yet, either the Republican Party or ourselves as a movement, that we can consistently turn out low propensity and lower information voters. And what I mean by that is not intelligence. They're just not that engaged in politics without Trump actually on the ballot. This is another test case of this, of where we have to show that we can do that, correct?
No, 100%. And listen, it's an interesting conversation at the door. Let me tell you what the experience is like when we go door to door. Our whole universe, Steve, once again, we have 2 phases in the New Jersey Chase program, just like we did in Pennsylvania. The first phase, which is now over, is going to low propensity voters. These are folks that have voted in 0, 1, or 2 of the last 4 general elections. And we say, hey, Bob, I know you don't vote that consistently, but we love to get you a request form to fill out so that you can get a mail-in ballot. And Bob always says what you just said, Steve. Oh, I vote every election. Well, Bob, we've got the records here. You voted in 1 of the last 4 general elections. And I'm not trying to shame the voter. I'm not trying to insult the voter, but I'm trying to have an honest conversation. And we get them a request form, and then they fill it out, and we get a ballot sent to them. Now, what happens once a ballot is sent to them? 7 out of 10 of these low propensity Republicans, once they get a ballot sent to them, will now vote. They become likely to vote. They become a high propensity voter. That's phase 1. Phase 2 in this program is we go to every single door of a Republican who has a mail-in ballot. And we say to them, hey, you've got a ballot sitting there. Can we just confirm that you're going to send that back today? And Steve, here's the best part of the program. We took this from Biden's 2020 playbook. We go back with the same door knocker to the same door every 7 days. And we continuously we call it a reminder campaign. Biden called it annoying the voter, right? I don't call it that, but that's what Biden's people called it in 2020. We call it a reminder campaign. So we're going to these low propensity voters and we're just saying, hey, send that ballot back. And that's what this is. It is a turnout game. We don't have election day. We don't have election weekend. We don't have election week. We don't have election month. We have election season in America. I'm not here to endorse it, Steve, but I'm here to tell the War Room Posse one thing. If the rules remain as they do, we have 2 options. We can sit out and we can lose, or we can fight fire with fire. That's what we do at Citizens Alliance. We're going to beat the Democrats at their own game. And if we're successful in New Jersey, we will have flipped one of the bluest states, and it will be a total hide on the barn.
The greatest tee up for the midterms can be this New Jersey situation. Plus, it forces them to put tons of resources that they never thought they were going to have to put. Cliff, where do people go to get to New Jersey Chase, to the Alliance, and to you, your social media? Where do they go?
On X, at Maloney, Maloney, and then njchase.com. That's njchase.com. $175 covers a full day of ballot chasing, and 100% of that money goes to their pay, their housing, and their gas cards. Steve, appreciate you as always. Thanks for the platform, and thanks to the War Room Posse.
One of the field commanders from 2024 in Pennsylvania, Cliff Maloney. Thanks, brother. Thanks for the work up there. It's a dogfight. Didn't say this is going to be easy. It's a heavy lift, but doable. Short break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. all of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this. I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav.
It was almost as though there was a boogeyman out there.
We were facing a lot more enemy than we had the capability to deal with.
They dug trenches, they fortified houses. They were ready.
We wanted to go. We were just waiting on the edge of a knife. When are we going to get to go?
The order is seize the city.
RPGs, small arms fire from everywhere.
I told him that I wanted to go, and he looked at me and said, "Sergeant, you're going to die."
The destruction is just horrible.
The hardest thing about fighting this enemy is they're not afraid to die. If they're not afraid to die, then how do you fight them?
Ramps going down!
Be prepared to start at one end of the city and fight your way through to the other end.
There's firing going on. There are grenades being thrown in the house.
It came hand-to-hand fighting. It was so close.
Two selfless Marines run across this kill zone 4 times to pull Marines out of there.
I wasn't worried about, getting shot or getting wounded. I was worried about the guys to my left and right.
You always want to reassure these men that they've done their duty, because that memory is seared into their soul. They never forget it. None of us do.
Foreign policy, I don't make it. I just deliver the last 600 meters of it.
The foreign policy I don't make. I just delivered the last 600 meters. This film was, I guess it's 17 years ago, I was honored with Michael Pack's wife to be the executive producer, and Pack made a classic. Many of the Marines say it's the best film ever made about Marine rifle squads, because if you see Hollywood movies, they got all kind of plot devices they have to use to try to draw a broader audience. This is just the thing itself. You see it for the entire time. Pack was going to make a movie. Michael Pack joins us. We got a special announcer. We got Pack here. Maybe I hopefully got Mo. Pack, when you left PBS the first time under President Bush's presidency, they basically said, "We'll finance a film you want to do," and you were going to do a high tech. You were going to talk about the Iraq War, modern warfare, kind of extrapolated from what had happened in the Gulf War as a super high tech war. And after doing your research, you came back and said, "Hey, this is really going to be a war about 17 and 18-year-old privates, non-commissioned officers. They're in their early 20s, and second lieutenants and first lieutenants going door to door in some of the most brutal fighting in the history of the United States Marine Corps. In over 250 years, folks, that's saying something. And this film is just brutal in its reality. And you come away just awestruck by the courage and compassion of the Marines, unlike any film I think I've ever seen. It's just, you just sitting there, it's just absolutely stunning, the valor, particularly when you think about the confusion about what the cause was and what the purpose. In World War II, there was no confusion at all about what the purpose was, what the task and the purpose. Here, obviously, it was very contentious. It gets more contentious over time. But for the actual moment itself, first Battle of Fallujah, the Battle of Najaf, and the second Battle of Fallujah, the Mac Daddy, it's stunning. Tell me about it.
Indeed. I've moved even to see the trailer. I mean, whatever you think of the Iraq War, we need to celebrate the young men and women that we asked to be on the front lines for us and risk their lives. I think their honor has been clouded by mixed feelings about the war. But now, as you know, we finished this film 17 years ago, but now maybe it's its right time. I think people can look back and not be clouded by ideology. And at the same time, we see that our allies, and we ourselves likely, will be enmeshed in the same kind of warfare in Gaza, in Ukraine, wherever. I mean, not all war is like World War I and World War II. It's most common warfare is this kind of counterinsurgency. And as you say, Fallujah and Najaf are the biggest battles America has fought since Vietnam. We owe it to the people who fought there to understand what happened and to tell their story. And I'm really happy that it's going to be airing Veterans Day Eve on PBS at 10 p.m. November 10th, and the Marine Corps birthday.
Well, the 250, I think what's the 250th birthday, the official birthday of the United States Marine Corps, we're going to be doing stuff all day and that weekend to tee up for it. But PBS has finally cried uncle and said they will give its first national airing at the 10 p.m. slot, which last night we told you about Bobby Kennedy's. I think we're going to try to have the filmmaker from Bobby Kennedy's film from PBS, Hicks, on tonight to discuss that. 10 p.m. is kind of their primetime slot. So they've given you quite a compliment. They've given you the primetime slot on PBS for the 250th commemoration of the birthday of the United States Marine Corps. You're doing something else that the War Room is one of the parties to this. I got Mo on, and I want to make sure the people in the War Room posse know this and know where they can go, so Mo can work with you. On the 30th, we're actually going to do a public screening. And folks, if you have the opportunity to see this on a big screen, because it's a totally different experience than watching it on your device or watching it on your TV. It's almost overwhelming, which is the point of the film, of what these men went through. Talk to me about what's going to happen on the 30th.
Well, it'll be the premiere screening. It'll be at the Navy Memorial in downtown D.C., a great setting for it because, as you know, the Marines are part of the Navy. And we'll have lots of people there, a lot of veterans. A lot of the people that are in the film really want to come. You know, you and I promised them it would be broadcast nationally, and now finally it is. Your viewers and listeners can go to this Eventbrite link, which is special for the War Room, and the first 100 War Room people will get a free ticket. It's a screening, and we'll have light refreshments. We'll have some speakers. You and I will speak, Steve, and maybe we'll get some of these veterans and maybe a Trump veteran to speak. And I think it's really, as we get closer to Veterans Day, a really perfect way to honor people. And I think it'll be a great event. There are
Oh, will be.
You know, there'll be a very mixed group of people there, not just war room types, but lots of different kinds of people. People from PBS will be there. So it'll be a really interesting event in itself. And you're right. I always wanted people to see it on the big screen. You can even see from the trailer that a lot of this footage really needs to be seen in its fullness. I mean, a lot of it is just complex footage with a lot going on in it. And you can actually see the characters in the footage, but if only blown up big, can you kind of see what they're doing? So it's very important to see it on a screen. I think it'll be a great event in and of itself. We are happy to offer this special deal to War Room fans, the War Room posse.
Yeah, so Mo, we've got basically 100 tickets allocated. Mo, where do they go? And then you'll make personal contact with us because we want to make sure it's a crowd that will appreciate this. Like I said, this is to honor, and it's really to honor the spirit of the Marine Corps. And I think the men in this film would say that this is not about them. In fact, the power of the film is that kind of unbroken chain of courage and valor and what they hold themselves up to. They realize they're holding themselves up to the finest traditions of the Corps. And you see some of these efforts they make, superhuman efforts from ordinary people. The superhuman efforts are because of their respect and reverence that the United States Marine Corps imbues into the actual devil dogs themselves, and that's the power of the movie. So, Mo, where do we go right now? You're kind of my organizer on this. We will allow, as I say, I'm a naval officer, but as people tell me, we're finally doing something about the men's department of the Navy, the United States Marine Corps, and we're going to put an Army logistics officer in charge. Mo, where do they go?
I mean, then it'll be handled correctly if Army Logistics is in charge of it. But you can go to eventbrite.com/e/last 600 meters premier War Room tickets. We will post the link as well so that everyone can find it. But like Michael said, no matter how you feel about the Iraq War, we need to honor those that fought in it. And this is a great way to do that. I was able to see the last 600 meters back actually before I went to West Point. So while it was still in the process of being made and totally finalized, and it was a very transformative movie to me. So I highly encourage everyone, if you're in the DC area, to try and get tickets and get to that screening, because it is an amazing movie and it truly honors those men that fought back in Iraq with the United States Marine Corps. And no matter what branch of service you are, the Marines are amazing men, and women now. Amazing. But
that you mentioned something. I don't want to bury the lead there. Everybody in this film that you will see, and this is what inspired Mo and other people, and I was so proud of people like Mo and others that went to these academies during the war. They're all volunteers. There are no draftees here. These men knew what they were getting into and volunteered. That's courage. That is courage. When you know that this is going to be grimy. And so you got the first Battle of Fallujah, the Battle of Najaf, the second Battle of Fallujah. And when you see these, understanding that 99% of the audience will say, well, hold it, I don't even remember these battles. You will see the most intense, large-scale battles that the Marine Corps really had since, I think, Way City, back during the Tet Offensive in Vietnam. Michael Pack, where do people go to get all your information about everything you're working on?
Well, I should also say that we prefer to people go to Eventbrite, but if they actually can't find it, if they go to info@manifoldproductions.com, we'll be able to send them the Eventbrite link. But it's 2 steps. It's way easier to go to Eventbrite. They want to find out about the rest of Manifold Productions stuff. They need films. They need to go to manifoldproductions.com. And our more recent films are at palladiumpictures.com. My Twitter is michaelpack_, but I think there's more information on the website. There's the Palladium website, and they can find out about work or even recommend someone to be in our incubator. And so I think there's a lot there, including another film Steve and I worked on about Admiral Rickover and a bunch of other films too.
One of my favorites. One of the greatest men of the 20th century, and a film with with Tim Blake Nelson. Tim Blake Nelson from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? The comedy. He absolutely plays a stunning Hyman Rickover. It's a magnificent film, Michael. Thank you so much, brother, for joining us. Look forward to seeing you on the 30th.
Absolutely. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mo. And I look forward to seeing you both on the 30th.
Captain Bannon, one more time, where do people go to find out about these tickets? And they're free, so where do people go?
Eventbrite.com/e/last 600 meters premier war room tickets. And we will post it so that there's no difficulties.
Yeah, it's complicated even for me. By the way, Mo, you keep talking smack about the Army and your logistics. You might get recalled back to active duty under President Trump and, go over to CENTCOM and help, because the entire 200 people associated with the United States military and CENTCOM organizing this are all logistics folks, right? Back to your natural calling, ma'am.
Well, CENTCOM's headquartered very close by, so I'll do it in civilian capacity. They don't need to recall me to active duty. I'll be a civilian contractor.
No. You're getting us forwarded to Doha. Ma'am, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Mo Bannon. The 30th of October. Let's get as many of you folks there as possible. It's going to be an incredible night. Short commercial break. Cultural nationalism. Next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this. I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/RAV to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rap.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Birch gold is bouncing around. There's a little what we call profit taking. Make sure you understand it ain't the price, it's the process. Make sure you understand the process, exactly what's happening throughout the world. about gold as a hedge and now gold as a financial asset that the central banks are buying at record rates. This is one of the reasons you've had a run-up and now a sell-off. People are treating it as a financial asset. We're returning to the 19th century when it comes out. It ain't such an ancient relic after all, is it? We're not here to tell you what to do. We're here to show you how to think for yourself. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. Remember, a lot of this is tied to the Chinese Communist Party and others trying to de-dollarization move throughout the world. In fact, I think the Wall Street Journal actually has another story up today. I'll pull it when we get a chance about the efforts to destroy the U.S. dollar as the prime reserve currency. Does this all sound like Greek to you? Go understand it. Go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. 7 free installments all the way going back. I don't know. We started this like 4 years ago. So go check it out today. Also, home title lock. Make sure every dream you've ever had is in that home. If you're lucky enough to own a home, and if you're under 35 years old, all likelihood you don't own one, don't have a chance to own one. That's got to change. It must change. I think you'll see President Trump pivoting here pretty dramatically as he closes these wars down and does these negotiations with the Chinese Communist Party about stopping the economic warfare they're after with the United States, to focus on affordability and getting some houses rolling here in the United States of America. Every dream you've had is in that home. The paper, the document, the instrument that says you own it is your title. Make sure nobody can get their hands on it, ever. Cyber, AI, rogue accountant, rogue lawyer, rogue relative, including maybe relatives that are close to you, but go rogue. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team today. Make sure your dream does not become your nightmare. Do it today. So, Thayer, I got you on here. There's a lot going on in Ireland that you and I follow closely. I'm going to get to that, but it's going to have to be in the second hour. We've got a big announcement about artificial intelligence and artificial general intelligence is coming up at the top of the hour. And our own Joe Allen will join us for that. We've also got a very special guest we're very honored to have. But one of the issues clouding this, the specter of it, is what's thrown in anybody's face, and they say, hey, we need to actually get a process so we know what's going on with artificial intelligence in the rush to get to artificial general intelligence. Because people say, well, we had a Sputnik moment, and they're clearly ahead. I think it was DeepSeek, and we've got to combat that. And I say, hang on for a second. This is when we deal with China and the Chinese Communist Party and Wall Street and the corporatists, and particularly Silicon Valley, throw that in your face. There's a big caveat. We supply the financing. We supply the technology. We supply the training. We have 350,000 kids here every year getting advanced training and everything. We got guys in our national labs. We have Chinese nationals all over the place in corporations. It is, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's very doable to sit there and go, no. We are not prepared to support you as you race for artificial general intelligence to basically try to control not simply the world, but all mankind. Am I correct in that statement? There are actions we could take today if we had the political will and to force the political will on these out-of-control corporatists, oligarchs in Silicon Valley, and particularly the lords of easy money on Wall Street, sir.
Yes, Steve. It's thanks for calling attention to this issue. It's so important to do so. Look, first we need to recognize how important artificial intelligence is for Xi Jinping. Right, he's looking for artificial intelligence to save him, to save his economy, because his economy is in the doldrums. Right, he's in recession. So Xi and the party officials often speak of what they call the active deployment of a systemic strategy centered on new quality production forces to reshape the global competitive landscape. Look, what does that mean? That means that he's looking to seize and to dominate in artificial intelligence and some other related technologies to save his economy, to save the party, to save his leadership, and to give him the weapons that he's going to need to defeat the United States. And so we need to recognize what Xi wants from this, and that explains his focus and his intensity that the CCP have on artificial intelligence. Secondly, what do we need to do? Well, what we need to do is to cut them off from our brains, cut them off from our money, cut them off from our technology. And any type of exchanges. So no chips, right? No chips from NVIDIA or anyone else. No students, as you mentioned, right? That STEM fields are dominated by Chinese students. Chinese students run so many labs in American universities, and that has to be ended. No technology, no investment. Wall Street is still funding these guys. Right, you still have our money going into military civil fusion, right? Still going into these firms. No exchanges, right, in terms of scientific exchanges in this area at all. So we need to cut them off. Thirdly, more investment, more focus, intensity on our side, right, in terms of doing what we can to organize our response. I don't think we can leave it to DARPA to handle this.
No,
right? It's bigger.
Hang on a second. It's bigger than DARPA and it's bigger than the weapons labs. But I just want to reiterate: no chips, no dollars, no kids, no training over here, no access to our brains, no access to our technology, no access to our country. Don't sit there and throw in our face, oh gosh, you're going to kowtow the Chinese Communist Party. We are about, in this show, and the leader of the movement, to hard decouple from these criminals, not make money with them, not make money in partnership with them. If you want to stop artificial general intelligence and make sure we can have a rational human conversation about it, you have to take the dictatorship that is the cruelest, most barbaric in the history of this planet. And that's saying something. When you go rack up some of the dictatorships you've had, and no kings crowd, look at the Chinese Communist Party, the people that back so much of what you're doing. You don't want artificial general intelligence? Shut it down. It can be shut down easily by shutting down any access of the communists to our technology and money. Short break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people.
You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Everyone, I want to talk about our new effort, Meta Superintelligence Labs, and our vision to build personal superintelligence for everyone in the future.
So now we're starting to look ahead to superintelligence, and even more than before, our focus must be on wide and fair access.
What happens when every single one of us has the equivalent of the smartest human on every problem in our pocket? In the next year or two, this foundation is being locked in. And we're not going to stop it. It gets much more interesting after that. Because remember, the computers are now doing self-improvement. They're learning how to plan, and they don't have to listen to us anymore. We call that superintelligence, or ASI, artificial superintelligence. And this is the theory that there will be computers that are smarter than the sum of humans. The San Francisco consensus is this occurs within 6 years.
I think that we might have AI smarter than any single human at anything as soon as next year.
Wow. Yeah.
And then probably within 2030, probably AI is smarter than the sum of all humans.
Joe Allen, you join us. Max Tegmark joins us from MIT, the Institute of Life. Max, today, to kind of put this in perspective, we put out a statement that you've been working on and really kind of organizing people behind the scenes to get in front of this because it's clearly spinning out of control. Tell me what the statement is. It's in every paper. It's the lead story in many of the papers throughout the world. What are you actually trying to accomplish? What does the statement say, and what are you trying to accomplish?
What we're trying to accomplish is for it to become just socially unacceptable to say the kind of stuff that we just heard these tech oligarchs say moments ago here. That, yeah, we're going to build superintelligence, and we have no idea how to control it, and it's going to be so cool. Please invest in us. It's absolutely insane. The statement simply says that there should be a prohibition against building this stuff, at least until there's a broad scientific consensus that this can be controlled and safe, and also until Americans actually want it. And we released a poll today also showing that actually less than 5% of all Americans want to race to superintelligence, less than 1 in 20. And yet we have these fringe people in Silicon Valley who are all about transhumanism and merging with machines and stuff, shoving it down our throats undemocratically.
Well, okay, they're fringe, except they've got all the money. They have stocks. Every stock jockey, every stock jobber on Wall Street. You mentioned artificial intelligence, artificial and general intelligence. They're throwing money at them. They're the ones that have all the platforms everybody talks to. You got the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and maybe Anthropic is the one that's got some rationality here. But the rest of them get all the media, and you've got David Sachs with the pom-poms on, coming in and out of the White House all the time, saying how it's all, you got to be if you're not an accelerationist, you're surrendering to the Chinese Communist Party. I just said in the previous thing, don't tell me about the Chinese Communist Party. I've forgotten more about them than all those guys combined, except for Elon Musk, who is an agent of influence for the Chinese Communist Party, I might add. And he's sitting there saying it's 20% chance that AGI could destroy mankind. How do you combat when the system has promoted the fringe and made the fringe look like they're actually the normalized, that they're actually the most radical thinking about a technology that you can't unwind. You can't put the horse back in the barn. You will hit an inflection point in mankind's development that will never be able to be reversed. How do you combat it when the fringe is actually driving it through a combination of greed, avarice, and just outright naked wanting of power, sir.
Well, you, Steve, are the expert in this, right? And as you like to say, you got to call out their lies, because we, the American people, at least 95% of us, right, want to stop this madness. And the first lie is this very sneaky sleight of hand where people say, yeah, look, don't you want tools that can cure cancer? Don't you want productivity tools? Don't you want America to be strong and economically dominant with AI tools? And everybody goes like, yes, yes, yes. And then there's the fine print that they're not going to give you just tools. They also want to give you this transhumanist craziness where you're supposed to merge with the machines, and we're supposed to build these atheists are building their digital god that we're all supposed to worship. Their comms teams have told them not to talk about that so loudly. But if you go back, I was just going back and reading a blog post before the show here by Sam Altman that he wrote before his comms team told him to tone it down. And he was writing about how he thinks there are only two options for humanity after he builds superintelligence. One is we fade into an evolutionary tree branch. That's his quote. Or he thinks, which is what he thinks is the better option, we merge with the machines. You know, this is my 2-year-old son. Who is he to tell my son that he needs to go merge with machines? What's that got to do with American values and American democracy? You know, in short, there are many threats to America, and you talked a lot now about. You've talked a lot, for example, about geopolitical threats, but there is a huge threat coming from San Francisco as well, and we can't ignore that. And in fact, they try to make us only focus on external threats, so we shouldn't pay attention to them.
I want to make sure people understand that their real thinking and what they're talking about behind the scenes, because they have toned it down. Their PR experts have said, yeah, hey, you've got to tone this down or you're going to heighten people's awareness of this. Give me that again, what Altman wrote, particularly about we either fade into an evolutionary tree branch or we merge. Give me that again one more time, because that's his real thinking.
Yeah, you can just Google it, search for Altman, the merge, and it comes right up. And he thinks basically this is the hopeful future he sees, that we merge with machines. And like, where's the opt-out button? No thanks. And you know, many people were shocked that this statement today got such incredibly broad support from all across the political spectrum. And what those who were surprised by that didn't realize that it's obvious why, because all of these people across the spectrum are humans. And they want the human future where machines are tools and work for us. They don't want to merge with machines, and they certainly don't want their kids to merge with machines. They want these companies to be held accountable for their transhumanist craziness.
This, Max, the agenda to create general and then super intelligence, one of the reasons you get such a broad rejection of the idea, let alone the investment and the resources poured into it, is because Christians see that these are people who are trying to create a digital God in the absence of what they believe. They believe that there is no God, therefore it must be created. Christians, of course, are going to reject that. Religious people across the board are going to reject that. But
I don't know. I think we get a couple, 3 Hindus and Muslim. I think anybody of a religious bent is going to reject that.
Yeah, but that's another counterintuitive angle on that, though. Even atheists, dogged atheists, are against it. Mainly, you know, they see the struggle for removing religion as a centuries-long process. To create a digital God would just undo all of that. So there's really only one small subset of people who benefit from the creation of general or super intelligence. That's going to be the tech oligarchs. As I've said many times, if anyone says they are going to bring about a radical change in your life, you have to ask for whose benefit. And, you know, the Altman statement, you know, Max and I were texting about this earlier, and the full statement is worth pondering. This is Sam Altman in his blog post, The Merge. We will be the first species ever to design our own descendants. My guess is that we can either be the biological bootloader for digital intelligence, meaning that humans are useless afterwards, and then fade into an evolutionary tree branch, or we can figure out what a successful merge looks like. And it's worth noting that Altman, about 2 months ago, began investing in a brain-computer interface company for implanted brain chips, of course called The Merge.
So, Max, to follow on from this, on what Altman really thinks and what these oligarchs really think, the statement is broken down into two pieces. One is the scientific community and technology community. The other is the American people. The first one, a lot of the American people are going to sit there, well, hey, Max, aren't the scientists and the technologists, aren't they already on board with the oligarchs and working on various parts of this project that they've bought in? So what do you mean a consensus among the scientists? Isn't your first block already checked off in their corner, sir?
That's also a misconception that tech companies love to perpetuate. The first two signatories on the letter saying no to this nonsense are actually the two most cited scientists in the world. They're like the Einstein and the Oppenheimer of our time, all categories. It's Jeff Hinton and Joshua Bengio who really helped pioneer this technology. And both of them are having this Oppenheimer moment now where they're like, holy smokes, what have we done? This is crazy. No, the vast majority of scientists believe that we have no clue how we would control something much smarter than us. And many think of it as basically inviting aliens, technologically superior aliens, to just come to Earth and take over and see what happens, which obviously would count as high treason by any reasonable standards.
What about the argument that, hey, you guys are just a various assortment of Luddites, and like the Luddites, you're standing in the way of just the natural evolution of scientific and technological progress, and like the Luddites, you will be kicked into the dustbin of history, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Calling Jeff Hinton and Joshua Bengio Luddites makes just as much sense as calling Einstein and Oppenheimer Luddites. You know, what did they know about physics, right? They said that nuclear weapons can be bad for your health. What do they know? We who call them Luddites, we know so much better.
Perfect. Hang here for 1 second. I'm going to hold you through the break. Joe Allen's going to be here. Also, Dr. Thayer, an expert in the Chinese Communist Party and their advances in technology. Just remember how the CCP thinks downrange. Back in, I think it was 2014 or 15, they put out Made in China 2025. They don't talk about that anymore because they realized it started to get bad press, particularly led by the show. What were the 10 industries they wanted to dominate? They made a whole of government, whole of society to dominate. The first was artificial intelligence and artificial general intelligence. The second was robotics and regenerative robotics. The third was advanced chip design. The fourth was quantum computing. And then you had, then to throw in the fifth, you had CRISPR and biotechnology. The merger of those folks, as we've talked in the show many, many times, is the singularity. So when Xi and Putin are wandering around and they get the off-camera, microphone, which never happens in the CCP, and they're talking about living forever, and right now they can push $1.25. There's some very dangerous things going on right behind the curtain, and you've got to understand the oligarchs' thinking. This is about avarice. This is about greed. This is about power. Nothing else. Not for the good of the country, not some altruistic, and there's certainly not a fight against the Chinese Communist Party. They're using that as a Damocles' sword over our head, right? These guys are all in business with the Chinese Communist Party. Short commercial break. Max Tegmark, a monumental day with the fight against artificial general intelligence. Next in the world.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning in.
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Joe Allen, you've got some updates for us?
Yeah, one of the biggest criticisms going towards the push to ban superintelligence is it doesn't exist. It's just a dream. Same with artificial general intelligence. Most people conceive of superintelligence as being the next step after general intelligence being able to understand its own system and to rewrite its own code until you hit an intelligence explosion. I just want to turn the audience's attention to a recent paper put out by Dan Hendricks et al. At the Center for AI Safety on a definition of artificial general intelligence. Without going into the maze of linguistic traps around general intelligence, just basically what we're talking about is instead of having a narrow AI like ChatGPT or like Clearview AI facial recognition or whatever, you're talking about a system that is flexible, able to go across domains. Again, people are like, well, that doesn't exist. Why is that a problem? Why should you mobilize any political will to mitigate that or superintelligence if they're just dreams? What the Center for AI Safety and other companies like that do, organizations like that, they evaluate these systems systematically to see what their capabilities actually are. And what they found with GPT, for instance, GPT-5 versus 4, even if it wasn't the huge media splash and sensation that people would have thought it would be, the increases in the system's ability to read and write, to perform mathematical calculations, to reason, its working memory, its visual recognition, its auditory recognition, all of those have expanded, some of them dramatically. The point I'm making is, yes, AGI is at present just a dream, and artificial superintelligence.
It's not a dream. It's an objective that they're moving towards. It's more than a dream. It's more than a dream. It's a vision.
But
they have a target, and they're moving to that target, and everything they're doing that target, everything they're doing is a dream. Is like you and I are sitting around.
Sure.
You know, I've got a dream of human freedom, right? But this is much more than that. It's not a dream at all. It's a active program of which they're pushing to. This is why they go out of their way so much to try to cover exactly what they're doing, right? If this is some dream that they're sitting around cafes and wearing berets and thinking great thoughts, this is beyond the great thoughts thing. This is the active program of moving to converge on this. This is why it's so dangerous. And there's certain mileposts along the way that if you don't stop it now, once you get to the milepost, you cannot reverse where we're doing. Look, I've got huge problems with just AI overall. We talked yesterday about AI psychosis. Hawley's going to be on here. Senator Hawley's going to be on here in a while. The hearing he had with the parents of the kids committing suicide because they're talking to AI right now. So I have problems with that, but this is more than a dream. Makes it seem like it's some ephemeral thing. This is out there. Am I not correct on that?
Well, then if we just go with vision, the difference between this and many other technological visions is that this is a vision that is materializing.
Yes.
And there's objective data to show that this is a vision that is materializing.
This is my point. Max, you're in the heart. I mean, can you even go on campus anymore? You're at MIT. Kind of that and Stanford are kind of the railheads of this. So there's many other, obviously everybody's into AI now, but I mean the railhead is the great Massachusetts Institute of Technology, our greatest engineering school, coupled with Stanford. Can you even go on campus right now? So this is embedded in everybody's thinking?
Oh, yeah. Most people in private are terrified about this or very concerned. They just don't want to say it publicly to not lose funding. And I'm so grateful to you, Joe, for bringing up our paper, because I was a co-author on it. You know, we found that last year we're 27% of the way there to artificial general intelligence. This year we're at 58% of the way there. So we're not there yet. We're getting closer fast.
Well, hold it, but hang on. This is my point. This is not a dream. This is something that we're going down past milepost every day. At 58%, it's almost like, hey, can you turn it around? I mean, that's why your heroic effort behind the scenes, and you should know that, Max, particularly with this is the broadest range. Because people know I don't sign these kinds of, I get this stuff every day in politics and sign this. I don't do that. This was important enough, and particularly the various elements were disparate enough, and Max and people that I really admire put so much work into this to try to move this forward and actually have a group of prominent people, particularly in the science and technology community, to kind of formally go on and say, hey, we're putting you on notice that this can't stop. What is the next steps for you, Max, in actually making sure that we can make this a thing, as I call it?
So the first step is for people to understand that this is not a statement saying stop AI. That would be as weird as saying we're against cars or whatever. We want tools that can cure cancer, that can do all sorts of wonderful things and make America strong. And there's nothing in this letter saying anything about not building AI tools. But superintelligence, as Joe Allen nicely explained, there is not a tool. We have no clue how to control something like that. It's like trying to control vastly smarter than human aliens. We published a paper, me and my MIT AI students recently, showing that the most popular strategy for trying to control this is just doesn't work, right? So what we simply need is for Donald Trump and others in our government to stand up and say, look, we are only going to allow companies to make things that they can demonstrate are tools. That's just like saying that pharma companies can't sell medicines unless they can demonstrate that they're going to do more good than harm. we treat every single other industry this way. But ironically, the AI companies have been so good at lobbying that they have this corporate welfare cutout, where they're the only companies in America who can just release stuff legally, even superintelligence tomorrow, without having to demonstrate any safety properties of what they do. So just treating AI companies like we treat all other companies will already solve this problem. Then we'll see an age of abundance where we continue seeing great technical innovations to make America strong and prosperous and healthy with tools. And the superintelligence madness will come to a screeching halt because no company is going to be able to demonstrate that this is a tool.
Are you concerned? I've got an action plan of confronting the Chinese Communist Party, because what they throw back on you right away is that, hey, we had a Sputnik moment. This is a race for AGI and superintelligence, and it's essentially an arms race. The Chinese Communist Party is very advanced, and we can't stop it. I call out that lie because they use that all the time on everything with the Chinese Communist Party, right? And it's it's not easy, but it's doable to decouple technologically and financially from this effort. Let's not say the whole decouple. You can do it from this effort. Your thoughts on that? Because we have to deal with a murderous dictatorship that would, if they got their hands on this technology, right? They would use it on their own people, and they would use it throughout the world. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I put my thumb up there because you're so right that the oligarchs in San Francisco keep using China as an excuse for why they should get to do whatever they want without accountability. Right? The truth of the race, this race, is that there are two races, of course. Right? There is a race for dominance, economic and military, and the way to race that race is with tools. You don't win a race by losing control over your own tech, right? And destroying your own country, and so this is going to continue, this race to build more powerful AI tools. But in the meantime, I think both the U.S. and China, well, if we can perforate the lies, are going to stop pushing for superintelligence. It won't come as any surprise to you, Steve, if I say that I think that the Chinese Communist Party is really into control. So the last thing they're going to tolerate is some Chinese tech company, DeepSeek or anyone else, building some superintelligence that they will lose control over, and that will overthrow the Chinese Communist Party and the rest of Earth, right? They're not going to allow that. And I think when we have NatSec people in the U.S. who increasingly start to realize also that this is a national security threat to the U.S. government, then neither of these countries are going to race to superintelligence anymore, but they will continue to race to AI tools for strengthening their economies and their militaries.
Yeah,
I'm actually
I'm a belt and suspenders guy. We got to cut them. I hear you, in an irrational world, but oftentimes the CCP and particularly Xi and these guys are not particularly rational. You see some of the efforts they're taking against us, but I hear you. But that's what we got to do too. Number one, we need to stop. They only exist as a technological threat to the United States because of the money and the technology and the training we give the Chinese Communist Party. Full stop. Max, where do people go to learn more about this? Where do they go to learn more about our efforts going forward, sir?
Anyone who shares our concern here with what these tech companies are doing can go to superintelligence-statement.org, not .com, superintelligence-statement.org, and join as a signatory. Because what we want to do first is to show the world that this is not something we Americans want.
Great effort so far. It's one of the top stories on every paper in the country and the world. Thank you, sir. Look forward to having you back on here, Max.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Short commercial break. I got Thayer, Brandon Weichert's going to join me. Joe Allen's going to stick around. Technology, the Chinese Communist Party, and the United States government. How about that? How is it like that as a thing? Pretty broad. Take down the CCP. Let's decouple from them. Short break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, old man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I'm going to bring Brandon Weichert into the conversation. Brandon, the book you wrote on space is how many years old? Came out during Trump's first term, right?
Yes, it was written in 2019 and published in the middle of COVID, so 2020.
But you're one of the thinkers that really got President Trump, and behind the scenes, one of the thinkers that got President Trump thinking about a space command and how important it was.
Absolutely.
And space is obviously suborbital space, the race against the Chinese Communist Party. And folks, just remember, President Trump is trying to negotiate with them now. It's up in the air whether he's going to meet. It's kind of a roll of the iron dice. The Chinese Communist Party has come and put a knife to the throat of the United States of America with these heavy rare earths. They understand that what the globalist elite in our country did was allow our processing capability to basically be bought by the Chinese Communist Party, I think out of Ohio in 2015, and shipped to China. So they process all the magnets and all these things you need for production capability to run a production line. And they put a knife, and President Trump is trying to fight back by doing other strategic efforts. The high ground in this war of the future is going to be space. Now, my problem is you've got this guy Isaacson, I think it is. Elon is trying to force his buddy in to run NASA because right now we have a national security problem. That problem is, and I set aside the fact that people know that Elon Musk and I go at it all the time, and he always loses, right? When he's out of the government, Dozier's a joke. I told everybody he was a joke. It's been, Russ Vought's the real deal. This guy's a clown. He wasted 7 months telling President Trump going to get $1 trillion of cuts. He ended up with zero. Okay, all the tech bros, all the Elon bros ended up with zero. And now he has 97% of the launches from NASA, and he wants to put his buddy into NASA so he can get 99%. It's a national security problem. We have one company, a private company. And President Trump, who's the ultimate deal maker and took 10% of Intel, President Trump, 100% of SpaceX is funded by taxpayers. Why don't we own 50% of the company? You did a great job on Intel. This guy, and it's a $380 billion valuation, which him and his shareholders own on 100% government contracts, virtually all of NASA's launches. It just can't continue. We have to spread out for a national security. For our own national security, we have to get other launch companies to get some of the expertise. And the biggest thing is this race to the moon, back to the moon, where the Chinese Communist Party is going full bent. We're now years late, and it won't even happen on President Trump's watch because Elon's got it, and with no competition, he can it's a $4 billion contract, right? $2.8 billion has been spent, and they're just kind of tapping along. So number one, we must broaden out immediately the number of companies that get access to these launches. Number two, Isaacson, who's a radical left-wing Trump-hating Democrat, and I don't care how many times he shows up at the White House today, groveling that he's MAGA. He's not MAGA, and it's a disaster to put this guy in here because he's a radical Democrat who was supporting people all the way up to the evening of 4 November of 2024. And number three is President Trump's done such a magnificent job on really getting the United States interest in companies that were given massive contracts to. Why are we not taking 50% of SpaceX? Look, I've called to nationalize it for the simple reason is that it's 100% financed by the NASA contracts or other DOD contracts. Brandon, how far off base am I in this, sir? You're the expert.
Well, I would just say I understand what you're saying, but I think nationalization is a bad move only because, you know, we basically had a nationalized space sector for 50 years, and the best we could do was pop off a few shuttles into the orbit around Earth. We need to go bigger, and you know, setting aside the issues with Elon, he's very erratic. We know this. The fact is SpaceX has been highly innovative.
Hang on. Stop. You say very erratic. He made a comment on Twitter when he was having the fallout with Trump that I'm just going to throw my toys out of the pram and we won't do any launches.
I know.
This is a central, and I understand your thing about nationalization, but I don't know. Give us a little something. Let us wet our beak. How about 50%? President Trump cut an amazing deal with Intel. What about 50%? But the central issue here is the assortment of the contracts. Right now he gets 97% of the launches. Am I incorrect on that?
He gets the bulk majority of them, yes. And I would say that from a national security perspective, just like with investing, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket when you're investing. It's the same thing here. And I would say that SpaceX has been critical for lowering launch costs overall, which is key for making space more open. But now we need to build off of that and create an ecosystem, Steve, not just SpaceX, include Blue Origin, include Rocket Lab. Also, let's get some of our foreign partners. The Japanese have some really innovative stuff they're doing. The Indians as well. You know, the Australians are doing some cool stuff with hypersonics. We can start creating an ecosystem of systems that will keep us ahead in the space race. But I just want to make it clear, we do have to do this very gingerly, only because the window right now is so tight. If we negate our only real silver bullet in the space race, which is the ability to easily launch reusable rockets whenever we need to, if we negate that by going too hard at SpaceX, then we're going to basically neuter ourselves as China and Russia are both rising to dominate the Earth-Moon system. And that's the key, the Earth-Moon system. You have to understand it from the strategic high ground perspective.
Help me out here about missing this launch now of the $4 billion contract thing to go to the moon. 2.8's been spent. It's been tapped along. Now it's going to be after President Trump's, well, of course, President Trump's still going to be president in 2028. But according to the popular press, he's not. But we've tapped this thing dangerously along. Why is that? Is Elon just not focused? Was the company not focused? Was it time at Doge?
So the official, Yeah, the officials' reason had to do with, they said it was an issue with the ground systems, basically the physical system on the ground that provides the launch capability. They said they were having technical issues with it. Other times they've missed the window. They blamed it on, the weather. At the bottom line, though, the end of the day, I personally think it's because Elon was distracted with all this political stuff. I think Elon is at his best when he's focused on SpaceX and when he's not dealing with any of the political guff. And in fact, in some ways, the political guff has hurt SpaceX, because when he was too close to Trump, Biden went after him, and now that he's too close to Trump, or now that he's moving away from Trump, obviously that also alienates the current administration. So he needs to stay focused, because this is the problem with relying on only one real player, SpaceX. If the leader goes off the rails, then we lose that capability, and that's why we need an ecosystem. And this is why Duffy is correct when he says we need competition, not just SpaceX. As much as I enjoy SpaceX.
Sean, look, I'm not denigrating SpaceX.
Sure.
I'm saying you need more competition. Hell, I'm not denigrating it. I want to own 50% of it, okay? We want a piece. No, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous giving these government contracts out, and he's doing financings at a $380 billion valuation.
Yeah, I think there's a conversation to be had there, yes. I agree.
You do.
I just don't want it to. I just don't want it to hurt innovation. I do not want it to hurt innovation, and this is always the problem. When you talk
use the N-word, nationalization. Of course,
that's
Brandon
a bit much. Maybe we just get a little percentage.
It's a little percentage. 50. We'll start. President Trump's the master negotiator. Let's start at 50 and work our way up.
But look, Elon has done some good though, and we shouldn't forget that. And I say this as somebody who's been critical of him on other issues, but SpaceX he's been really good on.
Listen, he has been, I think, terrific about SpaceX. The problem is you can't put your eggs in all one basket.
I agree.
You got to spread no contractor should ever have 97% of something. You have to spread your eggs in the basket.
Well, and this was the big pull of SpaceX initially when they went against United Launch Alliance, which was the Boeing Lockheed conglomerate in 2010. And Musk was 100% right when he said you can't just rely on these guys. We got to get other players, but we should take Musk's advice and get other players besides SpaceX as well.
Sean Duffy's been a hero in this trying thing. You also can't put this Isaacman. You can't put his buddy. You can't put Elon's bestie in with this. We killed it one time. We're going to have to kill it again.
I will say Isaacman, I don't think he's one of us politically, and that is always a concern, but Isaacman is somebody who is an expert in the field. I like Duffy, but I wish that we could get an actual astronaut who's not a crazy liberal to lead the organization. I'm very concerned about certain things they're talking about doing with NASA, such as putting it under Duffy's.
Sean hang on. Sean Duffy's not saying he's going to run NASA.
No,
he's saying, hey, we need to look for someone.
I agree.
He's fighting a tough fight because remember, all of them on Capitol Hill and the administration, they're all afraid of Elon's money. This is why they didn't back us on H-1Bs. Why was the war room that had to go out? And remember, he was going to die on this hill. Elon's going to die on this hill.
He told us to F our faces, remember.
Exactly. He was not shy about it, right?
No, he wasn't.
And now he's on the. Now we're on the. We've changed the program so much. We're on the point of actually destroying H-1Bs. Anyway, Weichert, you and I have a lot more to talk about on hemispheric defense.
Yes, sir.
You've been a great writer across biohack, space. If people want to find out some of this, and there's obviously updates that Weichert's going to cite, the book Space is extraordinary kind of kicking off point. It really got Winning Space. It got the argument going about setting up a space force. Brandon, where do people go for your content, sir?
Well, you can find me on Twitter X, which is owned by Elon, at We the Brandon, and you can find me also. I have a show now with AmericaOutloud.news, and they air it on iHeart every Wednesday called The National Security Hour.
Good, fantastic, sir. Good having you on here.
Thanks for having me, Steve. Talk to you soon.
Is Senator Hawley? Do we have? Okay, well, maybe we don't. Okay, Thayer. The Committee on the Present Danger of China, we set this up years ago to warn the American people on technology and issues like this. The Chinese Communist Party is a mortal threat to their own people, Lao Beijing, right? And they're a mortal threat to the American people, and they're a mortal threat to mankind overall, right? So, and space is another example. They're throwing tons, and they don't care if their people eat or don't eat. They don't care if that 100 million they still have in abject poverty ever get out of abject poverty, because they want to go to the moon, because in the Earth-Moon system, that to them is the high ground. Low orbital space is a not the highest ground, but it's high ground. They want to dominate this planet, and they're putting everything, whether it's artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, quantum computing, you name it. But their goal is to eliminate the United States of America. Am I incorrect, sir?
No, Steve, that's spot on. That's exactly right. And so when we're dealing with the CCP, we need to recognize, of course, that per the earlier conversation, right, the enemy gets a vote. Xi Jinping needs artificial intelligence, and he's going to pursue it unless he thinks that it threatens the party's control. Secondly, he's going to dominate space. Brandon mentioned the strategic reason. That's certainly the case. There's also the military role that the moon is going to play. And then thirdly, there's the political role that this plays. It shows the legitimacy of the CCP to dominate the moon, to do what the Soviets couldn't do by putting a taikonaut on the moon, of course, while the Soviets were never able to put a cosmonaut. They just put the robots on the moon. And then as a segue to Mars, right, because the CCP does not accept outer space treaty, they're going to own the moon and they're going to own Mars. And then, Steve, finally, I think it would be, now is the time to move on AI as well as space, but especially AI, because if it's not the no's that we were talking about earlier, no students, no chips, if this isn't done now, cut Xi Jinping off from this, it's too late to do it. And I would like to have leaders like Elon Musk running if he's running our space program, I would like a leader who only has America's interests in mind, not somebody who's going to have interests in this with the survival of the CCP. And Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, right? He's also got mixed motives. I mean, that guy is, as we've talked about before,
another agent in influence. Hang on for a second,
right,
Dr. There. Hang on for 1 second. Just hang on. We're going to go to break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, old man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Thayer, we got to go. This afternoon, we're also going to talk about thwarting the Chinese Communist Party in the race for AGI. It's outrageous that American companies and American capital are still in business with them. Sequoia Capital, all these guys, okay? It's greed and avarice. What are your coordinates there? And we haven't even gotten to my favorite topic, Irish and what's happening in Ireland, but I promise we're gonna get it all done. Brother, where they go?
Sure, but we can't have leaders in space or in AI who've got vested interests in the CCP survival and success.
Amen.
At the end of the day,
Amen.
just Brad Thayer at X and Bradley Thayer and Getter and Truth. Thanks a lot, Steve, for covering this.
See, Dr. Thayer has what we call range in the business. We're going to get to Irish, the situation in Ireland, cultural nationalism, which you're trying to thwart. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Steve.
Joe, you're my lead sled dog on all things AI. Where do people go?
Go to @JOEBOTXYZ on X and Getter. As long as I'm on X, I may be locked out very soon. Or my website, jobot.xyz. I've got a big lecture circuit coming up beginning on Friday. It's right at the top.
Where are you going Friday?
Friday, I will be in Fort Myers, Florida, the Florida Citizens Alliance.
Wow, amazing. When that thing, is it sold out yet?
I hope so. If it's not, it will be in about 5 minutes.
Okay,
right,
let's
Posse?
do that. I want everybody down there to see Joe Allen. Amazing. His understanding and knowledge of AI is quite extraordinary in the impact of our country, in particular our citizens, and particularly kids. Unbelievable. Joe, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much for working with Max Tegmark and the great guys there at MIT and Max's Institute for Life.
Thank you, Steve.
Mike Lindell, Senator Hawley's supposed to be here. I know he's running late. They got hearings, everything going on. Sell me a pillow, brother. Since you're going to put on hold your governor's race right now to sell us some pillows, what do you got for us?
All right, everybody. Yesterday, you all responded to the corrupt ruling in Minnesota with Smartmatic saying my pillow's guilty without even going to jury trial. We need your help, and you guys responded yesterday. So we're going to extend the sale for another day today. Free shipping on your entire order, no matter what you order. The 3-in-1 sale. You got the 6-piece My Towel set, best towels ever, regular $69.98, $39.98. You got the My Pillow premiums. $17.98, the lowest price ever, and the $19.98 for the Kings. You guys get them for every house, every room in the house. Get them for your neighbors. Make them be sleeping well. Everybody you know, relative. The My Slippers, $39.98. They're regularly $149.98. That's a War Room exclusive, and they ship for free. Everything ships for free today. We extended it. Go to mypillow.com/War Room, and you're going to see right there in the middle the closeout sale. We still have the percale sheets at $29.88. Combine that with the free shipping. You guys are getting them for below wholesale prices, a War Room exclusive there. And then you have the My Pillow mattress topper.
Yep.
Take advantage of that.
Yep.
And the mattress, 100% made in the USA. They ship for free right to your house. 800-873-1062. Promo code War Room.
I'll see you tonight, Mike. Thank you so much, brother. We'll talk about your Christian network of helping people that are in trouble, either with addictions and or other issues. Senator Hawley, a huge day in artificial intelligence. I know you're one of the ones working on this shutdown. Can you give us an update on the shutdown first? I think we're winning the shutdown, and if they want illegal aliens to get paid by the United States government as much as we're in debt, I think the War Room Posse would tell you, we got your back, we're a hard no. Can you get us up to speed?
Yeah, I think the Democrats are right in the same position you just outlined, Steve, which is they want money going to illegals. They don't want health care for our veterans. You go to the VA right now, if you're a veteran, you're going to find all kinds of stuff shut down. Why? Because the Democrats would rather give money to illegals than pay our veterans who bled for this country. And that's it in a nutshell. And that's their position. So I hope sooner or later they'll come to their senses and they'll realize, you know what, this is the wrong thing. It's the wrong thing to tell American citizens who paid their taxes, who have served this nation, that we're just going to screw you in order to pursue some far left-wing agenda. But that's where they are right now. And I tell you,
Senator Hawley, just real quickly, but is there anything to negotiate? They keep on us all day long. Is there, in your mind right now, is there anything to negotiate, sir?
Well, listen, here's what I say to them and all the Dems who say we need a negotiation. Make the president an offer. You've got the president in office right now who is the ultimate deal maker. He's the best deal maker in the Oval Office in my lifetime, maybe ever. I mean, I don't know who would surpass him in terms of his record. You want to make a deal, take him a deal. They're not doing that, though, Steve. That's a talking point. They're not doing it. They're not saying, okay, here's what we want. What they're out there doing is trashing Trump, complaining about the ballroom at the White House and whatever else, while they're denying veterans health care benefits. I mean, come on. I think people see through this.
What's your message to the president and our audience? I only got a couple minutes. I know you've been in hearings and meetings. What's your message to the president of the United States about this situation?
Well, I think he's doing the right thing. I mean, this is a guy who's paying the military. He's paying our law enforcement. He's paying Border Patrol. The only reason any of these people are getting paid is because Donald Trump is finding every avenue that he can to try to get paychecks to our folks who are out there wearing the uniform, keeping us safe. I mean, so my message to him is thank you. I mean, thank you for doing that. Thank you for standing up for our people, for the American people. It's the Democrats who would rather shut down the entire government than pay an ICE agent. They would rather shut down the entire government than build the border wall. They'd rather shut down an entire government than stop illegals from getting Medicaid. I mean, it just shows you where their priorities are.
We know that we hear that some of the rhinos are getting wobbly. What's the message to the posse of what we need to do with your guidance over the next couple of days?
Well, I just think the message is listen, we got to draw a line in the sand on never giving health care money that the American people need and have paid for to illegal aliens. We've got to draw a line in the sand that we're going to fully fund ICE. We're going to fully fund the Border Patrol. We're not going to accept cutbacks on any of those areas. We're going to stand firm and defend our military, defend our law enforcement, and make sure that our people who need these services, our veterans, our seniors, get what they have been paying for their whole life, Steve. I mean, that's the real injustice here, is our seniors, our veterans who paid into these programs their whole life now can't get them. Why? Because the Democrats don't like Donald Trump.
Senator Hawley, what are your coordinates? Where do people go to find out more about you?
JoshHawley.com, and you can find me on the social media platforms at @HawleyMo.
We're going to track you down later. Maybe get you back on here in the next couple of days on artificial intelligence, because you're the leader of the fight. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Right Stuff will take us out. What a great Right Stuff taking us out on a day we talked about space and making sure Isaacman is not the head of NASA. You don't need Elon's buddy over there cutting him any more contracts. He's got 97% of them anyway. The Right Stuff. I tell you who's got the right stuff. The Charlie Kirk Show follows us as it has for 4 years. Poso after that, Posobiec, Gruber, Bowling, and then back to the War Room at 5 o'clock. We're already loaded for Barry. You do not want to miss the 5 o'clock show. And we'll see you back here at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, when you will be back in the War Room.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence
in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Somebody went up there, they say, you're the third best president in the United States. This was on television, third best. And they said, who are the first two? George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Hey, they didn't put out 8 wars, 9 coming, all right? We put out 8 wars, and the 9th is coming, believe it or not.
So we've launched something tonight called the No Kings Alliance, which is an alliance of all of these groups working together all around the country in an effort to produce that kind of rapid response we need to change the conditions on the ground, because we don't want this to be the Trump era.
So when I see the President of the United States create an AI video of wearing a crown and dumping excrement on the heads of American peaceful protesters and, TikTok stars like Harry, I see him basically painting a bullseye. Wow. Painting a bullseye on somebody like that.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but that's...
Why did he do it? You know why he did it? To show that he can do anything. Anything he wants.
Well, yeah, he was making a point. I mean, why shouldn't the president use a made-up video to respond to a rally that has a made-up reason? I mean, it's a non-existent reason. We don't have a monarchy in this country. We have a presidency won by Donald Trump, who won the popular vote, who won the Electoral College, who won all the swing states. We have a democracy. People voted, and they elected the president, and the only thing they're mad about is that he is lawfully executing the office of the presidency and enforcing laws that have been on the books for a long time. So he made up a video. They made up a reason to have a rally. And I think it was kind of funny, to be honest with you.
Just be honest with me here. When you first saw that meme involving excrement being deposited on you, did you laugh?
No, I don't think the president behaving in this way is funny. I think we have to hold our leaders to a higher standard. He's not serious, and I don't actually think he cares about anybody but himself.
I mean, you managed to say all that with a completely straight face, but your side have done endless, incredibly mocking, humiliating memes about Trump. I mean, you'd accept that.
Like what?
Well, I could get literally 1,000 if you gave me half an hour to find them.
A meme is a meme. I don't think a meme hurts anybody. It's like Harry, show us on the doll where the meme hurt you. Donald Trump is going to post memes. He's always been posting memes. He's not going to stop posting memes.
Hard to imagine a president. I mean, I don't know what world these guys live in. President of the United States dropping feces on an American city.
Right.
$100,000 per year. So the whole idea is no more will these big tech companies or other big companies train foreign workers. They have to pay the government $100,000, then they have to pay the employee. So it's just not economic. If you're going to train somebody, you're going to train one of the recent graduates from one of the great universities across our land. Train Americans, stop bringing in people to take our jobs. That's the policy here, $100,000 a year.
After your pivotal changes to the Senate rules last month, as a result, this is what you did, the unprecedented obstruction by the Democrats. We've confirmed more than 175 public servants, people that are phenomenal, to keep posts, and that's just been over the last couple of weeks. It's an unbelievable thing what you've done, John, all of you together.
July 2016, John Brennan went to Obama and briefed him that Hillary Clinton was going to invent this Russian collusion theory to distract from her email scandal.
And so that was back in July. And then we now know, because of recently declassified material, that months later, it was Brennan who intervened, overruled people at CIA, and put this Steele dossier, this infamous debunked report, into the assessment being used by the Obama White House at the very end of Obama's term. That helped seed this whole Russian collusion investigation that the FBI then used.
We've seen almost 1,000% growth across all social media platforms. And get this, we've had over 200,000 people sign up to become a part of TPUSA Faith. So what we're doing in the faith space has more than doubled. And it's again, what a testament to the legacy that Charlie Kirk has left. There's just so much more good than there is bad.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett in here, honored to be behind the microphone with you all. I'm the executive producer of this fine show, joined by Tyler Boyer. Tyler Boyer in the house. You got rocking the 47 hat. I love it. It's iconic now, that hat.
This is the greatest hat.
It's really iconic. I was actually at a church event last night, and I saw like 5 people just randomly wearing it.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
I've seen that just out in public, especially here in Arizona. We've probably given out tens of thousands of these hats.
Yeah,
in Arizona.
and Charlie, of course, would throw them at the campuses
Everywhere.
along with the MAGA hat.
Everywhere.
So if you see those images, you'd see the red and the white hat. That was the white hat.
This was Charlie's vision, was the 47 hat, and
in gold.
It's going everywhere. It's everywhere.
In gold. So, Tyler, we've got a packed show today. Let me turn off my computer microphone there. We've got a packed show for you in store. We've got Senator Eric Schmidt joining and about halfway through this hour. We've got Sheriff Mark Lamb, Arizona native, total all-star, at the top of hour 2.
Big announcement today.
Big announcement. And then we've got Noah Formica. And who else do we have? Is it just Noah?
Our entire Brandon, who is our regional manager that covers Pennsylvania and currently is in New Jersey.
So our whole Turning Point Action team, so Tyler runs Turning Point Action, and we've got our whole Turning Point Action team that has been redeployed, like, paratroopers into New Jersey to help surge the troops there. So we're going to talk to them, get a sense of what's going on the ground. And we also had a big event last night. And so, if you ever hear any naysayers out there about, Turning Point is in trouble or whatever, well, listen, of course, we lost Charlie. He was robbed from us, and that's a terrible, terrible loss. But I'm telling you that Charlie helped. He's taught all of us everything we know. There are lieutenants in each of these positions. Our field team is stronger than ever. It's growing. It's surging. And last night we had the great Tucker Carlson join us at Indiana University. We had over 35, and his 2 dogs. We had over 35 3,500 people in the biggest indoor venue at that university last night. We turned away thousands, and I've gotten a couple notes on this. We turned away thousands, but let me assure you of a couple things. We got all the students in.
Yep.
All the students that wanted, so that was basically 90% students in that auditorium, 3,500, largest on campus. We did have to turn away thousands, but what happens is we turn off the ticketing, but if you want to be on standby, because sometimes people don't claim their tickets, right? So they'll register, and then they just won't show up for some reason because they're free tickets. We don't charge for these on-campus events. So sometimes when you don't charge, people don't show up. And so we have a standby line, and there was thousands there. We can't control who shows up for the standby line. We got as many as we could in, and yet, that university just has a venue that's 3,500. Now, at Ole Miss and Auburn, we've got venues that are like 9,000 and 10,000. So we're going to be able to fit a lot more people. So if you want to go to those events coming up, obviously Ole Miss, we're going to have Erica Kirk, the one and only, and we're going to have J.D. Vance there's the graphic. And
we will all be there.
And then we're going to also have at Auburn, we're going to have Benny Johnson, Eric Trump, Laura Trump, and Coach Tuberville, who's a senator from that state, and he's going to be running for governor, and we're honored to have him join us there. So lots of stuff happening on the Turning Point front, and I will just say, whatever the vertical is, Tyler, we have growth. We have massive growth that we're experiencing. We've talked a lot about the campus tour. We've talked a lot about field team and the program and across campuses, high schools and colleges. But yesterday I broke some news on Fox News talking about how big the TPUSA Faith has grown. We've doubled our church network. Yep. We had 200,000 people sign up to become a part of Turning Point Faith, TPUSA Faith. And we've, you see some of these graphics, and that coincides with a 36% spike in Bible sales in the month of September. So the Charlie effect is real, and it is coursing through the soul and the spirit of this country, and we're so honored to be a part of it. We're humbled to be it's a small role in this, but it's really you guys out in the grassroots, you sharing your faith, bringing your friends to church, encouraging others to do that, buying Bibles for your friends and your family members, restoring your marriages. There is hope. There is faith ascendant in this country, and you see that on the campus, you see that in our churches, and you see it within TPUSA Faith. There's going to be updates on action, I'm sure, that we could share. There's going to be updates when it comes to Turning Point Academy. So massive growth across the board, and we're just so grateful for it. So all that being said, we have some news to get to, and I want to get to Memegate because it's the silliest thing. Memegate is very silly. So President Trump shared a meme about No Kings where he's flying in a fighter jet, and excrement, you could say, fell on the head of a one Harry Sisson. So can we play that video for us, please? So Tyler, did you think it was funny?
Yeah, every meme that the White House is posting is hilarious. They've done a tremendous job.
Well, listen, and you could say, oh, we need to be more serious. We need to, and it's like Jack Posobiec, our friend Jack, had this great line, and he said, Harry, show us where the doll hurt you. Okay, let's go ahead and play cut 201.
Meme is a meme. I don't think a meme hurts anybody. It's like Harry, show us on the doll where the meme hurt you. Donald Trump is going to post memes. He's always been posting memes. He's not going to stop posting memes.
So that was on Piers Morgan last night, and it was Jack Posobiec, and Isabel Brown was there, and then there was also Harry Sisson. He showed up. So show us on the doll, where on the doll the meme hurt you. A great line, and I just think it's one of these wonderful moments where I told Jack, I said, my only note for you is show us where on the bobblehead doll did the meme hurt you, because Harry is getting widely, let's just say, savaged. That's too hard. Is that too hard? He's getting kind of savaged online. His head keeps bobbing. Go ahead and play this. I don't know if we need sound or not, but like cut 200, and you just see Harry's head going up and down the whole time, and I don't know where it's coming from. There it is. Yes. So it just keeps going up, and Harry's making the point. that nobody posts memes or Hitler memes about President Trump. That's not happening. And it's like, actually, Harry, it would be harder for us to find somebody who's a Democrat who has not called Trump Hitler, who has not posted a meme about him being a fascist or Hitler or Hitler sympathizing, than it is to show you somebody that hasn't, right? So go ahead, Tyler.
Well, that's the difference too, is that the memes and the jokes that the right makes on the left are just like fun. They're actually funny, normal, comedic stuff.
Yeah.
The stuff that the left did to the right, especially during the White House, I remember. I mean, think back, it wasn't that many years ago. Biden got in front of everyone with like dark red Vader vibes, calling everyone else fascist and basically sending the entire country into a tizzy.
1,000%.
Everybody was getting, I mean, these weren't memes. These were just like, this was just villainous hatred towards Trump and towards conservatives. Trump is actually kind of normalizing and saying, hey, these people who came into the White House 4 years ago and were walking around with a bunch of trannies and walking around with, again, this is, they had nudity in the White House. They had crazy stuff happening in the White House. And Trump just makes fun of them. That's all they did. And that was Harry, too. Harry was just part of that whole
We've got
plan.
some of these. This is Daily News. Trump is Hitler.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty on the nose. Show some more, guys. The new Fuhrer. What is that? That's from the Philadelphia Daily News.
These aren't jokes.
These aren't jokes. This is Trump praised Hitler, shown on the side of a building. This is, what is that? That is the Washington Post with a side-by-side of Trump and Hitler. So my point is this, Harry, you might get upset that the president posted a meme about you with poop falling on your head. I get it. That's not nice. But we've been called Hitler, Nazis, fascists for so long that we're no longer shocked when one of you believes it and picks up a gun and tries to kill us. We'll be right back.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop. When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Fact first. America first. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back. I want to tell you guys about Y Refi, the good folks at Y Refi who have stood by us in this season like you can't believe. They went out to the medal ceremony at the White House where Charlie received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, got to spend time with them and just connect with them. Meant the world to me personally because I know what they've meant to Turning Point USA, what they meant to Charlie, and what they mean to the show and will continue to mean to the show. So we honor them. We truly do. So if you find yourself in a position where you have private student loan debt, it's a specific category, private student loan, they have massive tools that are going to help you get unburdened from that and get a payment that you can afford. So if you have defaulted or distressed private student loans others won't touch, they will provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay, based on a customized, tailored approach to your personal situation to help you pay off that loan. So can you imagine being debt-free? Can you imagine getting that stack of statements, unpaid bills off your kitchen table? Well, Y Refi is there to help, and they don't care if you have bad credit. You can even miss a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times without penalty. So you don't have to ignore all of those issues anymore. You don't have to tuck your head in the sand and act like it doesn't exist. Y Refi can help. So just call 888 Y Refi 34. That's 888 Y Refi 34. Or log on to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states, but give them a call and find out for yourself. It is really, really critical. So I have to play this just really quick on the Harry system. Go ahead and play cut 227.
Yeah, exactly. Campaign. It was the final campaign pit.
One more time, just for good effect. One more time.
Exactly. It was the final campaign pit.
It cracks me up so much because it's like, show me on the doll where the meme hurt you, Harry, and it just happens to be that he impersonated a bobblehead doll. Listen, it's not nice to get pooped on by the president. I get it. My heart goes out to him. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, joined by Tyler Boyer. Glad to have you in the studio, man.
Excited to be here.
It was like you were out doing political stuff, and you're flying all around. You're going visiting candidates, doing the stuff you need to be doing. But I'm glad you could be here right now because
raising some money too.
Which is important, which is critical. Sadly, that is the state of the world that we live in. In order to win these races, you need to have resources to win them. And here we are. So the left, I got to play this. Hold on, I got to find this. Find this clip for me. The clip with Hunter Biden, whichever one that is. I don't have it on my clip sheet right now. Wait, here it is. Okay, so this is the left freak out of it. I can't believe I'm spending this much time on it. Play cut 193.
So when I see the president of the United States create an AI video wearing a crown and dumping excrement on the heads of American peaceful protesters and TikTok stars like Harry, I see him basically painting a bullseye.
Wow.
Painting a bullseye on somebody like that.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but
Why did he do it? You know why he did it? To show that he can do anything. He wants.
This is the richest thing ever, is for Hunter Biden to get on broadcast and tell people Donald Trump believes he can get away with anything.
That's such a good point.
It's Hunter.
No, it's such a good point. Hunter, you are the living embodiment of getting away with anything. Okay, first of all, and then second of all, for him to say he's putting a target on his back. No, and the guy, I love that the guy goes, "Oh, interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Hadn't thought about it like that." It's because it's insane. That's not what he's doing. No, he is making fun. It's a meme. It's a mockery of calling a president that was duly elected by the people of the United States, the citizens of the United States. Hopefully, they were all citizens, and who is a president, not a monarch, who works his tail off every day for us to make good on the promises that we elected him to fulfill, and to call him a king. It's a phony, rigged pretense. I reject the premise.
I'm astounded that the guy who got away with federal gun charges, drug use with his ex-wife, former girlfriend, and sister-in-law. I mean, President Joe Biden issued him a pardon for the gun conviction
for
charge.
10 years, didn't it? Didn't it span 10 years?
Well, it wasn't even Joe Biden. It was the auto pen that did it, right?
No, on Hunter, it was actually his signature.
It was his signature.
Yeah,
it was a white signature.
That's the one he did it
That's
for.
the one he did. So that's the one he was sure that he was.
Which shows, by the way, that he was concerned that if he didn't do it in person, that it might be open to some scrutiny, which is another thing.
False tax returns, tax evasion, China with the investment banker that he met with on behalf of his dad, Ukraine, Burisma. I mean, we're talking all the laptop stuff, all the videos that are out there of every negative thing that he did, and he gets on. This is crazy stuff.
No, it's totally crazy. And by the way, the fact that that I have to listen to this garbage. I have a clip from Hakeem Jeffries, Bernie Sanders. Obviously you saw the Hunter Biden one. The fact that they are so incensed at this, and we have to sit here and listen to this slop and this fake outrage, when you and I just lost our friend to real violence, to something real. It's deeply offensive on a level that's difficult to put into words. Candidly, I don't think I can. Anyway, let's just hear some more from them. 198.
Well, that video is deeply unserious, deeply unpresidential, and deeply un-American. But unfortunately, it's the type of erratic, extreme behavior that the American people have continued to see from this president.
I mean, okay, whatever. 197. Here's Bernie.
Trump may be crazy, and he may be a liar, and he may do. You describe. I mean, it's hard to imagine a president. I mean, I don't know what world these guys are living in. Mm-hmm. President of the United States dropping feces on an American city.
Right.
All right.
I mean, it's a meme. And this is why the left can't meme. They are puritanical. They are pearl clutchers. They are cult members, honestly, to some sort of, I don't know what the cult would be called, but it's like secular humanism, far less progressive, one world globalism.
It's all just, they just want to target Trump constantly and just make up anything that they can come up with to attack Trump with. It doesn't matter what he does. He could congratulate leftists with something, they'll attack him.
And they'll say, oh, he's insincere with that. It really is very sick stuff. And again, and there's a clip I wanted to get to. I ran out of time here before the break, of a leftist on ASU's campus saying that we're Nazis, our students are Nazis, and then saying, watch your necks. And so when they dehumanize us, when they call us Nazis, fascists, and all this stuff, and then they act like it never happened, and they do it for years, and then when we have to listen to this fake outrage about a meme, it's a meme. Senator Eric Schmidt joins us next. We'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Howdy, Rab fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rab is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming for retribution.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
And get free silver just like this right here. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from the Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they're going to send you a free patriotic silver round like the one I'm showing you right here that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year, and the Birch Gold Group can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. If you're current or former military, the Birch Gold Group has a special offer just for you. Get this, they are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, many of whom are RAV listeners, we really want to encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. It's as simple as texting the word America to the number 989898 for a free information kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver like this gold round right here with qualifying purchases. You have to purchase so before the end of this month. Again, simply text the word America to the number 989898. Do so today. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice headlines. President Trump drawing a line in the sand, saying he is open to meet with Democrat leaders from the House and Senate to discuss the ongoing government shutdown, but only under one condition.
I'd love to meet with them. I just want them to open up the country first. You know, the country is so hot right now, and they've never voted against, you know, continuation. They've never voted against. They've never done that. They're doing this because they have Trump derangement syndrome. But I would love to meet. I would like to meet with both of them. But I set one little caveat. I will only meet if they let the country open. They have to let the country open.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who Republicans blame for the shutdown, says he has asked the president to meet this week, before 47 heads over to Asia on Friday. We'll see if Democrats blink in order to facilitate a meeting with the commander-in-chief within the next couple of days. Stay tuned. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Stop watching the news. and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. In just a second, we're going to be welcoming Senator Eric Schmidt from the great state of Missouri onto the show, and a good friend of our show. But first, I'm going to tell you about my Patriot. Well, hold on. See, these two always. I know. I'm going to tell you about Patriot Mobile. I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms. They support Turning Point USA. They support shows like this. I see Glenn out and about at every sort of grassroots event you can imagine. These people walk the walk. They really do believe this stuff, and they're fighting on your behalf. So don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. You get to keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. You could even get two of the carriers, the major carriers, on your phone at once, which is what I do, which I totally recommend. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie, and use the promo code Charlie for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. So, without further ado, Senator Eric Schmidt, welcome to the show. And this is your first time back to our show, and so I just want to give you a chance to reflect on that. And you're doing great work in the Senate, by the way, and I want to give you major props for that, for raising awareness about this rise of left-wing violence. So the floor is yours, Senator.
Well, listen, man, it's good to be back with you. And it's the first time I've been on the show since Charlie was assassinated, and like many who knew him, is just devastating. And I'm not sure there were interviews in the first couple of days, and I really struggled with the words because it just felt like it was such a big tragedy. And you know him better than most, and just his willingness to go out and try to convince people, go on college campuses. And he was so effective, and I think that's why his life was taken. He was so effective with young people, and just since then, you've just seen this outpouring of support and the conversion of minds. And he also he talked about his faith a lot. That's a unique thing. Not a lot of people do that in the public square. Certainly people, that were Charlie's age talk about, hey, have kids, have a family, all those sorts of things that are really important lessons. And I just think that his memory will carry on, and the great work that you guys are doing at Turning Point, but he's going to be missed. I mean, he's just a very unique character, not just somebody who was skilled like orator and debater, but was an operator. And actually, I think about whenever I went down to the last weekend of the campaign, went down to Arizona to meet up with President Trump, and then we went to Michigan and Wisconsin, and then back to New York. And that final weekend, it was RFK was down there and others. And just talking to Charlie and how optimistic he was. He's like, hey, man, get back on that plane, go up there. We got it handled here in Arizona. It's just a very unique person. And there's definitely, it's just a huge loss. But really appreciate you guys are kind of soldiering on here and carrying forth that mission. It's important work.
Well, I appreciate that. And he really, really respected you, Senator, and trusted you, knew you were one of the good guys that were fighting and actually putting up wins for the conservative movement, part of this new vanguard of real conservatives, rock red conservatives that were not afraid to play offense. And so we know that you are a huge part of that legacy and that fight that Charlie had, and you're showing that. And you've launched this Senate hearing it's called Politically Violent Attacks, a Threat to Our Constitutional Order. And I love it because you've gone so far as to say that the violence comes predominantly from one side of the aisle, which is a complete rebuttal to what you hear from the other networks, right? You hear that this is a both sides issue. This is left and right-wing extremists, and Joe Biden saying that MAGA extremists are the number one threat to our democracy and the soul of our nation. So what do you hope to accomplish in this, Senator? I think it's great, and I'm glad you're doing it.
Well, thanks. And you saying that about Charlie and how he viewed me, I can't tell you how much that means to hear that. So, but, honestly, the genesis of this, it was a couple of days after his assassination that we had a judiciary hearing, and I kind of went on this impromptu kind of rant about, don't give me this both sides bullshit, was that the term that I used, and just sort of like extemporaneously rattling off all of these incidents that, the Waukesha Christmas parade, the Covenant school shooting, Butler, Pennsylvania, Abundant Life, Tesla's firebombed, ICE facilities, the Minnesota Catholic school shooting, and then, of course, with the literally shooting Charlie Kirk in the throat as he was speaking truth. This isn't a both sides thing. This is a symptom of a sickness on the left that I feel like has to be addressed. And so that hearing next week will be the first in Congress, will be the first in the Senate to address this head on. I don't think we should play this game with the left on this both sides stuff. This is, if you kind of take a step back, Andrew, you go back to the early 70s, the Weather Underground, they were firebombing, causing chaos. It was a lot of violence that was coming from the left, and there weren't real consequences there. A lot of those people that were in charge of that movement, including Bill Ayers, went on to be tenured professors and into academia. He actually hosted the first fundraiser for Barack Obama when he was running for the state Senate. It kind of made its way into the political mainstream of the left. They were rewarded for it. And now we see it really playing out and metastasizing in the polling that you see, which is 25% of those who describe themselves as very liberal believe that political violence is justified to meet a political ends. Compare that to 3% of very conservatives. That's 3% too many. But don't tell me it's the same thing. And when over half of those who are on the left side of the ledger believe that it's at least somewhat justifiable to murder President Trump, there's a problem that is not a both sides thing. It is a real big problem for the left. And so we're going to have a hearing on it. We're going to have Michael Knowles come testify, who was a victim of a firebombing himself, of what's really behind all this and what are the strategies moving forward. I've actually called for and written to Secretary Rubio to declare Antifa a international terrorist organization. President Trump's declared them domestic terrorist organization. I think this network runs far and wide. It's coordinated. They have safe houses. They have funding. We need to go at this thing and be aggressive, not just play defense, but play offense, because this is a real threat to our country and the fabric of our constitutional republic.
Well, and let's just go through a couple examples here, Senator Schmidt, and thank you for all of that, genuinely, from my heart. 226, this is a video of a pink-haired person at the University of Arizona, and she's calling our Turning Point representatives that were tabling there Nazis, and she says, "Watch your necks." 226.
Yeah. Hey, Nazis, can you set up somewhere where I can avoid you easily?
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day.
No, you Nazi. Watch your neck.
Thanks.
That's just one example. Then you have this school teacher, if the team could get these images, Lucy Martinez. She's a K-8 STEM teacher at Nathan Hale Elementary School in Chicago. She, of course, was spotted and went viral doing a handgun motion to her neck, mocking Charlie's assassination. This is somebody that teaches children in K-8 STEM classes. And we were provided with an email from one of the parents that kids goes to the school. This parent sent it to us, and the school makes no mention in this email, Senator Schmidt, of the vile behavior that Lucy Martinez demonstrated in an impromptu moment. I call this life's pop quiz, and if you fail it, I'm sorry. That's what's going to happen. You're going to have consequences. Right now, the consequences, a lot of pressure from social media. But as far as we know, she still has a job. She's still employed. She's still hoping probably to go back to her job teaching young people about science and math. Meanwhile, she has been revealed to be a monster who believes that political assassinations of my friend Charlie, a husband and a father and a good man who lifted up debate and open dialogue, that she thinks that's something to mock out in the open in public. And the fact that the monsters feel that they can be so public about it, shame on them. And we need to make political assassination, political violence taboo again in this country. And that starts with her getting a pink slip.
Yeah, well, and if you ever needed a bigger advertisement for school choice, there it is. Can you imagine your kid being forced because you're in that public school and maybe you don't have the option to go to a Catholic school or a private school or a religious school, that has to be your teacher for the rest of the year? Yeah, and there has to be accountability here.
Well,
I tell you, Andrew, like it's a lot of it's being exposed. The media doesn't want you to see it, but these are being captured, obviously, in social media. Turning Points, the original clip that you showed, the second one, of course, then just happens to be viral. The media doesn't want to talk about this. And I think we have to continue to drive this conversation because we should stand unapologetically for free speech and we should condemn political violence at every turn. There's no place for it. But there is this growing desire among the left to take those sorts of matters into their own hands, and there's a celebration culture. I mean, I hate even talking about it after Charlie's assassination, but it was sick to see so many people like celebrating this. And these are people who like work at your school or they work at the local deli. Like, what in the hell is going on around here? And but I think you see it play out in so many different ways. The left is sort of inherently sewn into this kind of violent framework. And I'm not talking about everybody, but I'm talking about the people who really subscribe to the idea that they're part of a movement where violence is totally justified. And it's the same kind of different, but you got this Trump derangement syndrome that gave, and when you call half the country, and I talked about this in the hearing, you call half the country for a decade a basket of deplorables, bitter clingers, Nazis, trash, fascists. Don't tell me that you're not othering and making it easier to sort of create this narrative that it's somehow justified because it's literally Hitler and you can be the person that stopped Hitler. I mean, these people know what they're doing, and even with this No Kings nonsense this weekend, these people they've lost elections, they've lost the debate. There's a lot of, whatever. God bless you. Go out and protest all you want. But there is this element here on the left that I fully intend to expose. I'm not going away on this. And I'm not going to be, shamed into this idea that it's a both sides thing. This political violence we've seen is predominantly coming from the left. There's no doubt about it. And it needs to be exposed, and we need to have hearings on it. There needs to be accountability, and we need to disrupt these coordinated networks that facilitate it.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, that was the last text message that Charlie sent to Stephen Miller, was saying we have to disrupt and destroy these funding networks that are fomenting political violence. And, I just think, God bless you, Senator. Thank you so much. We appreciate you making the time to come on the show today. What you're doing is truly important. So Godspeed, and I pray great success for that hearing. And
likewise, man. Hey, I'm praying for you, everybody in the Turning Point Network, the entire audience. Everybody's still grieving, but this is important work that's going to continue, and I appreciate you too.
Thank you, Senator. God bless you. We'll see you soon and have you back on again soon too. Thank you. I want to take a minute to thank our incredible partners over at Good Ranchers. They share our values, the same ones that we stand for every day on this show. And beyond that, they have an excellent product. I get meat in a box from them. It's all made in America. It is high quality. You can get beef, chicken, seafood. Your kids are going to love the nuggets. Charlie's kids love the nuggets. Right to your door. No imported junk, no compromise. In a time when big corporations are bowing to the woke agendas of the left, Good Ranchers is standing strong for God, country, and common sense. They support American farmers, honor biblical values, and so much more. So go to goodranchers.com. Use the code KIRK to get $40 off. Goodranchers.com, promo code KIRK.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Newsflash, Democrats. America is a republic, not a democracy. Fact check. True.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Audiences across the country, joined by Tyler Boyer, COO of Turning Point Action. Tyler, why don't you just give like a primer on Turning Point Action really quick?
Yeah, no, we are in all of the key swing states across the country. So we are the largest ground force. Turning Point Action is working to lay the framework ahead of 2026, 2028 to ensure that we keep winning. We have right now many things going on. Arizona, we've got some key get out the vote opportunities actually at 10 o'clock right now. We have an entire team that's going out and knocking doors. We're doing the same in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. You can get on our app, so you can download the Turning Point Action app. It's blue to get involved yourself. So it's Turning Point Action app, tpaction.com.
Yeah, and tpaction.com, right? tpaction.com if you want to get involved. Have you seen a surge of signups?
Yeah, so we've had tens of thousands. We are over 120,000 people that had signed up to get involved. And you just talked about TPUSA Faith kind of being the more adult.
Yeah.
So it's TP Action.
I love it. Well, 120,000, that's breaking news, actually. We're going to welcome back national radio in about 2 seconds, and we'll continue telling about that. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, radio stations across the country. Honored to be with you, Andrew Colvin, executive producer of this show, and Tyler Boyer, COO of Turning Point Action. You were just saying in the break that we had 120,000 plus people sign up to join Turning Point Action?
Yeah, in some way, shape, or form at Turning Point Action.
Wow.
And again, you had talked at the top of the hour about TPUSA Faith, the surge that's happened there. So everybody knows Turning Point for our college and high school program. And we've talked a lot about how many signups have happened there. The adult version of getting involved at Turning Point USA is TPUSA Faith. But then we also have Turning Point Action to get involved on the political side.
It's amazing.
So,
well, and
that's what
so everybody who signs up is like a future door knocker. It's a future person that's going to use the app. I mean, it's really, that's amazing news. So I'm glad you shared that with everybody. So check it out, tpaction.com. We're going to be continuing talking about Turning Point Action in hour 2. So, but why we have this time with just you and I, Tyler, I want to talk about this Mehdi Hassan clip. So he's basically calling for Muslim call to prayer. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to know what you think of this. What do you think we should do when you have foreigners move into our country? Mehdi Hassan is a Muslim. I don't know his whole background, but he comes via the UK, and now he's, in America. And so here's cut 212, him calling for church bells next to Islamic calls for prayer.
I think that if you can play church bells, you can pray the call to prayer. We are as American as anyone else, and don't take any BS from anyone.
Oh, do you think so? Question for the audience do you think Mehdi Hassan is as American as anybody else? Freedom at Charlie Kirk. I want to know your actual thoughts. Give a thoughtful answer. Mehdi Hassan, is he as American as you or I or Tyler Boyer here? Go ahead, Tyler.
Well, and just so that the entire audience understands, the loudspeakers outside of mosques play the call to prayer in Muslim predominant countries. This is something that has been fought and debated over across many places in Europe, even in Africa. So in Africa, this has been banned in many countries. It's stopped because it's very loud, it's very open, and it's obviously anti-Christian and anti.
Yeah, no, they think we're infidels.
Yeah,
actually, that they if you actually read the texts of their holy scriptures, we're infidels, and if we don't convert, we should be killed. And if you sort of agree to live at peace, they'll tax you to pay for their mosques.
So what Mehdi's suggesting is to come into places in America and force everyone to have to do this. That's really that's the end goal. And this is not, I mean, this isn't even controversial. This has been banned across Europe.
And I was going to say, a lot of Western nations have done the same. But here's Muslim Dearborn Police Chief Shaheen on the Islamic call to prayer, blasting 5 times starting at sunrise daily. Play cut 210.
Oftentimes when we take readings, Council President, it's the ambient noise that's even louder than the call to prayer, to be honest with you. The truck will go by, hit a pothole, and it's much louder than the call to prayer. The 2 or 3 evaluations that we have had in the last couple of years have been met with compliance as soon as we've talked to the religious institutions. It's no different than church bells that you might hear on Sunday.
Oh, so no different than church bells. Well, so our friend, Matt Walsh, took issue with this, and he said, in reply to Mehdi Hassan, he said, Christianity built this country. Islam did not at all in even the slightest way. That's why we can have our church bells, you ungrateful little beep. But he didn't say beep. He said the real B word. And, honestly, it needed to be said, candidly. This country was born by settlers who came over from Christian Europe to set up religious freedom for themselves and to ask for the providence of Almighty God, of a Christian God, of Jesus, on this nation called the United States of America. Now, it wasn't called that at the time, but it was called America. And they were coming to the New World to set up freedom. And we have been blessed by providence. Yep. You know who has, succeeded more in the modern time is Christian nations. And there's a reason for that. We have freedom. We have individual responsibility. We have open dialogue. We don't, subjugate our citizens. These are the ideas that gave birth to the American Revolution and to the Constitution. We trace our lineage back to the Magna Carta and so many other things. The point is, and Matt's, I think, point is well made. Somebody need to say it, so I'm not going to quibble over his choice of words here, because it needs to be said. America is a Christian nation, and we will remain that way. And one of Charlie's last and most passionate issues that he presented to the world was that we must not allow Islam to invade America. We must not allow Islam to invade the Christian West. And there you go. There's him saying it in tweet form. And we're going to stay on that because that was Charlie's warning to us, and we're not going to forget it. Hour 2 coming up.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. Get this, as many as 19 million Americans take fish oil supplements. We're often told that fish oil supplements are rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which of course can help with everything from heart health to joint health and so much more. But my next guest says, not so fast, my friend. Chad Walding is an expert in the field of physical therapy, nutrition, and nutraceuticals. He's also the co-founder of Native Path, which is a health and wellness company focused on supplements that are backed by science. Chad, it's good to see you. I took liberty of quoting you with the not so fast, my friend, but I think it's appropriate. Before we get kind of to the meat of all of this, talk about why you decided to found Native Path. Excuse me, I can't get my words out.
Yeah, we decided to found Native Path because humans have gotten off the path. If you look at our health in the past 100 years, chronic disease, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, all of these things have gotten worse in the past 100 years, despite all our advances in science and technology. So we really see a food industry that knows nothing about health, a health industry that knows nothing about food. So Native Path is really here to get people back in alignment with the way they're supposed to eat, the way they're supposed to move, the way we're supposed to live. So we spend a lot of time on education, and with our supplements, what we are doing is filling in the gaps, all the vitamins, nutrients that are missing in the modern diet. Let's fill that in so we can fill our best and get back on the path, as we say.
All right, so let's get to the meat of this conversation. Fish oil, you say it's not quite what's necessarily advertised?
Yeah, and when we talk about fish oil, we should start by saying that omega-3s are beneficial to overall health, right? As you said earlier, omega-3s reduce inflammation, they contribute to heart health, brain health, bone health, metabolism, and potentially even cancer prevention. But the thing is, when most people hear omega-3s, they're automatically thinking fish oil. So hundreds of supplement companies have seized the opportunity to supply fish oil to consumers in hopes of augmenting the omega-3s we need. But the science that's coming out about fish oil is a little murky. Harvard Harvard Health published a major study of multiple randomized trials testing fish oil against a placebo, and the conclusion was there's no evidence of heart-related benefits from fish oil. Cleveland Clinic published an article stating fish oil pills aren't doing what you think they're doing. In fact, one of the studies found that fish oil may actually increase LDL cholesterol. So it's getting a little murky, and I think there's a couple problems with fish oil we need to bring to light here. Number one, it's not pure, right? It's coming from oceans that are now tainted in the modern world with pollutants and toxins, which prevent it from working. So I simply don't trust the fish oil coming from those waters. And number two, it doesn't get absorbed by the human body very well, especially when compared to krill oil, which the studies are now showing is a more superior form of omega-3s.
I'm glad you brought up krill oil because that was going to be my next thing. That is the alternative that you're selling there at Native Path.
Right. So krill oil is a better form of omega-3s, we feel. And most people think it's a fish. It's actually a shrimp-like crustacean, and it's abundant in the pure waters of the Antarctica. So what really caught our attention was the study showing that krill oil is a more potent and absorbable form of omega-3s compared to fish oil. It's actually 50% more absorbable and 8 times more bioavailable in the human body. So you get more bang for your buck. And the reason is it becomes in a phospholipid form. That phospholipid form is all over our bodies, which allow it to penetrate our cells. It's also more powerful than fish oil. One study found that fish oil, even given at lower doses, krill oil is more effective even at lower doses at supporting heart health than fish oil. But the biggest difference between krill oil and fish oil is a powerful antioxidant that is not found in fish oil. It's called astaxanthin. It's really the key to achieving all the benefits you're seeking from omega-3s.
All right, so for people who are interested, may want to order, at least do some more research, how can they find out that information and what you're offering there at Native Path?
Absolutely. So we're extending up to 66% off to the audience today when they visit nativepathkrilloil.com. So I'll give that again. Visit nativepathkrilloil.com for up to 66% off.
All right, and folks, the information is right there at the bottom of your screen. You can log on as we speak and go ahead and make your order. You can get yourself 66% off. That's pretty significant. Well, that's going to do it for us here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate you being here with us for this news break. We're going to take a quick break, and then get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, Hour 2. We are live here in studio. Got, of course, Tyler Boyer, COO of Turning Point Action, one of the most important activists in the country. Tyler Boyer, I just want to give you some flowers, some kudos there. Exactly. But we're also joined this hour by a great friend of the show, great friend of Arizona, great friend of the country, a patriot, Sheriff Mark Lamb. Welcome.
Well, thanks for having me on. This is a true privilege. Yeah. I wish Charlie were here as well with us, you know, but and my condolences to all of you guys and to everybody, the Turning Point family, and of course Erica and her kids. But he's a true patriot, and it's an honor to be on the show today.
Yeah, well, we're honored to have you here, and we've got to fill the audience in on some updates because there's a lot of moving pieces. We think about 2026, we think about 2028, but there's a lot of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. Tyler, you are one of the key players, I would say, nationally that is working to make sure that the conservative grassroots, I mean, Charlie always said we want Republicans in Congress, in the Senate, in the White House that are as conservative as the base. Tyler, explain, set the stage, and then we'll throw it to Sheriff Lamb.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem that we have across the country right now is we need to convince good people to run for office. And they have to be ready to go, meaning they have to have some backing, already some name ID, some understanding of what the issues are that are at hand. And, that's why it's so exciting to see good people run. And I think you have some big news today, right?
I do, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I just want to say thank you for the work that Turning Point and Turning Point Action has done, mobilizing. We changed that election. You guys changed that election for President Donald Trump, and now we have him in office. And look at what we've been able to do in 2 years, getting the border under control. It's not fixed long term, and that's where we need more patriots in office that are going to stand up and fight for American values. So I can't, like any good cop, I can't run from a fight. And so I'm announcing today my candidacy for CD5, which is East Mesa, Apache Junction, Santan Valley, Gilbert, South Chandler. And I'm getting in because, listen, I believe in America, and thank you. I believe in America. I believe in our history, our birthright, and I think America has a bright future, and I want to be part of it.
Well, this district is really special because this is Andy Biggs' district. So this is really, a lot of people have called this the epicenter of the Freedom Caucus because this is Andy Biggs, as we know, was the longstanding chair of the Freedom Caucus. So what does that mean to you? What's kind of your vision for why you're running for Congress, what you're hoping to do and carry on that legacy?
Well, those are big shoes to fill. Andy has been a stalwart in the Freedom Caucus. He understands the Constitution and representing his people, and he has that belief in God, family, freedom like I do, where his decisions are trying to always do what's right by his citizens and taking those three things into consideration. And so those are big shoes to fill. I'm honored to even be able to try to run and get in this position behind Andy because what he's done for I live in CD5. I couldn't be more proud to have him as a congressman. I hope to have him as a governor as well. And I hope that I can go in there. I've met with the Freedom Caucus. I want to be, back a few months ago, I met with him, told him I was thinking about this. And I truly want to be the champion for Arizona and freedom like Andy has been for the state of Arizona and for CD5 for so long. So big shoes to fill, but I'm confident that we can go in there and do it. I'm cut from the same cloth. Look, I believe in God, family, freedom. I believe in the rule of law. I believe in America. I believe in all the things that built this country. And like you said, we need proven fighters in this realm right now. We may only have a couple more years. Well, we know we've got a couple more years of President Trump. Hopefully we can take the Congress again and be able to do some really great work over the next 2 years. And we need guys that can hit the ground running. And I know that I can do that in CD5 for the people of Arizona and of CD5 and honestly for this country.
Yeah, I mean, you are so well known across the country, from your live PD days to everything.
60 days in, all that stuff.
Everything else that you've done. And then obviously you ran for Senate. Very, very friendly race. I just think it was just kind of an interesting thing here. What is your plan kind of moving forward to hit the ground running because you're so well known? How do you think that you're going to be able to be a voice on behalf of Americans as soon as you get into Congress? What's the first thing that Mark Lamb's going to tackle?
Well, look, I pride myself on my work ethic. So first of all, you got to get into the office. We've got to work hard, and I'm going to show the people of CD5 that I'll work just as hard for them in Washington, D.C. We've got a lot of issues. The border is still something that's got to be solidified. What we saw from President Trump coming in is we didn't need more laws. Yep. We needed a new president. And now what we need, and a new leader, because he's truly a leader, and he's taken us places that this country has been needing to go. know for a long time. But he needs the help. He needs the support. Andy's been there. We got to make sure that we continue with that. And so I hope to help him fix the border long term, get some long-term fixes through Congress. Yes. We want to make sure we continue to fund and support our law enforcement across this country, federal, and we want to give all the support to the states for their state and local law enforcement. Obviously, beyond that, we've got economy, we've got, Social Security, we've got a lot of other things. We've got water here in Arizona. There are a lot of issues we're going to have to dive into. We need people that have been to that, down to the Capitol, been to D.C., that have been fighting for these things for years, and I hope to be that champion. But obviously, I think the border, securing that, making sure that we get a long-term fix to the border and remove the people that have been in this country illegally, I think is some of the things that I hope to be able to help President Trump do.
Well, I have a question on that. I mean, you've seen ICE facilities get shot up. You've seen this 1,000% increase on assaults on ICE agents. I mean, I think basically most of the energy that the Dems showed with this No Kings nonsense came from the immigration policies of President Trump, right? The ICE agents, they're calling it, and some of the National Guard story as well. But then you had this story that came out of Los Angeles yesterday where a federal agent was shot trying to arrest an illegal alien in L.A., and I guess the illegal alien got shot. There was a ramming incident involved. Let's go ahead and play this news report really quick, and I'm going to get your reaction to it. 2:35.
A U.S. Marshal and an illegal alien were both shot in L.A. It was during an immigration operation. Both at this time, we are told, have non-life-threatening injuries. Fox is told that federal agents surrounded and boxed in a target. That target then rammed federal vehicles in an attempt to escape. The feds fired their weapons. One U.S. Marshal was hit in his hand in what initially appears to be a bullet ricochet. The target criminal alien was hit in the elbow, we are told. Both expected to be okay, and they are at the hospital.
And then just one extra clip here, actually, that I think is really important. Democrats are announcing that they are creating a master ICE tracker now, Sheriff Lamb. 2:43.
I shared this with the mayor. Over the course of the next couple of weeks, the Oversight Committee will be launching on their website a master ICE tracker where we're going to be essentially tracking every single instance that we can verify that the community will be able to send us information on.
So this is putting a direct target on the backs of federal agents. It's endangering their lives, not to mention a clear obstruction of federal immigration law.
Absolutely. This is why we've seen, a 600 to 1,000% increase in attacks on our federal law enforcement. They're doing it because you have politicians like this who are going out, or Tim Walz saying these guys are the Gestapo. No, they're doing the job that Congress actually lined out and said, this is why we want you to, these are the rules of being in our country, and if you come in the country illegally, we're going to remove you. And I think that the media and the politicians bear the responsibility for the violence that we're seeing against our federal law enforcement, and we need to start holding people accountable. Just, you talk about the federal law, Title 8, Section 1324 says that it is illegal to shield, harbor, or conceal. I mean, this is shielding, harboring, and concealing anybody who you know to be in this country.
And
illegally.
they're provoking these conflicts with ICE agents all over the country, and we're seeing this a lot in California, where they have these roving bands of volunteers that just so happen to have legal representatives standing by in case something happens. And if they happen to provoke ICE agents, who, by the way, are on high alert because they're getting shot at, they're getting attacked, they're getting their cars rammed by the Latin Kings and other groups that actually want them dead. And so then these volunteers go and try and track their movements, and they act surprised when there is a conflict that happens in the streets. We're going to continue on with Sheriff Mark Lamb in just one second. I'm going to tell you quickly about Alan Jackson and his podcast, Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson podcast. What makes this podcast really unique is that they take a biblical perspective, the truth from the Bible, and they apply it to issues we're facing today. So these are cultural issues. We all know about them. Gender confusion, abortion, immigration, like we're talking about now, DOJ, Trump and the White House, issues in the church, and much, much more. And so they bring in guests that are experts on these things, and then they apply biblical perspectives to teach you how to be part of the solution in bringing this country back to a place of sanity and faith. So check it out again. That's the Culture and Christianity podcast. It's informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Be sure to subscribe and don't miss any episodes. Alan Jackson Ministries is working hard to bring biblical biblical truth back into our culture. You can find out more about Pastor Alan Jackson and the ministry, alanjackson.com/Charlie. That's alanjackson.com/Charlie. Check it out. He's a good man. He texts me encouragements, I can tell you. Takes an interest in the show. Check it out. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Sheriff Mark Lamb in just a second. Of course, we have Tyler Boyer from Turning Point Action here. This is a Turning Point Action Power Hour. That's what we're doing here. We're going to talk about the grassroots, what we can do to get Sheriff Lamb in office, what we're going to do in Arizona, but also New Jersey. We're going to turn our sights on New Jersey, so stay tuned for that. That race is, we got Jack is surging. Chitterelli is surging in New Jersey, and that would be a huge, huge feather in the conservative cap. But before we get there, I want to tell you about Y-Refi, our good friends over there at Y-Refi. If you find yourself in a situation where you have private student loan debt, which of course there is $45 billion of private student loan across this country, I mean, it's distressed or defaulted, you need to call these guys, yrefi.com. They're good patriots that care about students, that care about parents that have gotten themselves tied into their these private student loans of their students. By the way, college is a scam. Maybe don't take out so many loans to get these useless degrees. Go learn a trade. Go learn something actually useful, but that's a different conversation for another day. Y-Refi is great. They sponsor our campus tour, sponsor Turning Point USA. They help this show, and they've stood by us through thick and thin. So please give them a chance to help you. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com or 888-YREFI34, yrefi.com. Check it out. We'll be right back. welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We have Sheriff Mark Lamb in studio live. He has just made news, folks. He is going to be running for Congress. Andy Bigg's seat that he is, of course, departing because he's running for governor of this state. When we endorse Andy wholeheartedly, he is going to run away with the primary if the polling holds, and Tyler's going to make sure that happens. And we're going to do our part here on the show. So the seat is open, and the worst thing that could happen to this country is if the seat was open and then it got replaced by some rhino or some, feckless wonder that nobody knew and nobody cared about. Instead, you are rising to the occasion. We were talking about in the break that you are one of the few people anybody could think of with the name ID, the patriotism, the passion, the credibility on the most important hot button topics, especially immigration. And so we're grateful to you that you're stepping to the plate. I know it's a sacrifice for your family. It's a sacrifice for you personally. And we're just grateful that you're willing to do it.
Well, I appreciate it. And look, the sacrifice, we look at, Charlie's lived a life. President Trump has made sacrifices. So many great, Andy's made sacrifices. We need those people, those true patriots that are unapologetic for America, for God, for family, for having children, all the things that, when at the memorial for Charlie, when you guys did that event, just all the things that he talked about and the way he talked about it, he was never apologetic for it. He was He was a stalwart defender of the values that built this country, and I'm honored to be in a position to where I could go out and do the same thing. I want to be the representative for CD5. I want to go Washington, D.C. and defend the people's constitutional rights, their freedom. I want to be unapologetic about God, family, and the things that make this country great.
Well, and your family has a connection. We talked about this, and I don't want to get too emotional here with all of this, but we lost Charlie. I know you and your sweet wife Janelle went through the heartache of losing your son Cooper, and just the connection that's there with all of that. And I know that drives you.
Absolutely.
Talk a little bit about that. And again, I don't mean to spring that on you, but
No, look, it's a big part of our life, and it's part of what drives us. Part of the reason why I ran for Senate was we lost my son, my granddaughter, my 22-year-old son, my 11-month-old granddaughter, my daughter-in-law died a few days later from somebody driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol. That's right. But what it reminded us is there is no guarantee for tomorrow. And that the only thing we take with us is what we do in this life. And there's an old Danish saying that says that he who has the ability has the responsibility. Right. And it's hard to walk away knowing you have the ability to come in and defend the values and the freedoms that this country was built on, to defend God, to defend all of what we believe as a family. And losing my son and my granddaughter really put all that into perspective, and my daughter-in-law put that into perspective for us. Losing Charlie put it into perspective for me again and made me realize now is the time. We're, like Esther says, we're made for times like this. And so I know that's not exactly how she said it. I put it in Mark Lamb terms.
No, it's great.
We're made for such a time as this. And so I would be doing a disservice to my family, to my country, if I stood on the sidelines at this time. So,
well, and I know that speaks a lot to those that know you very, very closely and very personally. People know you, I think, more broadly as the sheriff and the big bad sheriff that's kind of representing conservative values against some of the negativity that we just talked about with the left just trying to run over our nation with lawlessness and crime. But that we just talked about, that crime has personally affected all of us that are sitting here and in different ways. And so having somebody step up like yourself to fight with that I know that's deep down, really imprinted on your soul, I think matters a whole lot for people to understand and know.
Yeah, well said. I see you as I think a lot of America sees you as a strong man who's willing to fight the good fight to keep us safe, to stand up. You were standing in a gap during a lawless administration that was allowing our country to be invaded, and you were patrolling that border day in, day out, and you weren't just patrolling it, you were waving the alarm bells, trying to tell the country and the world of just how bad it had gotten. And a man that's willing to do that when there's nobody that has your six, nobody has your back, and you're willing to stand in the gap and do that speaks to your character and your courage. And that's what we're going to need, especially as our brave ICE agents are getting targeted like never before. We need more support and backup for this fight right now.
Well, thank you for that. And look, America's best days are ahead. I truly believe that. But we need people that aren't afraid. During COVID, I stood up against the lockdowns. I stood against the mask mandates, the vaccines. Then we had the whole border issue. And I hope that people realize and see that I'm a proven conservative fighter. And I would love to continue that fight and do it on a national level.
We're gonna do everything we can at this show and at Turning Point Action to have your back, and because you've had ours, and you are a proven conservative fighter. Charlie loved you. He respected you. And I know that.
And marklam.us, by the way, but thank you, because I keep forgetting marklam.us.
Marklam.us. Donate, support his campaign, volunteer, get out to vote. We're going to be doing our part. Please do yours. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Mark.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is drawing a line in the sand, saying that he's open to meet with Democrat leaders from the House and Senate to discuss the ongoing government shutdown, but only under one condition.
I'd love to meet with them. I just want them to open up the country first. You know, the country is so hot right now, and they've never voted against, continuation. They've never voted against. They've never done that. They're doing this because they have Trump derangement syndrome. But I would love to meet. I would like to meet with both of them. But I set one little caveat. I will only meet if they let the country open. They have to let the country open.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who Republicans blame for the shutdown, says he has asked the president to meet this week before 47 heads to Asia on Friday. We'll see if the Democrats blink in order to facilitate a meeting with the commander-in-chief in the next couple of days. President Trump says his plan for a face-to-face meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin is off for now, as he sees such a meeting being a, quote, waste of time. The two were supposed to meet in Budapest, Hungary, to continue talks related to ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. That meeting was supposed to be an encore to the president's meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House last week. However, Russia's foreign minister says on Tuesday that his country is opposed to an immediate ceasefire, which appears to be a non-starter for President Trump. Now, on the other side of the world, the Trump administration claiming success in its peace deal and ceasefire agreement between Israel, and Hamas.
We are 1 week into President Trump's historic peace plan in the Middle East, and things are going, frankly, better than I expected that they were. We're here at the Civilian Military Cooperation Center, which we are announcing the opening of. You have Israelis and Americans working hand in hand to try to begin the plan to rebuild Gaza, to implement a long-term peace, and to actually ensure that you have security forces on the ground in Gaza, not composed of Americans, who can keep the peace over the long term. So we've got a lot of work left to do. This is going to take a very, very long time.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance on the ground in Israel. That's a quick check of your headlines.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett here with Tyler Boyer, COO of Turning Point Action, leading the charge. One of the most important activists in the country is Tyler Boyer. I want to tell you about mypatriotsupply.com, and of course there's a /Kirk in there. It's the perfect time to ask yourself some questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? How would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? What would you do if a storm knocked out your power for a week? If you're anything like me, there's room for improvement. I can tell you that I've already improved kind of a lot, actually, because My Patriot Supply sent me a ton of boxes, and we've got them all in a really safe place. We're ready to go. So, but luckily, my friend at Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever by giving you over $1,500 worth of emergency food and preparedness gear for free. They've launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit, and it includes a full year of emergency food. That's right, a full year, a water filtration system. So if you got like a hot tub or a pool, you can use that actually in these instances when the tap runs dry. You can purify almost any water source with that. It's got a solar backup generator and a lot more. And here's the best part. If you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk, you can get 90 preparedness essentials totaling over $1,500 absolutely free. Head to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk for full details. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. All right, Tyler, since this is the Turning Point Action Power Hour, the patriotism hour, the grassroots hour, I'm throwing it over to you to welcome our friend Brandon in, who's back east right now.
Yeah, we have an incredible team that spans across the country. As we mentioned, we're in every key target state, including in the Northeast and New Hampshire and Pennsylvania, and we have taken our team and we've been working in New Jersey. So Brandon Malley is our regional manager for our field operation, the biggest field operation within the conservative movement, and he is out in New Jersey right now actually laying the groundwork, doing super chase events there. Brandon, are you with us? How you doing, my friend?
Thanks for having me on, Tyler. I'm doing great and very excited to be bringing the Turning Point Action brand to the Garden State.
Well, you have a lot of family in New Jersey. We have a New Jersey connection. My wife's from North Jersey. You've got family in Jersey. So how are things looking out there right now? I know you've been working really hard with Cliff Maloney at the NewJerseyChase.org. That's njchase.org with Cliff. And then as you've been laying the groundwork and preparing for our big Super Chase events out there.
Well, I can say that the race is going to be extremely competitive. So many people have been fired up over the last month in Jersey. I was in South Jersey yesterday, knocking on doors, getting a feel for just how close the race will be. And we even have people that were on the sidelines for the 2024 election, believe it or not, because they felt like New Jersey was uncompetitive, that are going to be voting, and they're going to be voting for Republican Jack Ciattarelli. So we're going to channel a lot of that energy that we've seen come in over the last month in the conservative movement and bring our brand to the state so that we can activate low prop reds to get out to vote.
Yeah, so tell the audience a little bit about, remind everyone, I know Charlie and I talked a lot about Super Chase events last year going into the election, but explain to the audience what a Super Chase event looks like, and then the ones that we have coming up on November 2nd and 3rd.
So basically a Super Chase event is where we take the energy on the ground for an election and get all of our activists together in a rally type of event. But then where we take it to the next level is that we mobilize everybody to action. We ask everyone to go out and knock on doors in the neighborhoods, and we hold these events in areas that have a lot of low propensity Republican voters, high concentrations. So this is really our mobilization effort. We combine rallying the troops with the Super Saturday model. We make it fun and exciting for everybody, and we target the low propensity subset of voters.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So just for everybody to understand how you can get, people ask all the time, how can I get involved, Andrew? What can I do? What can I do more? You can show up to a state where there's an important race that's being run. You can plan your vacations now. You can plan your vacations for Arizona next year with us next November. Right now, show up to New Jersey. If you're in a surrounding state, if you're in the New York metro area, if you're in the Philadelphia metropolitan area, if you are in Maryland, if you're in the DC area, it's a quick train or drive up to actually get involved and help win a state that's winnable.
Now, I have a question for you. So if you are remote, say you're living in California right now. I mean, people don't realize California has the most registered Republicans, I think, of any state. Yeah, there's more Democrats in the state, so it's a very difficult state to win, but there's millions of them.
Yep.
If they want to get involved and they're not able to fly out, what would you recommend that they do?
Yeah, I mean, you can actually download the Turning Point Action application. So if you search on the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store for Turning Point Action, TP Action or Turning Point Action, you can download it. It's a blue icon. Don't download the TP USA app. Download the Turning Point Action app.
Or get
both, but I'm saying to get out the vote, you have to have the blue application. You tap the arrows in the top left-hand corner of that. You put in your cell phone number, and then you can actually go out and click Help Make Calls or send text messages, and you can start making calls and texts into New Jersey and other key places that on there it says disengaged New Jersey or New Jersey disengaged.
Yep.
Those are the voters that need to be contacted.
Well, so I'm going to show you guys just a little bit here. Let's look at image 203. So this is New Jersey update. It looks like it was put out by Election Wizard, and it shows that 2025 voter registration change. So the net gain for the GOP is 42,000 votes, over 42,000 votes. So Ciattarelli lost in 2021 when he ran for governor by 84,000. So just in the net registration change, he's already made up half of that difference. Now, I want to show you this is another interesting insight, right? 247, throw up 247. So this is a poll by Rutgers Eagleton, and they have Mikey Sherrill up by 5. Okay, so you might think, 5, that's really disappointing. Well, here's that same pollster missed by 5.2 in the Democrats' direction. So in 2021.
Yep.
So they say he's down. That Jack Ciattarelli's down by 5. Well, guess what? In 2021, they were off in the Democrats' direction in their favor by 5.2, which would mean if you apply the same standard to 2025, that means Jack Ciattarelli wins the governorship. And go ahead.
That's a really good point. There were polls ahead of the election in 2021 saying that he was down 12 points.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Yeah, well, and that one just had come out 4 hours ago. So that's a brand new one from Rutgers Eagleton.
So to your point, if they're off even remotely close, Jack has a real chance of winning on election day, but it's all turnout on election day.
Totally. It's all turnout. It's all low props. We've learned our lesson from 2022, 2020, and we put it into effect in 2024. We have to get those low prop voters out to the polls. It's all a game. How many pieces of paper can you get in the box? You got to get the pieces of paper in the box. Here's one more I'm going to show you, 249. This is from a few days ago. This is Insider Advantage, and they have the poll statistically tied with Cheryl at 45%, Chitterelli at 44%, with 11% undecided. And here's the good news: independents are breaking Chitterelli +6. So, Tyler, that's a big insight there. Independents are breaking +6 for Chitterelli, 43-37. So, GOP consolidation plus turnout trends mirror this trend. So, we want to make sure that we get out the vote, folks. I'm curious, Brandon. I know we're mostly working with low propensity conservatives, but are you seeing that trend with independents just anecdotally on the ground? Is that kind of the vibe? Is it a 50-50 thing, or are they distinctly leaning in Jack's favor?
I think they're leaning more in Jack's favor than +6. I think
interesting.
We're going to see something closer to 2/3 of late-breaking undecideds go Jack's way. And these are people that may not have even voted for President Trump, but realize that New Jersey is broken fundamentally and something needs to change. So we're actually going into parts of the state, again, targeting the low props. The highest targeted areas in the state are going to be in Lakewood, New Jersey, and some townships in Burlington. So we think that could help make the difference in this race, just activating those people, because the Chitterelli campaign has done a good job picking up the non-traditional GOP vote.
Yeah, and you bring up something that's really important, Brandon. New Jersey is fundamentally broken. So Jack, in every commercial that he's putting out and he's talking about, is the extraordinarily high property taxes that exist in New Jersey. It's one of the worst. It's like almost impossible for a young person to live in New Jersey. Remember, we're seeing a shift where you're going from a heavy baby boomer state to a heavy millennial state, because that's where the jobs are. The people who are employed that have to go into New York City, that have to go into Philadelphia, that have to maintain their local businesses, the blue collar, the muscular class that we talk about, they're all predominantly millennials now. And they can't afford to survive in New Jersey if it keeps going on the track that it's going, because taxes have just continued to go up and up and up and up, and they've been high for a long time.
It's such a good point. I mean, I can't imagine having to live in New Jersey. I could. I mean, obviously, if you're from there and you're born there and your family's there, there's a lot of great patriots in New Jersey, like really salt of the earth people, but they've just been outnumbered for so long. This is their chance to really finally fight back and stop some of that. I mean, they had Chris Christie, but I don't want to get into that. But you guys have some Super Chase events scheduled, and we have a graphic here. So go up, throw up 253. So this is Take Back New Jersey, 3 p.m. Sunday, November 2nd at Ocean County Park, and then 4 p.m. Monday, November 3rd at Freedom Park. And so you can get involved. Go to tpaction.com/Super-Chase and /NJ, because it's a standing URL /Super-Chase.
Yeah,
so then we do
so
it by
you can
state.
go tpaction.com/Super-Chase and then just click on New Jersey, or tpaction.com/Super-Chase/New Jersey. That'll show these two events. And again, these two events that we've pulled up here are super important. One is happening in Lakewood at Ocean County Park. That's at 3 p.m. on Sunday, November 2nd. The second is in Medford at Freedom Park at 4 p.m. on Monday, November 3rd. These are your last two opportunities. So if you can do one thing for Charlie, if you can do one thing for the movement, block some time off on 3 p.m. on Sunday, come help knock a few doors, and do the same thing on Monday. Take some time off.
Big showing. What a big showing. Brandon, thanks for joining the show, my friend. Keep up the good work. Knock on doors, inspire the Patriots. You're doing the Lord's work. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks for having me on.
Awesome. I'm going to tell you about PatriotMobile.com, PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. These Glenn and Jenny, the whole team at Patriot Mobile are fantastic humans. I say that every time because I really, really mean it. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. They have had our back, and they're always texting us. They're texting us encouragements. They're with us. They're, not going anywhere, 100% support, and I love that about them. And every time we do like these reads, sometimes Glenn will send them to me and say, yeah, you're doing such a good job. So I just love Glenn and the team. They're really good people, really good values. They fight for the same values that we fight for, and they give you the same service that you want. All three major carriers. You can get it through Patriot Mobile, and you can even put two carriers on the same phone, which is what I do. So you'll always have service. They make switching really easy. You can keep your phone or upgrade. So go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie, patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT today. Make the switch. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting
relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
I love this because you were talking about how important it is to actually get, people can fly in, they can drive in. If you live near New Jersey, you can get in a car, you can get on a train, go volunteer your time. But this is a great throwback video from the campaign where Charlie met these Canadians. Well, whatever. It's Commonwealth. It's fine. That had flown down to Arizona to help Turning Point knock on doors. Let's go ahead and play 251.
You're chasing ballots. Where are you guys from? From near Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Near Vancouver. So from a communist country. Yes, exactly. They are here to help us make sure our country doesn't become communist. How cool is that? Canadian patriots coming to help out the United States of America. The least you guys can do is vote.
Oh, I love that. So that's such a good point. Like, if Canadians were motivated to come knock on doors, then the least you can do if you're in Philly, if you're anywhere in New Jersey. By the way, Jack Posobic's watching, and he's giving me a hard time for saying, can you imagine living in New Jersey? I didn't mean that it's not beautiful or filled with great people. I just meant the government is terrible.
No, the taxes.
The taxes. That's all I meant. Yes, it's beautiful. It's like only winter there, like 8 months a year. It's not bad. It's not too bad. We're going to welcome back radio in just a second. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Do you feel the same as I do that this show just flies by?
It flies by.
there's always so much more I wanted to. I wanted to say so much more about Mehdi Hassan than I got a chance to.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's tons to talk about. We could talk for 2 hours about that. But you sometimes will message me and be like, "Hey, can you pop on the show?" And by the time I read the message, the show's over. It goes too fast.
Well, if you're in the chair, it goes really fast. I mean, what was crazy is that Charlie would do this show, and then he would, talk about. Or he would go lead Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action and go raise money. I mean, the guy was an absolute machine. But I think it's very fitting that we have you here today, Tyler, because, well, let's just let the video do the work. 246. That's right. It's Tyler Boyer's birthday. So happy birthday, my friend.
Big 30.
Well, we're not done with our surprises here. Here we go. Did you make a wish? Oh, you got a wish? What's a prayer? We make prayers.
We make prayers here, and we're praying, and we don't just rely on wishes and prayers. We actually go do the work too to show who's on the Lord's side. So that's what I'm so proud of today. Actually, we have so many people that are out in the field today for Turning Point Action doing the work in Arizona and New Jersey, across the country on the app we mentioned. So I just want to say a huge thank you to our team, because that's what matters the most.
Well, a great birthday gift would be making sure Jack Ciattarelli becomes the next governor of New Jersey. And can't forget about Winsome Sears. Don't sleep on Winsome. It's a little bit tougher state the way that is lining up, but that AG's probably the AG in that state's
AG should be a slam dunk.
Is way ahead now because of those Jay Jones nasty tweets or leaked text messages wishing violence upon his political enemy and his kids. But also we had Mark Lamb. So get involved, marklamb.us, support him. That's going to be a great race to follow. And, also, I just want to say, yes, there's some images of the great Mark Lamb. What you said about people that cannot make it and cannot fly, even if we have Canadians flying to Arizona last year during the election. You need to be able to get there. But if you can't, and you just absolutely can't for whatever reason, download the Turning Point Action app. We can't say it enough. You can make phone calls. You can. Are we still doing the postcard thing?
Yeah. So you can make calls, texts, send postcards, which is super helpful. The handwritten postcard telling people, again, your testimony of why it matters to vote, why it matters to get behind conservatives is so important.
Yeah.
We are turning the heart. So this is a revival we talked about at the hearts of Christians that are coming back to church, focusing on their family. Mm-hmm. But this is patriotism, because downstream from your culture of going back and turning back to your family, turning back to Christ is actually getting involved in the community and doing those things.
Well, exactly right. I mean, and I mentioned that I broke some news about Turning Point, TPUSA Faith yesterday on an interview with Fox News. And I mean, that is totally true. You're seeing this resurgence, this revival of faith in the wake of Charlie's murder. And that has to translate into action. Faith without works is dead, as it tells us in Scripture. And so we want to make sure that we're doing the actions, doing the works, and putting our faith into action. As Charlie would have said, the whole point of TPUSA Faith was that we should not cede the public square to the atheists and the communists and the pink-haired jihadis. We have to get involved. We have to keep our foot on the gas, and we have to make sure that we seize all of this momentum, all of this outpouring of love and support for Charlie and his legacy and what his life meant, and put that faith into action. And so that is our call and our charge to you in the audience today is get involved. This show was forged on grassroots activism and patriotism. It was all about the grassroots. It will remain about the grassroots and the muscular class, and the everyday working men and women in this country that make it work, that love it, that believe in church bells, not Muslim calls to prayer, that believe in putting patriots in office where they can make a difference. And that is your call. That is your charge. That is your challenge today. Get involved. Download the Turning Point Action app. Honor Tyler Boyer's birthday. Honor Charlie Kirk and his legacy. Get involved. Get in the fray. Get in the arena and leave it all out on the field, because we need this country to be preserved for patriots in the next generation. That is your call. Tyler, thank you for joining us today. It's been a pleasure, my friend.
Thanks for all the hard work, Andrew.
Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade.
President Donald Trump's Department of Justice is moving swiftly to prosecute alleged members of Antifa after he signed an executive order declaring the militant anti-fascist movement a domestic terrorist organization.
These are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid.
Accused of causing chaos and destruction, especially in American cities like Seattle and Portland.
They want to overthrow the government.
But extremism researchers like Karlin Borisenko say in order to fully understand what fuels this decentralized network.
And so you're going to get a really inside look at like the agenda of the far left.
The Bay Area Anarchist Book Fair in Oakland is where to begin.
A lot of this stuff is about doing illegal stuff. Like
we just have to sort of watch our backs here.
I gotcha. A lot of this comes from their publishing company called Crime Think.
Borisenko and I recently went undercover and discovered a disturbing world that goes beyond T-shirts and New York Times bestselling authors.
And this one literally says anti-fascist action.
Training martial arts for anti-fascism. They are a decentralized group, that's very true. But it's like, this is how they coordinate, through the zines, through the publications, things like that.
Borisenko says this is where the radical left organizes, recruits, and indoctrinates the next generation of Antifa militants.
So if I take this? Yeah. Thank you.
Generously giving away free propaganda material on how to mobilize for a violent direct action. Selling soccer scarves to fundraise for an Antifa bail fund.
Basically for folks that get into trouble with the government crackdown, what do you think is going to happen now?
It's a good question.
And pushing tons of material.
Yep, we're a bookstore and art gallery.
Like these XXX LGBTQ comic books, easily accessible to children. Then there are the workshops, including a DIY abortion session, where organizers claim women's reproductive rights are under attack in America.
I know some of you have heard about our abortion cards.
Teaching attendees how to make their own morning after pills through this video.
Second stop so that you clear it, and that's all that it takes.
That's easily accessible on YouTube.
First dose left. Misoprostol is an incredibly safe drug. It's safer than Tylenol.
Abortion is critical to far left strategies because they believe it liberates women from being a part of the gender binary. The gender binary is one of the oppressive mechanisms of capitalism, and so if they can liberate women from the reproductive obligations that they have as women to raise kids in capitalist families and stuff like that, they believe that's a blow to capitalism. Can I get a ice?
The all-day sessions ended with a panel on organizing against ICE. Representatives from NorCal Resist dressed up as Hamas terrorists in what they're now calling Kafia Bloc, instead of Black Bloc, since they know federal authorities are scrutinizing Antifa more than ever.
We have implemented things to counter their tactics, so we're constantly evolving, forcing them to change.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We are here live on Real America's Voice. Today is October 22nd, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, absolutely amazing news. This is something that I've had for a little while, but of course have had to keep under wraps. Even though I heard about it, of course, certain things you just have to hold off for OPSEC purposes. Turning Point USA, the Frontlines street journalism team, infiltrated Antifa this past weekend. 2 cells of Antifa in 2 separate states and in 2 separate cities. And we are going to be interviewing members of the team that participated in that infiltration very soon here on today's episode. So for all the people who want to say that Antifa is not real, that the organization doesn't exist, that, oh, they're decentralized, they don't have a real leader, they don't have... No. It's a joke, it's a lie, and it's always been one. Antifa is the international arm of communism. They are the militant wing of communism, and they have been for 100 years. They even have an Antifa professor. His name is Dr. Antifa, Mark Bray. He's over in Spain for some reason on the taxpayer dime out of New Jersey. Well, TPUSA did not take this lightly, and in fact spent the weekend not only having people, so Frontlines, the amazing thing about what these guys do, the men and women of Frontlines, not only do they literally put themselves into harm's way, and you saw many of them featured at the president's roundtable there at the White House. They're out there in Portland, they're out there in Seattle, they were in Chaz, they were in so many different things where bullets are flying, where tear gas is whizzing past them, where they're getting up close and personal with these radicals. But what does Antifa do when they're not out in the streets? Where do they go? How do they organize? How do they plan? Turning Point USA, Frontlines, is going to take you where they went, inside the Antifa cells, inside their planning, inside their ideological radicalization. And we will have them on to answer any questions. So, by the way, send your questions in 1776 at humanevents.com. That's 1776 at humanevents.com. Make sure that we get every single question answered that you want, because this was no joke. These are people who are marked men, people that Antifa have a kill list out for. And we know that the kill orders went out after that roundtable of Antifa at the White House featuring the president. But you know something? We're not backing down. We're doubling down. This infiltration operation was a massive success, and we've got the information and all the details, and of course, as always, the receipts. Coming up next, Human Events Daily. Right back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here, Human Events Daily. And folks, I've got a couple announcements that I want to make before we go into the Antifa infiltration. And the first one is going to be really interesting. You guys are going to like this. I know I really like this. I'm super excited, and I hope you will be as well. We are announcing a brand new partner here at Human Events Daily. A delicious and nutritious new partner. Yes, that's right. Human Events Daily is now partnering with Steak and Shake. Yes, that's right. Famous for the steak burgers, famous for real tallow. And Human Events Daily is now partnering with them. We're going to do a whole video on this and all the rest with Tanya Tay. And the boys get those beef tallow fries, see how the boys like them. But folks, let me just tell you something. Somewhere along the way, we traded real flavor for seed oils and processed junk. It is time to take back our kitchens. And here's what's great. Steak and Shake is here to help. They are introducing Steak and Shake's new 100% pure beef tallow. No chemicals, no fillers. You can actually get the tallow direct from Steak and Shake now. We're talking the premium beef fat rendered the old-fashioned way. I'm talking about the way that my Polish grandparents cooked, okay? Right now, they have two options that you can choose from, and you can check them out both at steakandshake.com. And of course, Steak and Shake with the letter N. There's their grass-fed beef tallow. That's only $9 a jar. And then there's also their American Wagyu beef tallow. That's $12 a jar with a rich, buttery taste. Or you can bundle them both. Real simple, $19.99. Revolutionize your cooking. And Tanya Tay, I'll just tell you, she was so excited when I told her that we had this opportunity. You can fry the crispiest fries, sear the perfect steak, roast the vegetables, bursting with real, actual flavor. This is how food should taste, and you will see the difference immediately. Your taste buds will know. So bring tradition and taste back to your table with Steak and Shake beef tallow. Order now at steakandshake.com. That's Steak and Shake with the letter N. So that's for all of our Maha brethren out there. I know we're all trying to live the Maha life a little bit more. And so get your beef tallow at steakandshake.com. New partner here with Human Events Daily. But I have another announcement to make in terms of partnerships that Human Events has been up to. We do a little partnering behind the scenes, and wanted to bring this announcement to all of you. You may have heard recently over at the Department of War in the Pentagon Press Corps staged this walkout, refusing to take part in the new standards and new rules for accreditation over at the Pentagon. And they said, oh, well, we're not going to be credentialed if we have to follow rules and do these things. And they were marching out with their boxes and their binders. And, you know, they were going up on TV saying how they were the real victims and all of this nonsense. Well, the way I look at it is, gosh, what an opportunity to replace them. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that Human Events is now a partner of the new Pentagon Press Corps, as well as the Post-Millennial. And here to explain exactly what that means and what that entails and what's all going to happen, we have Kingsley Wilson from the Department of War here to discuss it. Kingsley, thanks for coming back.
Great to join you, Jack.
Well, I just have to say thank you so much for the opportunity to be involved in the Pentagon Press Corps. Of course, as a prior Navy officer myself, I never expected to be involved in the department in such a way, but here we are.
It's fantastic news, and we're so proud to have Human Events and over 60 other journalists that are going to be joining us here in the Pentagon. And you talked a little bit about the previous Pentagon Press Corps. They walked out because they refused to sign an agreement that was simple. It was common sense. It said, wear a visible press badge, don't go in classified spaces, stay in the correspondence corridor, and follow the building's rules. They refused to do that. They self-deported. That was their right, but also their loss, because now we get to have incredible journalists like yourself who are going to be here in the Pentagon reporting on what the Department of War is doing every single day. It's really the next generation of journalism at the Pentagon, and we're so excited for this new era and this new generation. I think we saw President Trump use this on the campaign trail so well, right? He didn't have to rely on the mainstream media's corrupt filter to get his message out. He went to independent journalists, he went on podcasts and alternative news networks where he was able to speak directly to the American people. That's exactly what we hope to do here at the Department of War, and we're really excited to welcome this new group of 60 plus journalists. It's awesome.
Well, and I have to say, by the way, just honored to have been included at the Navy's 250th birthday and tagging along sort of in the new media seat as well with the USS Bush and that display of naval firepower, the same firepower that the cartels are now getting a taste of down in the Mar Caribe when they're trying to infiltrate the United States and trying to cross get their illicit substances into our area. And, you know, I was not to digress, but, you know, I was on the Piers Morgan show yesterday and people were saying, oh, you know, how can the U.S. do this? And I said, well, wait a minute, the United States Navy and the Coast Guard have been interdicting small boats and interdicting gun runners and slavers and pirates and mercenaries and all rum runners during Prohibition and all the rest for actually hundreds of years in the Caribbean. This is nothing new. And so it's unbelievable to me that the press corps is just so deficient, or I should say the previous press corps was so deficient in understanding just basic history. Guys, it's worth a grok to understand that this is actually a mission that the United States military, in particular one, the United States Navy, one that I'm proud of to have been served in, has been doing for hundreds of years. And, I served at Guantanamo Bay right there in Southern Command, so U.S. Southcom, and that had prior to detention operations, had been a key base as a recoaling station and refueling station in these types of operations. This is nothing new, but again, just to point to something that's going on right now that clearly shows that the people covering the Pentagon, people covering the Department of War, have no idea what they're talking about.
Absolutely. And that's why we're so excited to have folks like yourself, Jack, who were Navy intel officers, who understand this stuff, have that important perspective, and are going to be able to tell the American people the ground truth of what's going on without the leftist ideology, without the mainstream media spin. The American people are now going to get the cold hard facts. And the cold hard facts are that what we are doing in the Southcom AOR all across the Western Hemisphere is protecting the homeland and keeping the American people safe. That is something that President Trump campaigned on doing. It's something that Secretary Hegseth is incredibly focused on, and we will continue to ensure that people are not trafficking deadly narcotics into our borders, across our shores. It's totally unacceptable. If we have that kind of activity in the Gulf of America or elsewhere, we don't have a country. We don't have a homeland that is secure and protected, and we need to make sure as a Department of War that we are keeping the American people safe. So these operations will continue. We had our 8th strike yesterday, our first that was in the Eastern Pacific, and we will continue to seek out these narco-terrorists wherever they are and make sure that we dismantle these narco-terrorist networks. They can't be allowed to, wreak havoc on the American people anymore. President Trump has said no, so this has got to stop.
And by the way, Press Secretary Wilson, I had this. I was on the Piers Morgan show yesterday, so it's back and forth and you're changing subjects rapidly, but I didn't get a chance to say this. And something I wanted to point out, and then people had said, well, why do the strikes instead of, a VBSS, Visit Board Search and Siege operation, like you may see? And the President got to see a sort of demonstration of that, an evolution that was conducted off of the USS Bush, where they had sent a Navy SEAL team to, conduct the VBSS on a destroyer, a simulation of what it might look like at sea. But the response that I had is, do they understand how dangerous that is for our sailors, for our servicemen? Do they understand the harm that you are asking them to put themselves in if they're going to try to, board a semi-submersible that's being run by drug runners, to board one of these things that's being run by cartel members? And so, yes, of course, I got to say, as a prior intel officer, of course, we're always looking for more information, more intelligence, sources of information. And so, we understand that obviously with the strikes, you don't always get all of that information out. But absolutely, one of the biggest risks that you're talking about is conducting one of these VBSS operations. And, again, it's just goes to show you that I really think that there's a lot of people covering the Pentagon, covering the Department of War that are very glib. They've been very glib about this, and they pick a narrative and they run with it rather than actually talking to people who served, who have a basic understanding of how these operations work and what they mean for the servicemen. And that's obviously been something that that the new Secretary of War has put first and foremost in his duty.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I think these strikes also that the president has directed send a message, right? They tell cartels across the region, think twice before you try to harm American citizens with your deadly narcotics and deadly drugs. That is an important message that we're sending. We've spent years as a military, nation building, doing UN missions all across the world while we have ignored what has been happening in our very own hemisphere and at our very own border. That has ended thanks to President President Trump and Secretary Hegseth's vision and leadership, so many of these cartel drug networks have been totally dismantled, and we will continue to ensure that they are fully dismantled because that's what the American people deserve. And it has been disgraceful to see so many in the media carry water for a lot of these narco terrorists. You have people claiming that they're fishermen. Jack, you and I both know that if you have a semi-submersible submarine, you're probably not a fisherman.
No, the semi-submersibles are not fishermen. I know you got to run in a second. Any other names that you're releasing at this point, or where can people go to get the full list?
Yeah, so we've got a lot of folks. We're retweeting everyone from DOW Rapid Response, so go check out our account there. We've got great people. We've got Real America's Voice, which I know you're streaming from right now. We've also got the Post Millennial, so a lot of things affiliated with you, Jack, and we're very excited to have so many wonderful truth-telling journalists that are going to be joining us here at the Pentagon.
It's a real honor. The Department of War Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson. God bless and thank you, and I will see you soon. And you better be ready for some tough questions. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elf with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Howdy, Rav fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Sobek. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Sobek, we are back here, Human Events Daily, live on Real America's Voice. I want to play the next half of that infiltration documentary, Turning Point USA Frontlines, going beyond the front lines into the heart of Antifa.
Despite the change in appearance, their goals remain the same. Declare class warfare, use the latest protest movement to destabilize the U.S. government, tear down capitalism and anything related to Israel, then usher in a violent revolution built on socialist and communist ideals. This playbook is pretty much laid out in all their material. Welcome to the Church of Satan Anarchists. But most unsettling of all, multiple vendors embrace teachings from the occult and Satan worship. Explicitly anarcho-Satanism. This man altered the Antifa logo and added prongs from a devil's pitchfork. Satan! Then asked people to put on this Lucifer mask and recite their allegiance to the Prince of Darkness.
Satan, the eternal rebel, the first free thinker, and the emancipator of worlds.
The next day, Borisenko and I flew to the Emerald City to meet citizen journalist Matthew Adams.
You can feel the heat.
Who's been covering Antifa chaos for several years.
They're absolutely trying to recruit for Antifa.
We infiltrated the Seattle Anarchist Book Fair hosted by the Vera Project.
They want to put our picture up there for being a fascist.
And were immediately greeted by a massive board featuring a so-called wall of fascists. That's us in the photos. Once we got in wearing disguises, the messaging and the vibe were pretty much the same as the Oakland Book Fair. More far-left propaganda, calls for anarchist violence against the ruling class.
I hope to see all of you soon, 10 minutes.
And hypersexualized content targeting minors. Borisenko even obtained a flyer for an Antifa direct action in a city park scheduled for Halloween Eve.
Stop filming, please. Stop fucking filming.
Adams and I were eventually outed and chased by a group of angry transgender activists.
Even with this amazing t-shirt, they know us for these direct actions.
We're going to Left Bank Books, which is a far-left revolutionary bookstore.
Borisenko spent the remainder of her time plotting out the constellation of bookstores in Seattle that are keeping these ideas alive.
You know, it's the direct action fascist, anti-fascist arrows.
With more Americans now realizing the danger posed by Antifa and their followers.
The rioters that were saying kill ICE agents.
Federal authorities are also trying to disrupt the terror group's funding network.
We are following the money.
But like a hydra.
And I won't give a fuck!
Cutting off one head will likely sprout several others.
They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities.
Because Antifa is fueled by an allegiance to extremist ideology, not just a bank account.
So if law enforcement isn't looking at the bookstores and the book fairs, then they're really missing an opportunity to figure out what these people are doing.
Just incredible work, and we're joined now by two of the members of that team, incredible, intrepid journalists and videographers and friends of mine, by the way. We've got Jonathan Cho and 6'7" Kevin. What's up, guys?
Howdy.
Thanks for having us back.
So let me get started on this. Jonathan, the first question I have is how did you shape this operation, and how was it that you got started really on this infiltration?
Well, Jack, the conversation about chasing this story actually started right after our White House roundtable. I think it's been just about a week now since we were both there advising the president on Antifa and our experience covering this domestic terror group. And my friend and researcher, Karlin Borisenko, and I, we've stayed in touch, and she told me that if I really wanted to see what was happening behind the scenes, the underbelly, so to speak, the planning, the recruiting, the indoctrination, that I would need to go to these anarchist book fairs. Now, look, I've known about anarchist book fairs for several years now, living in Seattle. Places like Portland have them, Oakland have them. I didn't really think much of them. I thought they were just book fairs, right? Pretty innocuous. But once I went inside with Karlin, that's when I started to see the actual material, the messaging inside, the calls for direct action, and the sessions like one on an anti-ICE protest that they're planning. They're actually calling for violence and teaching recruits how to, again, get in the way of these agents and disrupt ICE raids.
So the idea is then you came in. Now, did you know where these locations were? Did Dr. Karlin know? Was this something, or was this something that you uncovered by sort of, using a top of funnel method where you go to the black bloc and then learn more information as you daisy chain it forward?
Yeah, pretty much. This is all public knowledge. This is all openly advertised on social media sites like Blue Sky, Instagram, and of course the flyer method. These are posted everywhere. I want to be very clear. There was no fee to enter these anarchist book fairs. It was totally free. It was open to the public. The only thing that we couldn't do was record. And that's where we had to go undercover. And unfortunately for me and Karlin, we're recognizable in this space. The far left activists know who we are. So there were actually poster boards with our faces saying, look out for these fascists. That's what they called us, fascists.
And that's something I want to ask in a second. By the way, 6'7" Kevin, so I have to imagine that after this, they're definitely going to recognize you. By the way, he really is 6'7", folks. Can't really tell here.
Yeah, they are going to recognize me. I did get outed there for trying to record inside of a DIY abortion workshop. But being on the ground at this book fair, one of the things that hit me first, other than the smell, because there are a lot of overweight LGBTQ individuals who just get struck by the smell, was the occult, the witchcraft, and the overt Satanism that was everywhere at this book fair. I was talking to people, I was like, are you guys putting out real witchcraft, real sigils, things like that? They said, yeah. I mean, you saw the guy there, he asked me, hey, put on this satanic mask and basically, swear yourself to Satan. I'm like, no, thanks. I'm good. But when conservatives say this is a spiritual war, this really is. And we need to pray for these individuals because they're all images of God still, but they're being corrupted right now. But prayers are necessary. This is a spiritual war.
That's exactly right. And we're going to break that down some more throughout the rest of the episode. Quick break here. Do not touch that. Don't even think about scrolling away, folks. Turning Point USA Frontlines infiltrated Antifa, and we've got the stories from inside the Black Bloc. Stay tuned. Right back. Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Howdy, Rav fans. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. Folks, cold weather will be here before you know it, and in many ways, it's already here. And you know what I realized the other day? Well, I realized that if the power goes out when it's really cold, I've got no way to keep myself and my family warm. It's true. You know? Isn't that crazy? Could actually freeze in this day and age. But then I heard about the Vesta off-grid space heater from our friends over at My Patriot Supply. And what's great about Vesta is that it's a space heater that doesn't even use electricity. It runs on something they call canned heat. And I remember using stuff like this in the military. It's an indoor safe fuel. So with the Vesta stashed in our closet, the Poso family knows that we can keep warm no matter what. And it doubles as a stove. You can boil water, you can cook food. That's, honestly just pretty cool. So the best part is you can get a Vesta and a bunch of other free gifts. That's right, free gifts when you order the Winter Prep Special from My Patriot Supply. Just go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack to see everything that's included. And when you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack, you have to understand this offer will not last long. Neither will the nice fall weather. So go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack today. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. All right, we'll get back on here. We're with Jonathan Cho, 6'7" Kevin, who are part of the Turning Point USA Frontlines team, the journalists that infiltrated Antifa in 2 spots this weekend. I want to go to Kevin for a second there, because just picking up where you left off, you mentioned the pervasive occult references that you saw, and occult, I would almost call them like quasi inversions or false sacramentals. Media Matters wrote me up last week because I said that Black Lives Matter was filled with demonic and occult practices. But it's actually true. One of the founders of Black Lives Matter, Patrisse Cullors, is a practitioner of Ifa, which is a voodoo religion. And these practices, which come up from Haiti, include summoning circles, such as standing around in a circle and chanting the name of a deceased individual to try to summon their soul, like, George Floyd or Breonna Taylor. Again, the reason they chant these names is going back to these older occult practices, pouring of libations, etc. And so pulling out that a little bit more, I saw there was the clip you guys mentioned about, Satan and the satanic temple. What other pieces of occult practices did you see there?
Yeah, so it's kind of the foundation of their philosophy and ideology goes to Satan, which is really interesting because what I was hearing, they talked about Satan as one of the first border crossers into Eden. So they see Satan as this illegal immigrant. I asked them if they think that the United States is a godly nation or a satanic nation. They said that any nation that has hierarchy is godly and therefore should be pulled down. So this is part of their ideology, is basically to just bring chaos and burn it all down. And it's kind of insidious how they're doing this because there were children at this workshop. So you can see clips. A child walks up to the satanic anarchist table and takes some satanic propaganda. So they're teaching children this. This is just deep in the ideology. And so I think we need to be aware of it and kind of learn how they're thinking about these things.
That's so key, because what goes hand in hand with that is the idea of death, destruction, killing. And of course, we all just saw the killing of Turning Point USA's leader, Charlie Kirk, just about 1 month ago. It's almost 2 months ago, believe it or not. We're getting up to the 2-month mark. Jonathan, this image that you actually texted me over the weekend that I got to see before, you guys had made this announcement that you had infiltrated. This to me looked like a hit list, a kill list that was printed up on the wall of journalists, of conservatives that were all over the wall of this Antifa cell. Describe it for me and tell me what you learned about it.
So, Jack, Carlin and I, along with citizen journalist Matthew Adams, we were in 2 different spots. We first started off in Oakland, and that's when they were using social media to really warn people, especially about Carlin and her presence. They knew that she could potentially infiltrate this space. Then we fly to Seattle, and that's when I see this massive board again, at the Vera Project. It is a space within Climate Pledge Arena. This is where the Seattle Kraken play. This is where Seattle's WNBA team plays. So this is a place where you have, millions of people who visit every single year. And then in this room, as soon as we walk in, there is a massive board, so to speak, and they call it the fascist wall. My photos on it, Matthew Adams' photos on it, Carlin's photos on it. Of course, your colleague, Katie Davis-Court over at Post Millennial, her photos on it, along with other Pacific Northwest and West Coast journalists. And basically, it was not just a warning to keep us out. I truly believe it was a warning to the Antifa thugs who were mingling in this room to look out for us and target us and to hurt us. So we knew that going in. So we tried our best to go in disguise. I was wearing a mask. I was wearing a queer liberation shirt. But eventually, towards the tail end, we were in there only for about 15, 20 minutes. We were outed. They recognized me. They recognized citizen journalist Matthew Adams after all of his, coverage on the front lines here. And we had to book out of there ASAP. And they sent about 5, 6, 7 transgender activists after us. And again, that's how Antifa and these far-left activists play. They'll never come at us one-on-one. They'll send like 20 people. So we got out of there. We got the story. So that's what you're seeing right now.
And what sort of information did they have included on that? Because it does seem that, so it's mentioning sort of the list of crimes, but did this include, and obviously we're not going to zoom in because I don't know if it's totally redacted. I'm sure you guys aren't going to put anything like that, but did it include things like addresses, doxes, that type of stuff?
Well, it didn't have our specific addresses on the wall, but I know that there's a similar wall right now online with more details. What was on this were our photos, our names, and also which cities we lived and operated in. So again, it was a call out to their comrades to look out for us, especially in these protest hot zones or these anarchist book fairs. And again, I was actually surprised at the planning and coordination. I have never really been to these anarchist book fairs in Seattle. I've known about them, but I had no idea what was really happening inside. And the fact that they went out of their way to have security put up this wall shows that this isn't just something that happens organically. This was intentionally planned. This is a sophisticated operation. And again, the anarchist book fairs are not these innocuous places to just go pick up a good read. It's where they plan, they strategize, and they recruit and they indoctrinate through their far left violent propaganda.
And Jonathan, before I ask you how it felt to see your name up there, is that a security system that I see on the wall beneath the pictures?
Yeah, look, I didn't take a really close look, so I'm looking at the same photo you do. But yeah, there were cameras there as well. There were security guards. They had people with walkie-talkies. They were looking out for us. They were also looking out for anyone who looked like police officers or the feds, because they know that they're going to be infiltrated eventually.
That security, by the way, Jonathan, that security, was that armed security?
I couldn't tell, but they definitely had batons. I can tell you that. I didn't know if they had, pistols, but I'm sure. I just assume whenever I go to these events, especially these direct actions, that the Antifa militants, at the very least, have bear spray or knives. But I didn't see any guns, but they had walkie-talkies. They were all masked up. And it was, again, coordinated. And that's what was really concerning. And it was a total risk for us to go in there. But we made it out, and we're thankful.
Well, look, you're seeing, again, you guys are seeing what you went up against. They say this stuff doesn't exist. They've got sophisticated security. They've got communications security, communications operations, ComSec, where they're using walkie-talkies because obviously they're worried. And clearly, by the way, the use of walkie-talkies or ham radios is a way to attempt to circumvent police or federal infiltration of their comms because they're worried about their cell phones being infiltrated or wiretapped by the FBI. That's one of the reasons that you see them practicing ComSec like that. I remember in Chaz in 2020, they were using microphones and walkie-talkies with push-to-talk that was operated over Bluetooth, like a Bluetooth mesh network. So what they would be doing is they would set up a digital network locally with local repeaters and local routers that wasn't, so they're not even operating off the cell phone towers, but it was basically just from within the Chaz itself, and they could communicate from one checkpoint to another checkpoint. And in those cases, they were armed with the John Brown Gun Club of Puget Sound with both long rifles and handguns. I remember at one point when Katie Davis-Court was there, I was infiltrated in cover the same way you were, and she was not. And I could see there was a guy who walked right up to her with looked like a Glock 9mm in his waistband and got very, very close. And I certainly kept my eyes close on that gun and close on his hands while he was very close to her like that. And of course, saw them pulled multiple times by Raz Simone and others when we were there late in the night. Jack Posobiec on with the incredible Turning Point Frontlines team who infiltrated Antifa this weekend. All the details right back when we continue Human Events Daily.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Howdy, Rav fans. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we are back. Human Events Daily. We're talking about the incredible infiltration operation that Turning Point USA Frontlines team ran. And guys, Jonathan, let me ask you, if people want to continue to support your operations, I'd be remiss if I didn't put this out. How can they go and support Frontlines?
Yeah, no, thanks for asking. First of all, you can follow me at Choshow, CHOESHOW, and of course, our Frontlines team at Frontlines TPUSA. And we always want to partner up with people who may want to fund one of these trips because we need the support. And if you can, just click the subscribe button and follow us and just send these stories out to the rest of your friends. America really needs to see what's happening here right now in independent media. Guys like us, we're the only ones showing it right now. And this is really happening in American cities.
That's incredible.
And as you and Kevin were discussing earlier, it really now has come down to a fight between good and evil. In fact, it's always been like that, but I'm seeing it now more than ever. This really is spiritual warfare.
No, it is. 6'7" Kevin, on the question of the technological side, when you go to conduct one of these operations, what sort of tech, what sort of, filming equipment were you guys using?
Yeah, I mean, we have to be pretty covert here because obviously they put up about hundreds of posters that say no filming, no recording, and they will kick you out immediately. And they have all of these guards standing around and they're just watching you like a hawk. I had people looking at me like, he looks a little too straight, but they just couldn't, be for sure that I was doing something. But we had spy sunglasses. So if you see the 6'7" perspective looking down, that's my angle. And then Jonathan also had his own sunglasses. And then both of us were mic'd up with audio as well. So when we couldn't record with the sunglasses, we were getting the audio. So it was an amalgamation of a lot, even some iPhone footage as well. But then by the end, we did get outed, and a leftist basically was putting tape over my sunglasses and told me to leave. So didn't work that great.
Well, again, it's that incredible use of technology, the incredible use. Now, Jonathan, you don't have those spy glasses on right now. That's not what those are they?
No, these are just my regular Gucci sunglasses, but we had the
Sure.
glasses.
Okay, that's what he says that now. He says that now, but in all seriousness, you mentioned something earlier that I wanted to get into. This sort of, Kevin was telling us about the interplay there, and I remember this when I was in the Chaz. It really does operate like a sort of mini community when you're inside these things, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's what was so fascinating for me. When I went there, and again, everyone assumed that initially we were leftists, right? That we were for this cause. They called us comrades and so on and so forth. Everyone was so generous and giving us free pamphlets, free posters, giving us discounts. A lot of the material was, if there was a charge, there would be a sliding scale. They would say, whatever you can afford, but just take it and give it to someone else. I also saw homeless teenagers. One fella said he was kicked out from his house because he came out to his parents as LGBTQ, and that's unfortunate. But overall, this, again, feel of family, community, is what these disenfranchised young people are looking for. And unfortunately, they're finding it here. But what I really believe, I know that, when it comes to even our coverage sometimes, I'll say it again, the ideology is dangerous. It's violent. It's evil. But these people can all be redeemed. But unfortunately, right now, they're all lost.
And that's what's so sad. Kevin, you mentioned that praying for these people. And I think that's a big part of it. But also from a governmental perspective, at the same time, the federal government, you guys broke the story that the crackdown has begun on the financial and network investigation of these guys. Kevin, from that perspective, what we've learned, do you think, as committed as they are, that they'll stop unless the government does something?
They're not going to stop. And even if there is a huge amount of government action, which it might require overreach, which I don't agree with either, because so much of this operation is decentralized. We went to their anti-ICE workshop and they told us part of why they were so successful is that it is decentralized, that there isn't just one nonprofit that you can defund and it just collapses Antifa. I was actually at a brewery and I was talking to this gentleman that ended up being a Chase executive president there. And he admitted to me that he was actually a communist and that he had funded some of these Antifa groups. And he told me he had given them $10,000 in cash at a protest at one point and just dropped it off. He'll just bring them coffee. He'll bring them food. So it's so decentralized. Some of this is cash. Some of this you can't track. So this is going to be terribly difficult to actually tramp out.
And I think that's exactly right, because it's something that we learned with these committed communists over time, that they do have this sort of romantic belief. And Jonathan, would you describe it as sort of a romantic utopian belief system that they seem to have thrown themselves into?
It really is. This is their subculture. This is their ideal worldview, right? But again, I believe they've been brainwashed. This is because a lot of these young men and women, they don't have purpose in life. They've been kicked out of their homes. They don't fit in. One of the analysts that I talked to in the Oakland area outside of the story, he basically said these were the kids who felt like they were outcasts and losers in high school. They weren't even necessarily the smart kids, but they were the ones just in the corner cafeteria. But then now they've all grown up and they found each other. So they formed not only this family, but a gang, and a gang now with purpose to go out and cause chaos, ultimately to usher in this violent revolution to bring this, what they believe is a utopia. And right now, America doesn't fit that vision.
Well, and it goes all the way back to the French Revolution. The French Revolution had that commune system, and that's exactly what you're describing. These are modern communes, and when the modern iteration of Antifa got started in West Berlin in the 1960s, that's exactly how they started. They were in buildings that had been abandoned in World War II, and they sort of set up shop as squatters, and that's really where the Ottomen, as they called themselves back then, came from, and that, of course, is back from the prior iteration of Antifa during the interwar period when they were used to destabilize the Weimar Republic. But you go back to these French Revolution references, and of course that goes all the way up to the mainstreaming of the French Revolution and Antifa phrase, no kings. That goes all the way back to the French Revolution. No kings, no masters is a phrase that was used, has been used for hundreds of years. That's certainly been used by Antifa since they've come back around, and it was used by the Jacobins. No kings, no lords was the original phrasing, and now it's been completely mainstreamed in cities across the country. Final question, I suppose, let's start with Kevin. Kevin, given what you've seen, would it surprise you to think that the organizers of the No Kings and organizers of these Antifa cells have some overlap?
It definitely could be overlap, but it also could be just organic, and it could be just springing up naturally in their own areas. What is interesting, and I'll quote Star Wars on this. This is from Star Wars Andor, but this character says, when the Empire cracks down its overreach stronger, it only makes the rebellion stronger. So as all of these talks about cracking down on Antifa and National Guard increase, it's almost bolstering the morale of these individuals and making more of these people pop up and want to rebel. So, they're only getting stronger, it seems.
Yeah, well, this is the situation, and it won't stop until it's stopped. Jonathan Cho, 67 Kevin, do you have social media you want to put out?
Sure, yeah, 67Kevin1 on Twitter, and then 67Kevin on YouTube, where I do documentaries.
Right, make sure you're there. Gentlemen,
side of
thank you so much for your work. Be safe, but don't quit.
Jack, thanks for amplifying.
Thank you, Jonathan. Amen. We'll get it out there. And I said to everybody, I said, we're going to spread this one like the plague. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr. It is Wednesday, the 22nd of October in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for being here and spending time with us on Real America's Voice. We appreciate it. North Carolina Republicans racing to redraw the map and gain an extra seat in Congress, maybe two. State Senate approved the plan along party lines, setting up a crucial House vote today. It will pass, bringing on Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina to discuss adding to his majority. Also, the Schumer shutdown still in effect 22 days later, but a group of Republican House members are moving ahead with a plan to extend Obamacare subsidies, but they will not do that until Democrats end the government shutdown. More on that as well. And then later, the Department of Justice urging a probe into the University of Nevada, Reno, UNLV, for allegedly using taxpayer funds to assist illegal aliens with financial aid opportunities and job listings on campus, which ignored standard work authorization practices. All that and more coming your way. But I want to start with what's happening today. In the nation of Nigeria, it's time to draw your attention to a bloodbath, an outright slaughter that's been going on right under our noses for years, and the fake news media and those screeching left-wing activists, they don't seem they could possibly care less. Today, we're talking openly about genocide, a real genocide that nobody seems to care about. I'm talking about the vicious, unrelenting violence against Christians in Nigeria. Yeah, you heard that right. Christians being hunted down like animals and slaughtered by radical Islamist militants, and the world yawns. Picture this. Innocent families huddled in their villages, praying in their churches, only to be ambushed by jihadist thugs from groups like Boko Haram and Fulani herdsmen. These savages storm in with AK-47s, machetes, and fire, slaughtering men, women, and children in cold blood. Listen to this pastor who had 150 of his congregants and 7 of his own brothers cut down right in front of him. Here he is.
What really happened here is not only in this village that were affected by this crisis. We are affected by more than 11 villages, which Mayanga happens to be one. And in these villages, it is the same method of attack that was conducted. It's the killing, the maiming of people, slaughtering them, and burning of their houses and their foodstuffs and properties. So by now, by the record we have already collected, we have over 150 people that are killed in one day.
In one day, churches burned to the ground, pastors kidnapped and beheaded, entire communities wiped off the map, and for what? Because these people dare to follow Jesus Christ in a region where Sharia law and extremism run rampant? It's not just random crime, folks. It's targeted persecution, a slow, rolling, deadly genocide aimed at erasing Christianity from northern Nigeria. The mainstream media might be silent, but these pastors are sharing their stories left and right, like this one, who says he wishes he could spend his time preaching the gospel, but is instead having to bury his Christian brothers and sisters almost every day. Here he is.
The house of the pastor was also burned down. Every day we bury people. We are not ordained for funeral services. We are ordained to preach the good news of Jesus Christ. But burial has taken, in fact, the place of that one now. So we want to stand here and condemn this that happens.
This horror fueled by extreme Islamic ideology, plain and simple. Groups like Boko Haram pledge allegiance to ISIS and push a version of Islam that demands jihad against infidels. That's Christians in their book, and anybody else that doesn't agree. They enforce Sharia law through terror, banning Western education, subjugating women, and executing anyone who doesn't submit. The Fulani militants, radicalized by similar Wahhabi influences, justify their land grabs and massacres as a holy war, blending tribal conflicts with religious fanaticism to wipe out Christian farmers. This isn't moderate anything. It's the dark underbelly of radical Islam that feeds hatred, intolerance, and violence. We've seen it before. In ISIS caliphates, Taliban rule, and now it's devouring Nigeria, one bloody village at a time. And don't think it will stop there. This Nigerian pastor tells the truth about extreme Islam ideology. Here's what he says.
In the north of Nigeria, Christians are being killed daily because the Islamic militants don't want Christians to exist in the north of Nigeria. They want to see a world where there are no Christians at all. And they want to conquer not just Nigeria, they want to conquer Africa, they want to conquer Europe, and they want to conquer America. The younger generation who want to live in a better world must speak out today.
Open Doors ranks Nigeria as one of the worst places on earth for believers. Jihadist attacks are skyrocketing, and the government's doing squat about it. In fact, the Nigerian government is straight up denying it at all. But the blood of these fallen saints cries out from the ground louder than their denials. Here's more.
We are tired to be outside performing burial every day, and they expect us to silence. Now is an order. Nigerian government came out openly and denied there is no massacre, there is no genocide of Christians in Nigeria. And look at it today. Is there any Muslim here? No. United Nations, I know you're watching me. American Senate, you are watching what I'm doing, I'm saying here. Special advisor to Trump. Now, please tell Trump to save our life in Nigeria. They are killing Christians in Nigeria. Massacre Christians.
Let me ask again, where is the United Nations? Two things they have to do: stop war, stop genocide. The UN is a miserable failure. Here's where it gets me really fired up, folks. The hypocrisy of the so-called progressive crowd, especially those pro-Palestine protesters clogging up our college campuses and our city streets. Oh, they're out there waving flags, chanting slogans, demanding justice for Gaza. And don't get me wrong, any loss of innocent life is tragic, but where's the outrage for Nigerian Christians? Where is it? These same activists who lose their minds over every headline from the Middle East are stone cold silent when it comes to Africa. How compassionate. And the question is why? And here's why. It doesn't fit their narrative. In Gaza, they can paint Israel as the big bad guys, stir up anti-Western sentiment and virtue signal till their hearts are content. But in Nigeria, you see, the perpetrators are Muslim extremists targeting Christians. Oops, that messes with the religion of peace myth and the left's allergy to defending Judeo-Christian values. They don't care about these individuals because acknowledging it would expose their selective outrage. No marches in New York for the Nigerian martyrs, no celebrity tweets, no UN resolutions, just silence. As Christians in Nigeria mourn the loss of their homes, their churches, their loved ones, and respond like this, not with bombs, but with worship and praise. Watch. Even that liberal comedian called out the media for ignoring the Christian persecution in Nigeria while obsessing over other conflicts. Listen to Bill Maher.
If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck. You are in a bubble. Not, and again, I'm not a Christian, but they are systematically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2009. They've burned 18,000 churches. This is so much more. These are their Islamists, Boko Haram. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. They are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Because no one will talk about it, so thank you.
Absolutely.
It's Africa. That's why no one's talking about it, and they should be. You can't read about it in mainstream media. It's sad, so thank you for bringing it up.
Well, because the Jews aren't involved. That's why. It's the Christians and the Muslims. Who cares?
Yeah, the Jews aren't involved. Online discussions are buzzing about it. Why the negligible coverage for Nigeria compared to Gaza? Why? Think about it. Search for Gaza news. You'll drown in thousands of articles from CNN, the New York Times, the BBC. Search for Nigerian Christian violence. Good luck finding much of anything. It's not because the stories aren't there. You've already seen that. It's because the media elite prioritize narratives that bash Israel and America while ignoring threats from radical Islam. Let's bring it home, shall we? This extreme Islamic ideology is not only toxic to Nigeria, it has no place in America. We cannot let Sharia law creep in through the back door, undermining our Constitution, our freedoms, and our way of life, which is what it currently threatens to do. In fact, it's been promised by some mullahs living here in America now. That's why I'm cheering on Senator Tommy Tuberville, who just introduced the No Sharia Act to ban Sharia law outright in the United States. Here's what he said.
You also won't hear from Democrats about how radical Islamic terrorists are currently carrying out a mass genocide of Christians in Nigeria. Think about this. More than 62,000 Christians have been slaughtered since 2000 by radical Islamic terrorists in Nigeria. You heard that right, 62,000. And just this year alone, more than 7,000 Nigerian Christians have been murdered because of their faith alone. You can't turn on the TV without hearing about Israel's so-called mass genocide of Palestinians every day. And yet when it comes to 62,000 Christians being slaughtered by radical Muslims, it's radio silence. This extreme ideology is straight from the pit of hell, and it has no place in American society.
Yeah. Tuberville, alongside Senator Cornyn, slams the door on any attempt to impose this foreign legal system that clashes with our values and is unconstitutional. Think forced marriages, honor killings, or suppressing free speech altogether with complete prejudice. My friends, we cannot stand by silently. This is about defending our values, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, including the freedom to worship without fear. Share this. Call your members of Congress. Support leaders like Senator Tuberville, who are working to make America great again by leading on the world stage. The pro-Palestinian crowd might not care, but I do. I do. Let's pray for those Nigerian brothers and sisters and fight like hell to bring their plight to light and save those that are still left. And by the way, just breaking, north of Nigeria is Niger. We're just learning of an American missionary kidnapped there today by Islamic radicals. It just happened. It's just clearing the wire as I sit here talking to you. So I again ask, who's with me? Who's with me? Coming up after the break, North Carolina is the latest state to move forward with a redistricting plan that will likely add at least one Republican seat to Congress. It's the latest response to California's gerrymandering plan. More details straight ahead here on America's Voice Live.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rob's Gator Shot, here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Careful what you wish for, Democrats. That's what I tried to tell you. Go ahead, play around in California. Try to redistrict. Try to gerrymander California more than it already is, and the Republicans will respond. Today, North Carolina Republicans moving quickly to secure greater representation in Washington, pushing to add an 11th Republican seat to the state's 14-member congressional delegation. The state Senate approved the new congressional map Tuesday in a 26-20 party line vote, setting up final consideration in the state House. Today, under the plan, Republicans are redrawing the Northeast 1st Congressional District to give the GOP a stronger advantage, a change that could flip the seat red as President Trump works to preserve Republican control of the U.S. House headed toward the midterms. Here with me to discuss this is Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina's 8th Congressional District, a safe district, I might add. Congressman, nice to see you.
Steve, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for having me today.
Yeah, let's talk about this a little bit. First of all, North Carolina is first, but you're not last. Indiana seems to be in queue. Ohio might play ball. Missouri might play ball. And then you go to the Supreme Court, where Louisiana has challenged the drawing of congressional districts based on race. If that goes through, which I expect it will, that alone could add 12 Republican seats in places like Alabama, Louisiana, Tennessee, and elsewhere. So the Democrats, you got what you wanted. The turnout wasn't quite the same. What do you think, Mark?
Well, I think you're exactly right. I think they began playing with fire, and I think that fire is what they have gotten. And in North Carolina, of course, as you mentioned, the state Senate took action yesterday, introduced in the state House today, and my understanding, probably by tomorrow, it will have passed. And this is not something that the governor can veto or any other action. So this will put us in a position in North Carolina to pick up an 11th of our 14 seats here. So I think it's critically important. I talked to a good friend of mine from Ohio just the other day, and Ohio typically does this mid-decade redistricting anyway. And I would understand they could pick up as many as 2 seats there in Ohio. So to your point, I think we're going to continue to see this trend that the Democrats have and Gavin Newsom really began to promote.
Well, let's run through the numbers then, because Texas did that. They thought they might pick up 5 Republican seats in Texas. So California is going to vote on Proposition 50, I believe it is, coming up here shortly. If it passes, California could add 5 Democrats. So basically, Texas and California will equal each other out. So you go back to the 12 seats, because I believe that will happen. The Supreme Court's going to vote that you can't use race as a cornerstone for a congressional district. You can't. It's not constitutional. So there's 12. If Ohio does give you 2, say that again.
Ohio does give us 2.
Congressman, could you hold right there for 1 second? 1 second. Well, Scott, we're going to check in on Scott Bassett. He's answering some questions there at the White House real quick. We're going to drop in and see what he has to say.
107% tax on Italian pasta that's looming.
Yeah, I'm not taking that.
The president has hinted that there could be some sort of deal coming around beef with Argentina. Can you provide any more details?
I haven't spoken to him about that.
Secretary Warren sent you a letter asking about the Argentina bailout, why this is happening during the government shutdown. You said it's justified as an essential purpose. Can you explain your thinking on that?
Well, here we are today. I'm at work. The government is shut down. The Democrats, well, let's look at the numbers. It's 52 senators have voted, Republican senators have voted to reopen the government. 3 Democrats have, 52-3. Senator Warren isn't one of them. So Senator Warren is welcome to come to the Treasury's economic literacy classes to understand what we're doing, and she can follow that. That I will tell you, the Argentinian government is open and they are running, so we were able to negotiate with them. There are many things we wanted to do. We want to get money out to our farmers, especially our soy farmers, but the government has been shut down. So I think the Democratic senators, I'd say to the moderate Democratic senators, you can be heroes, reopen the government.
Secretary Besson, one more, please. Secretary Besson.
Are you bringing us on Russia? When you say Russia, will you sanction Russia?
So we are going to either announce after the close this afternoon, or first thing or first thing tomorrow morning, a substantial pickup in Russia's sanctions.
Secretary
Have some situational awareness. You're on TV. You know where the key.
All right, you heard him say it. Secretary of the Treasury there, Scott Bassett, saying more Russian sanctions could be on the way. We bring back in Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina 8. That happens. A little scramble with some Q&A there outside the White House. You've seen that happen. Let me get you to weigh in on that real quick. Then I'm going to go back to redistricting. But what about more sanctions on Russia to end this war in Ukraine?
Well, I think the president's been clear. I know I heard him say yesterday that he would have more information over the next 2 days that he would be able to share. Announced that he was not going to be going to Budapest. So obviously there's more movement that's taking place here. The president is determined to continue to work toward peace and bringing an end to that war that is taking 7,000 lives every week. And he is just doing everything he can. And I believe that this is going to be an indication, again, to try to tighten down on Russia and get Putin to the table and get us where we need to be. So, and as I mentioned or heard just earlier today, that maybe he hasn't taken tomahawks off the table either. So I think that all those factors are going to continue to weigh in. I look forward to hearing what the new sanctions will be on Russia as they're announced.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Now let's pick up the conversation where we were. If North Carolina goes forward, and obviously they're going to, I don't know if they voted yet today, but they will. So there's 1 seat. If Missouri sends 1 or 2, Indiana sends 1, Ohio sends 2, and you pick up 12 because of the Supreme Court decision, suddenly the Republicans have 21 new favorable districts, 21. You add that to what do you got, a 5-seat lead now or 6, whatever it is. All of a sudden you're 25, 30 seats. It changes everything. And the Democrats can kick and scream all they want, but here's the math of it, Congressman. Right now, today, 150 million Americans in places like New England have 0 members of Congress that are Republicans. 0. Contrary to that, only 53 million Americans live in states that have 0 Democratic representation. So for the Democrats to talk about gerrymandering, they mastered the game, but they just got beat at it. And they don't like that, do they?
No, they don't like it at all. And listen, if we have that kind of majority, you're exactly right. It changes everything. Right now, we're at 220. They're at 215 when both sides are filled at that particular point. But that election in 2026 will give us an opportunity to really set the stage for the strong 2 years of Donald Trump's second term. I think it would be phenomenal.
Well, and let me ask you this, North Carolina, be my last question here. John Sununu, former senator from New Hampshire, just jumped in the race to become the senator again from New Hampshire. He's a marquee player, could put a Republican seat in Republican hands there in the United States Senate, but North Carolina seems problematic with Roy Cooper, the former governor, fairly popular Democrat in the state, running for the Senate there. What do you think is going to happen in the North Carolina Senate race?
I think it is going to be a tight race. North Carolina is historically known for having very tight Senate races. And I think the race that we're going to have, there's things that people are going to see and learn about Roy Cooper over the next year to year and a half that they are not aware of. And I think that really and truly the opportunity that is going to be presented there to expose him for what he is and who he is, he has certainly sold his soul to the Democratic Party, the left side of it. I know they like to present him as a moderate, but the reality is he has sold his soul. And listen, he was considered one of the finalists for Kamala Harris to choose as a running mate, and he has supported her hook, line, and sinker. And I think he's going to have to answer for a number of things he did during COVID, from the shutdowns he brought in North Carolina. People have not had an opportunity to vote for him since we've gone through those things. This coming fall is going to be that opportunity.
Congressman, always good to talk to you. We'll see how that plays out and keep a close eye on it as all of these things come into full relief. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Always appreciate it. There you have it. Mark Harris, good man from North Carolina. All right, we're going to take a break here, and when we come back, a group of Republican House members are saying that they will extend Obamacare subsidies, but only if the Democrats end the government shutdown. We'll talk about it coming up on America's Voice Live.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah. Get ready to move! No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Brad will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Hello
all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Well, they may not like it, but it is time for the Democrats to own Chuck Schumer's shutdown. It's denied paychecks to government workers for a couple of weeks now, except his, of course. With Democrats trying to force an Obamacare expansion that could cost upwards of $350 billion a year every year. Two parts of the budget are completely out of control: the massive interest on the national debt and federal health care spending, because Obamacare is a disaster, as it was designed to be. The United States is paying over $1 trillion in interest on the national debt now every year, and the federal health care spending was nearly $2 trillion last year as well. Medicare and Medicaid are up a whopping 8%. Democrats demanding hundreds of billions more for additional health care spending. It's irresponsible. It's time to act like adults and open the government. That's my take. Here to discuss this is the Executive Vice President at the National Taxpayers Union, Brandon Arnold. Brandon, nice to see you here. Look, what will be day 21? We got that clock, right? I think we're on day 21. It just keeps rolling along. And the Democrats are screaming. Maybe they don't realize, but, you know, they had this No Kings protest over the weekend, right? In what place with a king could the minority party, the party that lost the House, the Senate, and the White House, shut down the government? Not much of a king, Donald Trump.
That's a great point. You talk about the shutdown clock, which is disturbing and certainly starting to affect regular Americans, average Americans, not just federal employees, but it's having much broader effects. And Democrats are doing that for political leverage. It's the height of your responsibility. And by the way, the other clock that you showed that I think is even more important is the national debt clock. As we tick closer and closer to $38 trillion in national debt, to see Democrats trying to extract $400 or so billion in higher healthcare spending. As you noted in your intro here, spending is out of control across the board, but particularly in the healthcare space. So to try to force that upon this country right now at a time when we are literally drowning in debt, just the height of irresponsibility and extremely frustrating.
Past $38 trillion in debt. That the Democrats are demanding we pay more. And the idea, I mean, how naive do you have to be, Brandon, to believe all these illegal aliens, they're not getting any benefits from this health care. They're not getting any benefits here and there. That would never happen. I mean, come on. Well, what planet were you born on? Of course, there's fraud. There's fraud from illegals. There's fraud from American citizens. There's piles of fraud every single day to the tune of trillions of dollars in this country. And anybody that would say otherwise is just, to me, delusional. Am I wrong?
You are absolutely right. You know, listen, the Congressional Budget Office, which counts the beans when it comes to federal policy, when the Republicans came forward with these good government policies to get people off of the Medicaid rolls who shouldn't be on there, they said it would save billions of dollars. If there weren't people illegally on the Medicaid rolls, if there weren't people abusing the system, then the score for those policies would have been $0. It wouldn't have saved a nickel. And Democrats retort by saying, hey, the law says that the illegal immigrants cannot be on Medicaid, therefore they are not on Medicaid. That is absolutely naive, as you point out. Listen, a lot of things are illegal and a lot of people break the law, you know, and that's frustrating to see in any aspect, but particularly here when they are bilking the system to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. We need to institute these types of reforms, and we need to restore some degree of sanity and responsibility to the federal budget.
Where's Doge? That's just what I want to know. Where is Doge these days? You know, Elon Musk left. You don't hear much about it these days. Is it still working? Is it still going? Is it still finding the fat, trimming it, finding the waste, fraud, and abuse, and getting rid of it? Is that still going on?
It is. Doge is still active. There's a Doge Congress on Capitol Hill. There's a Doge entity within the White House. It is getting a lot less attention. Certainly not having Elon Musk play an integral role in it is a huge factor there. But yeah, their mission is never going to be over. Let's be honest. Their mission is always going to have an important role here, because there's always going to be waste in the federal government. We need to eliminate as much as we possibly can. But certainly some of the research that Doge did is informing some of these rifts, the laying off that they're doing of federal employees. I don't think we should need a shutdown to fire people that aren't doing their job and aren't contributing to the greater good. I think we should do that regardless of the status of the federal government. But I think their information that they've gathered through the research has been very, very helpful in that process.
Yeah. Look, I don't want people to lose their jobs, but the fact of the matter is the government's too big, it's too bloated, too many layers of bureaucracy, too many people on payroll. If it were a company, if a private company had this problem, they would fix it by cutting people off. Sorry to hear that. But Brandon, thank you for being here.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, after the break, I'll discuss the DOJ's attempts to follow through with a probe into the University of Nevada in Reno for using taxpayer funds to assist illegal aliens. Of course, we'll be back.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Rav will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
University of Nevada in Reno in hot water today as the DOJ urging a probe into the institution for allegedly using taxpayer money to pay for illegal aliens. You've heard the story before. The DOJ asserts that UNR used these funds through their UndocuPAC initiative, a program that pointed illegal immigrants to resources such as financial aid opportunities and job listings on campus with the promise that these opportunities were accessible without traditional employment authorization. Just cut the corner and cut the line. What's more is that a $90,000 scholarship opportunity presented by the Soros family was proudly displayed on these web pages, which have since been deleted. And officials from the university have responded to the DOJ by claiming that this program was compliant with the law. Joining me now to discuss, campus reform correspondent Emily Sturge, live from Washington, D.C. Emily, nice to see you today.
Great to be with you.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that they're compliant with the law, Emily. I'm skeptical, but am I right to be skeptical?
Oh, you're absolutely right. And Steve, for the past 9 months of this administration, I have been thrilled to see the Department of Justice and the Department of Education investigate, target, and cut taxpayer-funded resources going to illegal alien students within our higher education system. This is just the latest example. The Department of Justice pushing for this investigation into the University of Nevada, Reno is a fantastic step. And look, the university was very quick to scrub those web pages from their university website, but But as a reporter for the Leadership Institute's Campus Reform, I was able to put my technology skills to the test. I was able to find archived versions of the university web pages and can confirm that the university was, in fact, advertising scholarships, financial aid, jobs that don't require proof of citizenship, as well as free legal services to illegal alien students. And at the end of the day, I'm not shocked because this is a pattern that we're seeing at universities across the country.
So how are they to get away with this? The rules have been issued, executive orders have been written and signed. We're trying to prevent the leaching of American taxpayer dollars to people who should not have them in a variety of places, especially on campus. What happens when an underprivileged kid in America who needed that funding, who needed that help? Do they just get tossed away? What happens?
Well, absolutely. Illegal immigrant students get scholarships, they get discounted tuition rates, and American students get sky-high tuition rates and student loans. I'm glad to see the administration looking into this one campus, but look, we can go much further with this. There are hundreds of university campuses providing taxpayer-funded resources to illegal alien students. The administration can also take a look at the University of Nevada's other campus in Las Vegas. The University of Nevada, Las Vegas has a law school there. They have accepted more than $2 million in taxpayer funding to provide deportation defense and free legal services to illegal alien students, staff, and family members. For the past week of my life, I have gone through state and county funding reports to bring you that statistic. I have found over $2 million worth of taxpayer funds going to that specific law clinic on that campus, but this is nationwide. I've been reporting on these deportation defense free legal services at university campuses across the country. Tulane University in New Orleans, American University in D.C., just to name a few, are some of the other campuses providing these resources too.
So it's rampant. It's a problem across the country, and they don't seem to care. Even when they get caught, they say, well, we weren't doing anything wrong. But they are. Emily, I'll give you the last word.
Well, if these university campuses want to become sanctuaries for illegal aliens, be my guest, but they shouldn't be taking a dime of taxpayer resources. They shouldn't be taking a dime of federal funding, state funding, or county funding, and that's unfortunately what's going on right now. I'm not shocked by any of this because I have uncovered millions of dollars going to scholarships, discounted tuition rates, financial resources, things like that going to illegal alien students. I'm going to continue spotlighting it, but it's on this administration to investigate and hopefully cut it.
Emily, thank you for the hard work. Maybe they could take it out of their endowment funds. They've all got big ones. That's where they should get the money. Emily, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, buy gold, get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchase from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. They're beautiful. Look, gold is up over 50% since the beginning of the year. That's a fact. And Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you a free silver round honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you are current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. They've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are my listeners. I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to 989898 for a free information kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver, just like this beauty in my hand, with a qualifying purchase before the end of the month. That's right, America to 989898. Do it today, and, well, free silver is on the way. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a brief commercial break where I'll bring on former Trump attorney Christina Bobb to discuss the less draconian tactics and how they are being exposed one crime at a time. Details ahead.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Rav will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250 from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
While Democrats claim they are the ones on the side of law and order, it seems as if their side is always in the midst of controversy or some big scandal that's blowing up all the time. For starters, John Bolton knowingly and carelessly shared diary-like entries of his personal notes containing classified information to seemingly anyone, regardless of the fragile contents within them. That is the accusation. And of course, most recently, Jack Smith, who allegedly ordered his Arctic Frost team to tap and track the phone calls of various Republican lawmakers during the January 6th probe. That happened. While these cases are still developing, the fact of the matter is this: Democrats are willing to stoop to even lower levels, and it's never a surprise when accountability comes into play. I'm not, they are. Here with me to discuss, former Trump attorney, author of the book Defiant, Christina Bobb. There's the book, and there's Christina. Christina, how are you today?
Great. Thanks for having me, Steve.
Let's start with John Bolton. You and I have not discussed that one yet. And 18 counts, 26-page indictment. It's violations of the Espionage Act. This is serious trouble he has here. And he bragged about a lot of this on, cable talk shows and so forth. How much legal trouble is he in?
A lot. I mean, I can tell you as a criminal defendant myself, any criminal case is a lot of legal trouble, but 18 counts violating unlawful disclosure and retention of classified materials is nothing to laugh at. It's far more significant than what they charged President Trump with. President Trump was supposedly obstructing justice when they were trying to investigate him. I mean, they have 39 counts of that. They never once alleged that he unlawfully gave anybody else access. They were just saying that he was sloppy in how he maintained his records and he obstructed justice was basically the allegation, which, no victim, right? But with this, they're saying that he was actually disseminating classified information. And I will also highlight that this comes from a Maryland grand jury. This case is filed in Maryland, which is a very liberal district. So he has a favorable jury pool, and they still found enough probable cause to indict him.
And speaking of liberal grand juries, and look, this is why I say to the Democrats, relax. The grand juries are coming from Maryland, from dark blue Northern Virginia, where James Comey was indicted for lying to Congress. Tish James was indicted for mortgage fraud. I mean, that's how the system is supposed to work. The grand jury takes a look at the evidence presented. They make a decision. Usually it's about 25 people. You never know who, and they never disclose the conversation. But that's why the system is in place, to make sure that people that get indicted for the right reasons, correct?
100%. And they're trying to sway the courts through the media, through the court of public opinion. They're trying to muddy the waters enough because they know that the Trump Department of Justice can get convictions on these because there's enough evidence to actually get convictions. And so they're trying to foment enough discussion about this negatively towards the Trump DOJ to try to get the courts to throw the cases out, because they have liberal juries. They also have liberal judges in these areas. And so they're trying to create enough of a shield for these judges to dismiss the case. If the judges follow the law, the cases should not be dismissed, as far as I can tell. There hasn't been anything that I've seen reported that's improper about any of this. But I mean, it's a battle. The venues for all of these is against the Trump DOJ.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. Donald Trump winning a lot of court victories lately, even from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals when it comes to putting the National Guard into Portland. So even the liberals sometimes realize they can't avoid what's written in the laws, and they have to give rulings based on that. John Brennan. He seems to be concerned right now. I hope he is lawyered up, because it looks like he might be the next contestant here for the DOJ to go after. What do you think?
Well, it looks that way. And what's interesting to me about this is that it was referred by Congress, by Jim Jordan, saying, hey, he lied to us when he testified. And, he lied about the Steele dossier. He knowingly gave us false information. He knew that the information he was giving to Congress was false. It contradicted the CIA reporting and all of the information that he had from the intelligence community. And he just flat out lied to Congress. So, they can say, oh, the Trump DOJ is just going after Trump's political opponents. Well, this one's not coming from the Trump DOJ. This one's coming from Congress. So, I hope.
Let me ask you about something else here.
Yeah.
Here's something that I saw from Joe Scarborough this morning. You probably didn't see it. I didn't mean to see it, but I saw it. I couldn't help myself. Scarborough warning Republicans, if the Democrats get back in charge, they could weaponize the intel and DOJ against you guys. And I'm like, haven't we already been there? Isn't that how we got here in the first place?
That is how we got here,
dirty dealing? Yeah, I mean, come on. That's what the libs think,
exactly
though.
How
they think, well, gosh, we never did this. Come on. Seriously?
It is exactly how we got here. I mean, again, to reiterate, I am currently a criminal defendant, and none of the liberals are saying, hey, all of these Trump electors need to be exonerated. These cases need to be dismissed. It was something these state and local AGs and DAs were trying to influence the 2024 election, and it didn't work. Thank God one judge in Michigan already threw it out. The other judges need to throw it out. My case is hanging by a thread. And there's not a single liberal report out there saying this is wrong, it needs to be dropped. Yeah. So, their cries ring hollow to me when they're only crying about this on one side.
Christina, I look forward to the day that you come back here on the program and those charges have gone away. I do, for your sake. Thank you for being here.
Me too. Thanks.
All right. The tax extension deadline passed October the 15th, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble, well, it's still brewing. If you missed that deadline or owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes it worse. Here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month, up to 25% of your total tax bill, just for not filing. That's in addition to what you already owe. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track and fast. With tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. It's not too late to regain control, though. Your consultation, free. In one short call and a few simple questions, the experts at Tax Network USA can determine how much you can save. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/wrath. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move, and you don't. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful this country still is. Plus, your answers to the America's Voice question of the day. Why do you think the mainstream media exaggerated the size of the turnout for the No Kings protests? I've got some ideas. Back after this.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. The this Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Rav will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elm from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
All right, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day to make sure you leave here with a smile on your face. It's a great country you live in. Today's story comes to us from Cresskill, New Jersey, where a 101-year-old woman is still waking up bright and early to clock in at a shift for her job. Ann Angeletti, owner of Curiosity Jewelers, Cresskill, shares that the secret to her work ethic revolves around personal tenets, which Angeletti says are these: you must get up, you must shower, you must eat, you must take care of yourself, you must exercise, and if you don't like what you're doing, then change. Customers at Curiosity Jewelers note that Angeletti is a joy to be around and that she always ensures that customers get the best deals, and her work ethic is unmatched. Since most people her age would be retired by now permanently, right? A strong work ethic is the moral of custody, is the day's story today. What better way to express this than to showcase that Ann Angeletti, at 101, getting after it, her work ethic indicative of people who make America wonderful. Nice job to her. All right, why do you think the mainstream media exaggerated the size of the turnout for the No Kings protest? Come on now. Nasty 0701, they paid to. I hope that they paid taxes on that. We don't want any tax evasion here. Bohica Bob, because the size of the turnout is tiny compared to the turnout for the Trump election, 2024. John Hogan writes, Democrats can't help themselves when thinking they have support of the people. Simply put, they lie. Real Carolina Girl writes this: oh, they desperately want to believe they're the majority. They're not. Let's see, Supporter 78, they weren't funded by our government because it's shut down. And I believe more people are waking up to the truth due to all the exposures and indictments. Receipts. You got it. If you want to be part of the question of the day here on the program, go to all those social media sites, hammer the like button, and follow me. I might feature you right here the next time around. Tell you who I am going to feature, Eric Bowling, because he's up next. He's in queue. He's in the on-deck circle. There he is with a ball bat in his hand, ready to do some real work.
I'm texting Brian Glenn right now because Trump is ready to speak or something. And if you know, he loves the 4 o'clock hour, Gruber. Something you may not experience, but he adores 4 o'clock. So we're trying to figure out if we're going to have a show, half a show, quarter show. In fact, the wonderful O'Reilly interview that we taped yesterday, we're trying to squeeze it in before they. So you caught me texting Brian Glenn to find out if he has any inside information on when this NATO gentleman or people are going to show up and they're going to have.
Just give me a little preview of the O'Reilly thing. Was he fired up? Was he ready to go? Was he a little feisty?
He's the most author with the most #1 New York Times best-selling books in history, and there's not even a second. But Bob Woodward's #2. We just talked. It's called the worst people in the history of the world, and I kind of asked him how many Americans were. He was fascinated, but I did ask him this. Gruber, you're going to watch this interview because I said, Bill, I've known you a long time. I filled in for you 250 times when I was at Fox when you like to take Fridays off. I was there for you every Friday. Bill, you seem like you're coming around to Trump a lot more than you used to be. Are you straight up a pro-Trump MAGA? Took him back a little bit. And I will not blow the surprise, Gruber. You're going to have to watch because we're going to try and get it in the next couple of minutes before the president steals the hour from us again. So we'll see. Yeah, he's
good work there.
He's a good friend. He's a 50 years in journalism. Wow.
Yeah. So what's the new book? Because I know he's got a brand new one. I saw it cross my screen here
it's in
a
the
day
New
or
York
two
Times
ago.
#1 comes right out of the box. #1 bestseller. Ben's going to run over there and yell in my ear what the name of it is. Like it's not Killing anymore. It's like
I've read a bunch of them.
He started.
I've read a bunch
they're
of them.
great
Killing
books.
Patton, Killing Lincoln, Killing Kennedy. I've read Killing the Rising Sun. I've read a whole bunch of those books. They're really, really good. You know, I've never talked to Bill personally in my life. But
Trish, Mad Dog, and Ben tell me it's confronting evil, and then there's
that's right.
We see Hitler, Mao Zedong, and a couple of other the worst people in the history of the planet on the cover. Assessing the worst of the worst. I'm little birdie in my ears telling me. So it's another Bill. And then here's this. Ready for this? Last question. I said, Bill, you got a lot of money. You got more money than God. You've been doing this a long time. What makes Bill O'Reilly get up every morning and do it again? And that was probably the most interesting answer he had. But I'm not going to give it away.
Work ethic.
More minutes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Pretty close. You're
watching.
Pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. Gruber, good talking to you, my friend. All right, folks. 4 o'clock. Woo! You see those lights come on like that. Dow had a tough day in the markets. 350 lower in the Dow. 220 in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ was down 370 at one point. 38, little bounce back in the S&P. Gold took back $15 from the big loss yesterday. Again, gold is up about almost 50% year over year. Oil up a little bit. Crypto kind of floundering, just trailing off a little bit. There's a lot of selling, a lot of liquidation going on in crypto. All right, as promised, let's get right to this. All right, my next guest, celebrating 50 years in journalism. I said that right, 50 years. He's his own show on BillO'Reilly.com called The No Spin News. And his latest book, Confronting Evil, Assessing the Worst of the Worst, is #1 on the New York Times bestseller list, making this his 20th #1 bestseller book. I don't think there's anyone close. I don't even know who #2 would be. Maybe, Bob Woodward. Who knows? Happy to have on Bill O'Reilly back to the show. Bill, really good to have you on. Congratulations, my friend. I mean, 20 #1 New York Times bestseller. Who is #2? Do you know?
Yeah, it's Woodward. He has 14. So I don't think my record's ever going to be broken. And we're the most successful nonfiction authors in the world. But I appreciate you mentioning bowling. But you know what I appreciate even more? That you wore a shirt for this interview. Thank you very much. I
technically never not worn a shirt. I am wearing long sleeves for this interview. And as you noted, to cover up the tattoos. I'm deplorable. I'm the basket of deplorables. I will tell you one thing, though, before we get into this. I do know there's a record that I have that will never be broken. It has something to do with you. There was a time I was asked to host your show. You were, gallivanting around the world somewhere. I was sitting in, and I was, I'm going to fill in for O'Reilly. And at some point, they said, can you do Fox and Friends in the morning? I'm like, geez, for 3 hours of Fox and Friends. I did that. I did Bill O'Reilly. And Hannity was supposed to be interviewing the would-be President Trump somewhere, in Detroit somewhere. And his shot went down, and they said, stay in the seat. You got to do Hannity. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm the only human being ever to fill in for Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity on the same day. I could be wrong, but
I think that's probably true. And back then you didn't have any tattoos, so it was a good sequence, bowling.
And look how much more fun I am now, Bill. Really, so 20 #1 bestsellers. The worst, assessing the worst of the worst. Begs the question: is Putin the worst of the worst? Is Mao? Who is the worst of the worst?
Well, the worst mass killer on the planet ever is Mao Zedong. 20 million of his own people went down. And there isn't a Chinese person in that country that knows that. You go to Beijing, where I was in May, and there's pictures of Mao all over the place. You can imagine if an American had killed 20 million Americans, I don't think that person's picture would be all over the place. But Mao is the worst. And then it's up to the reader to decide. So we have 15 miscreants in the book, 4 on the cover, and then in the book, 11 more. And each of them, their evil, what they did, maintains to this day. That's the common thread on all of these 15. What they did still influences the world. And it's a harrowing book, but a book that you'll learn an enormous amount about America and the world.
Hitler killed 6 million Jews. He didn't make the cover, did he?
Okay, I lost audio here.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I could not hear that question.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Well, I put the cover of the book back up there. Is Adolf Hitler on the cover? He killed 6 million Jews, and there he is off to the left.
Hitler.
There it is. There you go.
Yeah.
Any Americans on that in the book, Bill?
Oh yeah, there's the slave traders, 2 guys who had a business purchasing human beings, brutalizing them, and then selling them. They became the richest men in the world by doing that heinous slave trade. And then there are the robber barons, J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, Carnegie, who's amassed unbelievable fortunes by exploiting American workers, including children. And Teddy Roosevelt brought them down. I included the robber barons in the book because I wanted to get some heroes in the book too. And Teddy was a real hero there. Almost single-handedly went after the robber barons, and he won. He beat them in the Supreme Court. It was close. And that turned around all the labor in America, which was horrendous at the beginning of the 19th century.
Well, you got a great book there, Bill, and we will absolutely read it. Quick thought on the New York mayoral race. Mamdani is leading. If Curtis Leawood drops out, gives Andrew Cuomo a shot, a fighting man's shot. What are your thoughts on this? You want Curtis Leawood to back out?
I did a commentary today on it on WABC, which is our flagship in New York City. We do radio and television, as you know. And I said, it's not my place to request that Curtis Leawood drop out of the race, because I believe he's a sincere man, that he thinks he could run the city better than Cuomo and Mamdani. And he's put up himself into the arena, and it's not my place. I did lay out that Mamdani will most likely be elected if Curtis does not drop out, so that's the decision that he has to make himself. But
what would you prefer?
I feel a little,
no one's going to take.
I prefer polling. I prefer you to be mayor over Mamdani. Anybody.
That's a big. This is a
disaster.
That's a big statement.
Right.
Big statement.
This is a disaster for the city, the largest city in the country, and the head of the capitalist movement in the world. No. I mean, this man will go in, will not enforce the law, so you'll have bodies piled up. You won't even be able to get the cops on a 911 call.
Right.
And then there'll be a collapse of the economy as wealthy corporations and wage earners move out. They're going to pay 30, 40% in tax. Nobody's going to do that. Real estate will collapse. It'll be on, and this guy's going to get 4 years? My God.
He's being embraced by half the Democrat Party, certainly the socialist wing of the Democrat Party. But okay, so Bill won't ask Curtis Leawood to back out. I'll be on record. I'm not there anymore, but if I lived in New York or city or the state for that matter, I would be begging Curtis to step aside, let Andrew Cuomo give it a shot, because anything's better than Mamdani. I want to talk with you about this, Bill. I've known you, 25 years, 25 years, whatever. I sit in for you 200 times on the Bill O'Reilly Show at Fox. I've known you very well. I've never known you to be true MAGA or true America First or really a right winger, but I'm feeling the sense of this relationship. You go to the White House last week, you're becoming, are you MAGA?
No. I'm not tied into any political party. I'm a registered independent. I go to the White House as any reporter would. I went to the Charlie Kirk Medal ceremony, not as an invitee, because I didn't know Mr. Kirk or his family. I went as a reporter. And that's the best way to serve my audience, that I was there. I saw who was there. I saw the interactions. I made headlines because I got, Beck and Waters and Carlson all together in one photo, which will never happen again. And it went on all over the world in 10 minutes, as social media does now. When any president asks me, and 5 of them have, for advice, I give it to them because I love my country. But I'm not currying favor with any politician, and I never would.
He gives you, you've said this, he's called you, he calls you. You went to the baseball game, you gave him your book at the baseball game. So you're becoming pretty close. It just feels like you're moving a little further right than what I've known you. I mean, I've been against tariffs. I don't know where you are. Here's another one. I don't love the idea of blowing narco terrorists out of the water without some sort of, I don't know, let's call it, I'm not sure they deserve due process fully, but I think maybe we could capture them first before we, eliminate them. But it's a thought. There's just certain things that are going on. I'm just curious if you find somebody at fault with some of these things.
I want more information about it, but I'm not opposed to designating drug smugglers as terrorists. They're killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. Come on. But when you whack somebody with U.S. air power, then you should explain to the people why you did it, how you knew they were a threat to this country in a general way. You don't want to give up national security secrets, but I want more information coming forth. And I think what you're seeing, Bowling, is that the opposition to Donald Trump has become so radicalized, so far left in a danger zone, Mandani, and others, that my commentary becomes a little bit more forceful, not in support of the White House, but in opposition to what I feel is a much bigger threat. So I don't see President Trump as a threat at all. I don't think he's a king. I don't think he's screwing up. I think that his foreign policy is light years better than Biden or Obama or Bush the younger or Clinton. I believe that the tariffs, I'm going to give them a fair shot. They may work for the U.S. economy by changing it into a manufacturing situation where wages are higher. So I don't see Trump as a deficit. If I begin to see him that way, I will certainly report it.
Okay, got it. Very quickly, Bill, I only have about a minute or so. Yeah, I want to ask you this, because I've known you a long time. You're a successful author. No one's going to touch your bestseller list. You're a very wealthy man. You've done extremely well your whole life. What makes Bill O'Reilly get up and do it every day? I mean, you could easily go off into the sunset, buy a beautiful home somewhere in a Caribbean island, whatever. Why do you do it every day?
Well, number one, I think I have a reason to be here. See, I'm a man of faith. I go to Mass every Sunday. And I think I was put here for a reason, all right? And the reason is to bring as much information as I can to the millions of people who follow me. And that's through radio and television and books, whatever it is. And so if I leave to go to the Caribbean, then what do I accomplish there? I'm a big grape. I just sitting out there, it'd be fun. But at this point in my life, I have a vast amount of experience. I think more than any other journalist working, with the exception of Brit Hume. And I'm imparting that wisdom, Bowling, to those who would like to hear it. And so it's a simple equation. But, it is a burden to do all the stuff I'm doing. I mean, my God, I'm busier now than I was when I was 35.
Yep.
And that's kind of crazy.
And that's kind of good too, Bill. I hope to be as busy as you are. You're substantially further down the road age than my young age of 61 years old. Bill O'Reilly, I love you, brother. I really do. I miss you, and thank you for spending a few minutes on bowling.
Sure, bowling, and we'll see you down in Florida this winter, I hope.
Let's do it. Thank you. Bill O'Reilly, everybody. Well, folks, I got to tell you this. The Edge is growing, get this, 70 times faster than the average of all new YouTube shows like we were. But that's because of you. The Edge is where men aren't apologetic about being men. And as for masculinity, we are masculine all the time. All masculinity, welcome, toxic or not. No snowflakes allowed, just pure grit and perseverance. This week on The Edge, we have two arenas, one code. A fighter who lives for the hit. Tristan Ham is an up-and-coming, and by the way, undefeated heavyweight boxing champion. And a builder of men, a guy who turns pain into purpose and a hugely growing business. Two men forged by pressure, both proving what it means to live on the Edge. A special week this week. 2 new episodes drop Thursday and Sunday only on YouTube. Search Eric Bowling, The Edge on YouTube. See it right there. Just click it, youtube.com/Eric Bowling, The Edge, or take a picture of that QR code right there on the screen. I thank you for your watching. I thank you for your support, and I thank you for your subscription. Thank you. You're making it all worthwhile. Appreciate you. All right, folks, the new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government, any government, can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home with each and every one of us. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from TWC doctors all the time on this network. And you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their amazing series of prescription medical kits, kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications, and by the way, the all-important guidebooks to assist you in the proper use of those medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice, www.twc.health/voice today and order twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah.
Get ready to move!
No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Rav will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
There it is, the White House, waiting on that guy right there. All right, folks, we're entering the fourth week of the Schumer shutdown, and folks want to know what is the real economic impact of the shutdown. Here to discuss is Birch Gold Group's precious metal specialist. Welcome back, Philip Patrick. So is there an effect? I mean, I think some of the numbers, the releases are being held back. BLS is probably holding things back, but we can get into that. But Phil, before we jump into it, massive move down in gold yesterday for one day, back up today a little bit. But I watched the U.S. dollar rally, and when the dollar rallies, gold comes off. The point is, I've watched the U.S. dollar sliding for, I don't know, a decade. It's sure to continue, and I see this as a buying opportunity for gold. What do you say? You may be muted, Philip. Are you muted? No. We have him? Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
There we go. We got him. There you go. Okay, so I'll reframe the question. I see gold, that big dip yesterday, as an opportunity to buy because the dollar will continue its slide at some point. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. So we've seen a slight strengthening in the US dollar, but people have to remember that's on the back of the worst start to the year for the dollar since the 1970s. So we saw a slight bounce back. I think there's some positive news when it comes to China and trade, which the markets have responded to and obviously strengthened the dollar shorter term. But in my mind, all that's done is created, as you say, a buying opportunity. We never want to see something going up and up and up like gold was. It done almost 15% in a couple of months. So to see some profit taking, a small correction down, I think is welcome for investors.
Philip, I just went back, and this day a year ago, gold was $2,750 an ounce. We're talking $4,100. It's like getting a 50% pay bump in your salary in a year. It's been a wonderful ride. You're going to have these dips. And again, there's no reason that the U.S. dollar is showing any sign of, continued strength, which means when it weakens, gold goes up, yeah?
That's exactly correct. It's why central banks around the world are buying it in record quantities. Gold and the dollar are inverse. And I think broadly speaking, there is a structural shift happening. I think I mentioned last time I was on, since the 80s, there's been this belief, and an incorrect belief, that US government debt and debt in general was risk-free. And I think that's been shattered. Global debt to GDP is 245% now and rising. And I think there's a belief now that gold will become again the number one global reserve asset with time.
Does gold compete with crypto or not? I mean, so many people say, gold is a $27 trillion asset. Crypto's about a $2 trillion asset. Do I risk people moving into crypto instead of gold when I'm holding gold?
Listen, I think that crypto is going to see some pickup, right? Listen, the dollar is not looking at it as a good store of wealth. Correct. And I think people are looking for stores of wealth outside, crypto being one of them. The difference with gold, it has an inverse relationship with the dollar. So if the dollar's going to go down, gold's going to go up. Crypto doesn't have that direct relationship. It may go up, it may go down. So it's not a direct currency hedge, but I think it's going to see some movement on the back of de-dollarization as well.
And very quickly, do we have anything to worry about with the Bureau of Labor Statistics and other government agencies during the shutdown not releasing data?
Look, it's not a good look. First of all, it doesn't allow the Federal Reserve to make good decisions, which they haven't been for a while. Second of all, it's not a good look for the rest of the world. Don't forget, we're going out every single day asking the world, cap in hand, asking for $25 to $30 billion every day in loans. We can't even agree what we're going to spend that money on. It's like me going to a mortgage company and saying, I want a loan, but I haven't picked the house yet. It's a bad look at a bad time.
Very good. Mr. Philip Patrick, but the great Birch Gold Group. Folks, I use them. I love them. I trust them. You should too. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you.
All right, folks, our next guest, our own RAV correspondent, host of Law and Border, Ben Berkram. Ben, You are in a different background scenery. Just a couple of seconds. You're in Vermont, but tell us what's over your shoulder.
Yeah, that's Canada. If you actually see they call it the slash, right in between the trees right there, that is the border. If you just follow this fence line down, that is the border of Canada. This gate right here is the only thing that separates me from Canada right now, and that house is actually in Canada. So just gives you an idea as President Trump has secured our southern border, just showing you the vulnerabilities of our northern border with the threats of jihad, with the threats of cartel. There's a lot going on up here. So I was just riding with Border Patrol Chief of Swanton Sector earlier today to uncover some of those and see what other threats we're facing and what President Trump and the team are doing about it.
We have that soundbite. Guys, let's roll that with the border agent of the Swanton Sector, Garcia.
Everything and anything that is crossing illegally in between the ports of entries and trying to sneak into this country is a concern for us. The transnational criminal organizations as well are connected with various associates from that may connect to the southern border, may connect to the coastal border, may connect in ways that are facilitating contraband that's making its way up from Central America into the United States, into Canada. So, yes, that is a concern for us as well. And those connections and how that's building, what it is that they're doing to exploit the vulnerabilities at the border. We work really well with some of our federal, state, county, local, tribal, and international partners to get after those complex organizations.
A fascinating thought here, Ben, is that I think he had said contraband comes through the southern border, makes its way through the United States, and heads up north. Boy, that northern border is far less populated than the southern border. How in the world do you protect a border that size and that vastly remote?
Well, that's the thing. Almost 6,000 miles of border compared to the 2,000 miles of our southern border. It is extremely difficult. And so you've got a combination of factors. The changing terrain, you go from this farmland to forest to swamps to mountains and then Great Lakes in between, as well as the weather. You know, it's starting to get cold. It's going to be minus 20 degrees here very soon. You've got snow. So there's certain areas, and it's not like our southern border where you have a road across the entire thing. In fact, most of it has no road. And so the only way to get to it is either by snow machine or four-wheel drive or horse or by foot. And so it's extremely difficult. But that's why it's a combination of manpower and technology working together up here. Some of the elements actually help play a part in that, making it more difficult. You know, obviously when it's minus 30 degrees, harder to get across, but the cartel doesn't care. They send people at every part of the year. And so that's one of the things these guys are dealing with. It's not just the drugs and the people that are coming across or the guns that are going north. It's the people that are getting stuck out here and dying of hypothermia because the cartel didn't tell them that it's going to be minus 30. They just sent them anyways.
It's amazing, Ben. You're out in these remote locations and in the risk. You put yourself at risk. We know Oscar has been literally threatened by the cartels. The cartels are sending people south from Canada as well, not just people moving through going north. Are we at risk of having fentanyl coming in from our northern border as well?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the CCP has operations in Canada. They have those operations stretched down into Maine. You've got the cartel, different factions of Sinaloa and other cartels operating in Canada. Some of the traffic is coming through the United States. You have cartel, obviously, across the United States. So there's pipelines that go directly from Mexico into the United States into Canada. But there's also pipelines that go from Canada back down into the United States. Some people flying directly into Canada, getting visas or visa waivers and coming in, and some of the materials coming directly into Canada and then dropping south. So it's a combination, and that's what makes it so difficult. You know, they have trail cams out here. A lot of the farmers have trail cams, and they have people going in both directions. So you have illegals going from a U.S. into Canada, and you have as well as coming from Canada into the U.S. So the dynamics here are different, but incredibly important. And we talk about the terror threat. How many terrorists is too many? That's the big concern of folks up here, especially.
It's very clear the border, the whole group, people protecting the homeland need a lot more money, need a lot more assets, need a lot more human beings. Ben, please stay safe, brother. Ben Berkman, stay safe.
Will do. Thank you, Eric.
Brother. Thank you. All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
You know, if only the Democrats cared as much about the needs of everyday Americans as much as they care about the construction of a ballroom of that house right there. Right now, while you worry about the safety of your loved ones and paying your bills, Democrats are losing their minds over President Trump's plan to rebuild a $250 million ballroom in the White House.
I think it's fairly grotesque to begin construction, just the optics of beginning construction on a grand ballroom at a time when the government is shut down, inflation is still high. I would say the timing is horrible. And look, personally, it was a little shocking to see those images, having worked in the White House.
Well, that's Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign senior advisor, by the way. And Hillary also made it clear she's not a fan of the president's White House overhaul, posting this, and I'm quoting Hill Shady right here. Quote, "It's not his house, it's your house, and he's destroying it." All right, Hillary, let's talk about this a little bit. Like, remember when the Clintons stole stuff from the White House? $28,000 worth of furniture, if I do recall correctly. The year was 2001. George W. Bush had just defeated Al Gore in the infamous hanging Chad presidential election from hell. The whole Clinton posse was very upset about how things turned out. And so to drive the point home, Clinton, or at least those working under him, went and ransacked the current White House. The departing Clintons were accused of stealing furniture, vandalizing federal buildings, and leaving a general mess for the Bush team to clean up. The extent of the damage reported in the press was stunning. The Clintons allegedly left behind filthy carpets, slashed computer cords, and trash on the floor. Profane messages had apparently been recorded on answering machines. Graffiti had been painted on the walls, and pornography had been left on computer screens. Not making this stuff up, folks. Again, Hillary Clinton says it's her house. It was her house during that time, too. An extensive amount of stuff was allegedly to have been stolen, from everything from furniture to silverware. That's right, they took all the silverware out of the White House ballroom. They stole the silverware. In a jab at the new president, the W keys had been removed from computer keyboards. They put the W right off the keyboards, which brings us conveniently back to this post. Hillary respectfully walk away from this one. You should. Quote, our house is where Bill Clinton made a mockery of the Oval Office with a cigar. I won't go into detail. Use your imagination. Monica Lewinsky. Let's not do this, Hillary, shall we? History and facts are always a massive inconvenience to the Democrat Party, which seems to have the memory of a flea, or they hope we can't hear or read or see. Hate to disturb their sense of delusion, but renovating the White House is most certainly not exclusive to President Trump. Shall we do this? Just a few examples here. Teddy Roosevelt built the West Wing. Taft added the first Oval Office. FDR added the entire East Wing, beautiful East Wing of the East Room, with an indoor pool for himself, by the way. Nixon added the press room and a bowling alley. You know what they did? They filled up the swimming pool for the press room. That's what they did. I mean, come on. That's right. Oh, how about this one? Barack Obama, he added a basketball court. And now they're absolutely breaking down, freaking out over a large, privately funded, by the way, ballroom.
But
yeah,
this
far different.
is
Yeah,
painful. I mean, this is historic structure.
It's history being torn to shreds. And again, is everybody? I mean, so if somebody wants to go into the White House, the next person wants to just knock down all the walls and turn it into a disco. Congress can't do anything. I mean, seriously, I mean, you're destroying like one of the most historic structures on the planet.
Yeah, and the cost.
And are we saying that whoever we elect president has the right to destroy? Like what? Just tear things up, tear it to the ground, turn it into something else?
Oh, you are so dramatic, Joe and Mika. Can't believe they're doing this. Just a small part of the East Wing. It's a privately funded activity right here. Not a taxpayer cent is going to be spent on this. And really, it's good for the country. But that doesn't stop them.
You know who is still bulldozing ahead with building a White House ballroom that no one voted for, no one asked for, and once again, it's promises made and promises broken. A disco. You know, they've wanted a disco in Trump Tower for hundreds of years. Yeah. And so, I mean, come on, man. You don't own that building. That is the people's building. You don't own it. You don't own it. You cannot take it down. You don't own it. Take you behind to another town. Very good.
Oh, God, please make it stop. Please make them stop singing. Well, actually, it's nothing like that at all, The View. And here's the thing, and I think this is why Democrats can't wrap their tiny little useless brains around this. This is just what happens when people receive money to make renovations or fix something, and they actually do it. They fix it. They use the money to fix stuff. I know it's foreign to a party that held power for so many years, claimed to be all about fixing our infrastructure, but actually did nothing at all. $1 trillion down the tube. $1 trillion monstrosity of a bill. What was it called again? Build Back Better. Well, we saw no build, no back, and definitely no better. Oh, and hey, Joe Biden, what about that bridge you were going to fix lickety-split that was destroyed by the boat in Baltimore? Hey, Gavin, how about rebuilding the Pacific Palisades that you received fundraising millions and millions of dollars for, but have done absolutely nothing to fix? Trump had to fix it. Oh, how about that, Barack Obama? How's that monstrosity? Oops, sorry, I meant presidential library that looks like it was built during the Cold War in the Soviet Union. How's that moving along? I can imagine that Democrats are just totally shocked by seeing people actually do the things they said they were going to do in the money, using the money that isn't even taxpayer money, and doing it in a timely fashion. Also, privately funded. No taxpayer dollars going towards the building of that ballroom. So Democrats, especially you, Hillary Clinton, please, for the love of God, go fix something that actually needs fixing, or go help someone. Like actually help someone, do something. Or respectfully, please shut the hell up. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
Alrighty, folks, there it is, White House. I think some NATO leaders are meeting with President Trump in there. He was going to come to the speaker, the microphone, the cameras. I'm not sure if he is or not, but in the meantime, we got a lot to talk about. Matt, I'll pull out that first screen because this is amazing. We are celebrating The Edge in 33 days, folks. 33 days, 2,500 plus subscribers, 33 days. And if you look underneath that, all YouTube channels, all new YouTube channels, 2,500 takes 3 to 4 years. You guys helped us do it in 33 days, what would take every other channel up to 3 to 4 years on average. That is just amazing. I want to thank you for everything you do. The other screen is how you get to us. Appreciate your subscription. Always do. Either take your camera, hit that QR code, little yellow line, hit it, you'll subscribe. Never charge a thing. It just allows, when you go onto YouTube, to bring up our content up top so you can get to it very easy. Love you. You're crushing it. The show is amazing. It's just an absolutely amazing show. Just want you to, no politics at all. Just want you to subscribe. Or you can go to youtube.com/@EricBowling.TheEdge. youtube.com/@EricBowling.TheEdge. Do it, subscribe, and I absolutely thank you for your support. All righty, folks. Democrats, those darn Democrats, right? They've already proven that violence is their preferred method of getting everything and anything they want.
Get this man out of here now. And if that doesn't happen, and we're not promoting it for 1 second, but if that doesn't happen, there will be violence. Yes. And these people had the opportunity to stop it. And they didn't.
Oh, sure, Karen. Whatever you say. Oh, let me get this straight. Remove our democratically elected president because you just don't like what he's got to say? Got it. That message of threatening violence, well, that comes from the very tip top of the Democrat Party. Here's Hakeem Jeffries issuing threats to so-called extremists. That's just what they now call MAGA Republicans, by the way.
And when it comes to these extremists out there, you better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Thank Next question.
It's a extremist out there. Oh, wait a minute. The guys who assassinated Charlie Kirk from the left and the guys who tried to take out Trump 3 times, 2, maybe 3 times from the left, they're not extremists. But us MAGA people are, just because we like lower taxes and a secure border. Got it, Hakeem. Fake Obama. It was also quite the moment when Dollar Store Obama, Team Obama, was forced to watch the president's trolling meme on loop during the CNN interview. Watch.
Which showed him with a crown, flying in a plane, bombing the No Kings protesters with piles of waste. It's a family program. I'll use that word. House Speaker Mike Johnson says that it's just Trump using social media and satire. Satire is the word that he used to make a point. How do you see it?
Well, that video is deeply unserious, deeply unpresidential, and deeply un-American. But unfortunately, it's the type of erratic, extreme behavior that the American people have continued to see from this president and from this administration from the very beginning. And of course, it's no surprise to us that House Republicans continue to behave as nothing more than reckless rubber stamps for Donald Trump's extreme agenda that's hurting the American people.
What did you call it? Waste? That's poop. Let's call it what it is. That's hilarious. So it's not that Trump is acting like a child. It's he knows how to press their buttons. He gets inside. He lives rent-free in the Democrats' head. So he does these, okay, sometimes childish things, and it just makes him crazy. And he just sits back and watches. They all have these freakouts. Jen Psaki, circle back Psaki, has always been a lying shill for the Democrat Party. And just like her party, she's reaching new lows these days. Here she is, trashy and classist as ever, making disgusting and baseless comments about the second lady of the United States and her marriage to the VP.
I think the little Manchurian candidate, J.D. Vance, wants to be president more than anything else. Yeah. I always wonder what's going on in the mind of his wife. Like, are you okay? Please blink 4 times. Yes. We'll come over here. We'll save you. And that he's willing to do anything to get there. And that your whole iteration you just outlined, I mean, he's scarier in certain ways.
He's smarter.
In some ways. And he's young.
Yeah. And ambitious.
And ambitious. And agile in the sense that he is a chameleon who makes himself into whatever he thinks the audience wants to hear from him.
And they don't know. I'm sure she's never met Usha Vance. She's a wonderful, wonderful lady, very devoted, very family-oriented, as is JD. It's just disgusting what they do. They take shots they know nothing, absolutely nothing about. There is absolutely nothing in Usha Vance and JD Vance's history that shows that there's any sort of animosity between the two. There's a very loving family. They love their children. It's crazy. These people are horrible people. But it was nice, I'll tell you, not having to hear from Corinne Jean-Pierre, KJP, for a while, wasn't it? And then in announcing that she was writing a book, she made sure to let us all know that she was leaving the Democrat Party. Sure you are, as if anyone cares anyway. But folks, I'm afraid she's back. KJP is back and promoting her tour, and she's reminding us of why she was actually the worst White House press secretary in the modern history, in history.
He did, Tim. He did talk about.
I mean, he talked way less to the press than Donald Trump does. Way less. And he wasn't out there at all. He wasn't good off the cuff. He wasn't doing press conferences. Let's just be real. Like, he didn't do big events.
That's not true. But when we talk about the mental acuity, and again, I take this very, very seriously. Yeah. I never saw anyone who wasn't there. Did he have the question that I was getting, the mental acuity? Was he able to govern? And the man that I saw nearly every day was someone who was engaging, understood policy, and was always putting the American people first. And it showed. It showed. I'm being clear. I'm not saying he didn't age, but I'm saying he was there. He was like really.
It wasn't dementia.
No.
He wasn't there. First of all, that's KJP. It doesn't look like KJP. All right. So, you know what it is? So she wrote the book. She says she's leaving the Democrat Party. BS. I'm calling BS on that. She's applying for a job on The View. I will bet you my bottom dollars that she's got an agent already talking to the agents over at ABC trying to get her onto The View. Oh, my goodness. Could it get worse? Could it get worse putting her on the table? I guess it could. Aside from insisting on continuing to lie about Joe Biden's mental decline, I guess you can leave the party, but not the lies. KJP also clearly hasn't left behind her former party's obsession with identity politics.
As a black woman who has walked through the walls of the White House and been part of this party for a very long time, I believe, and this is my personal opinion, that we get forgotten and that by large part the Democratic Party does not see us.
And for me, as a black woman, as a person who's also LGBTQ, I feel as if those communities that I am part of largely get taken for granted.
You know, the worst part of this, it feels like a year ago having to listen to that BS nonsense. You know, it's been so refreshing not to have to hear that I'm a racist or I'm a bigot or I'm a homophobe or I'm, against democracy because I'm mad. It's just, and they want to bring that back. Are they nuts? Don't they see America's moving forward? It wouldn't be a show unless we had millionaires and billionaires, Bernie Sanders in it. He owns 3 houses and flies private jets around the country while fighting the oligarchs. So with that level of hypocrisy already in the works, it's no surprise that Bernie is able to say something like this without even flinching an eye.
Meanwhile, in an unprecedented way, and this is scary stuff, he is going after the Attorney General of the state of New York because she did her job, going after a sitting United States senator, going after the former head of the FBI. That is not what America is about. We disagree with each other, that's fine, but we don't throw our opponents in jail.
New York. So he's against oligarchs, yet he's got 3 houses, flies around in private jets. Copy. Typical Democrat hypocrisy. And finally, proving that they've learned absolutely nothing about why they lost the last election, Jimmy Kimmel is out and about grooming children again. Ew.
I'm Trixie Mattel. Do I scare any of you?
No.
Really?
You just look amazing.
Oh,
why would that be scary?
That is so affirming. Thank you so much. You guys look amazing, too.
Thank you. Thank you.
What the hell was that? Why do I have to watch that? Do we have to? Mad Dog, are you on the horn?
Yes, sir.
Why do we have to watch that?
I don't know. It's very...
I can't unsee that.
Disgusting.
Gross. Kimmel? Tell you what, let's get out of here. We'll be right back.
Thinking about
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
I just got a text from Brian Glenn, who's in the Oval Office, and says it looks like it may not actually happen. It may be closed, as they say to the press, for now. So we shall see. In the meantime, Matt, the favorite part of the show, it's either talking to my good friend Steve Bannon, who I always learn something from, or we get to hear from you folks. And we haven't done voicemails a lot recently, but we're going to get back to them as we can. Mad Dog, give me a voicemail.
Yes, sir. Viewer says the Republicans always talk about the Dems.
Yeah, this is Jim from Pennsylvania. You know, the Republicans are always talking about the Democrats. They ain't no better than the Democrats. They wrong themselves. One can't talk about the other one. So I don't know why they possessed with the Democrats. They possessed with them, and they ain't right themselves. It's a shame. Yeah, they talking about something. They ain't right their own self. They ain't doing right by the American people. So they can't talk about nobody. They ain't doing nothing good for the American people. They ain't doing nothing good for them because they ain't did nothing. Shit's still high. Liquor is still high. Food's still high. Rent's still high. They ain't did nothing on that order. Nothing. So they can't talk about the Democrats. They ain't did nothing for the American people. Everything they did is for the rich.
Let's go. Let's come out of it. I don't know. Oil prices are down. Crime is down in major cities. You can go out to dinner in D.C. The border is being closed. We're not worried about our children being groomed by transsexuals in the schools or in the streets or in parades anymore. No offense, sir. You sound like you're a Democrat and you have a problem. Where were you for the last 4 years when all that crap was going on? Just saying. Mad Dog, another one?
This viewer is wondering if Zelensky and Putin are working together.
Ooh.
Bolin. Time for Eric Bolin. Anyhow, hi, Eric. This is Art from Illinois. I got a question. Is it just me, or does it seem like Zelensky and Putin are working together with the deep state to keep this war going? I don't know. It's just a thought.
Well, Art, thank you for the song, Art. But yeah, it is just you, I think. I think there's like several 100,000 bodies on both sides. I don't think that they're working together for that. I hate the thought of that, and certainly our $200 or $300 billion that we've sent to Ukraine already being wasted with Putin working with Zelensky. I think it's just you, Art. No offense, but thank you for the call, Mad Dog.
This viewer doesn't want the government to reopen.
Hey, Eric. This is Nanette from Hobe Sound, Florida. I don't want the government to reopen. I don't want it to ever reopen. I am very happy with everything that's happening right now. President Trump is doing an excellent job. We don't need those people, do we? I don't think so. But that's my opinion. You know what they say about opinions. Everybody's got one. So have a great day.
Well, they also say something else. Everyone's got one. But you're right. I agree with you. Nanette from Florida, I agree with you. I know there are people. Listen, you got to get the Social Security payments out. You got to get in essential services. We got to feed and pay for our military. But beyond that, find the money and keep essential services up. I agree. You know what happens to me? I see this and I know what happens. They fight. The Republicans and Democrats fight, and they agree at some level of increased spending, and then they pat each other on the back, and we're going, Well, government's open, but all they've done is they've raised the bar. They've raised the amount of spending government has, and it's a new baseline. It never goes down. We talked about this before. When Trump had to spend, I think, $1.5 trillion to save the economy from COVID, it was supposed to be temporary. It's supposed to go down. Biden took it and made it a base, and then added another $1 trillion for infrastructure one time, and that became the new base. Folks, they do it on both sides. They pull the wool over our eyes. They pretend they're fighting. They get something together. They act like they're doing us a favor, and all they're doing is spending more of our damn money. Shut the damn place down. Look, everything's fine. We've been shut down a month. Everything's fine, right? Stay shut down too long, people might realize, stay the hell shut down or start cutting some services that don't need to be essential anymore. Mad Dog.
This viewer wants an executive order to whoever deflaces the flag.
Love your show, guy. Hey, we need an executive order. Anybody defaces the American flag, burns it, destroys it, 1 year in prison. You get out. If you're an American, you got 1 year to get out of the United States. If not, 1 year, another year in prison.
Interesting. There is one. He did one of those a couple of months ago. In fact, he did that. He did 3 or 4 executive orders. He's done hundreds of them, maybe even more than hundreds of them. But here's the thing. We had MTG on saying that she had a couple of, one of those was defacing the American flag. Another one was English as the primary language in America. These are executive orders. They were never codified in Congress. And MTG says, we have the House, we have the Senate. We certainly have the House to vote on a codification. Let's do it so that if it goes to the Senate, it passes there, it goes. But they don't do it because MTG claims there are Republicans. Republicans are questionable. And no one wants to call them out because when you vote as a member of Congress, your vote is tallied. And there are Republicans who are afraid to vote for some of Trump's EOs. We have MTG on tomorrow, so we'll ask her about that. But there are executive orders for these. I think you're right, though. There needs to be. It's just too many men and women have died. We've spent too much money and too much blood and treasure. Too many have died defending that flag to just say free speech. Listen, I'm a free speech advocate. It's a tough one. It's a real tough one. It's a real tough one. I think the patriot in me says put him in jail. The libertarian free speech person says it's disgusting, but free speech is very, very important in America. Mad Dog, some great voicemails this time. I don't think we have time to squeeze in another one. Shocking, we got in the whole show. Quick. Oh, go quick.
Hey, Eric, you're my favorite Eric from the 5. It's Holly G from the Panhandle, and that caller, tell him to call my pillow. Roll Tide. Roll Tide, roll Tide.
There you go. Thank you. That was another era, but all good. War Room's coming up next. We'll be back with you tomorrow. I think we have MTG. We got Devin Nunes. We got a bunch of good, cool people on the show tomorrow.
Just 6 days after the major news networks called the 2020 race for Joe Biden, the former mayor of New York City stood before reporters as hair dye streamed down his face and declared the election was stolen. He said he would prove it in court, but he never produced any of that proof. Not in Wisconsin, not in Arizona, not in Michigan, not in Pennsylvania. Of the more than 60 lawsuits challenging the 2020 results, Trump got a favorable ruling in just one case. And it was only procedural, and it only affected a few hundred ballots, not enough to sway any results. The other cases were either dismissed, settled, or voluntarily withdrawn. But the myth of the fraud, that dead people voted, machines were hacked, a foreign government interfered, and votes were flipped, well, that myth lived on, promoted ad nauseum on conservative media. But the myth even lost there, and it was costly. After trashing Dominion voting machines, Fox News was forced to pay one of the largest defamation settlements in U.S. history, $787 million to keep that case from going to trial. And yet, the myth of a stolen election still lives, because the President of the United States, despite being back in the Oval Office, can't let 2020 go. He refuses to accept he lost, and not accepting it has become a litmus test for anyone in the Republican Party, be they a lawmaker or a member of President Trump's second administration. It's not just refusing to accept the loss, it's investigating those who publicly stated the truth about the election, like Chris Krebs. And now it's also potentially continuing investigation into the loss itself, and maybe even using the delusion to gain more power over the next elections. President Trump's new election integrity team at the Department of Homeland Security includes Heather Honey and Marcy McCarthy, two election deniers who worked to overturn the results in Georgia and Pennsylvania. Honey is now Deputy Assistant Secretary for Election Integrity at the Department of Homeland Security, and McCarthy was named Director of Public Affairs at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. According to the New York Times, Honey hosted a call with election officials from nearly all 50 states last month. The paper reports many of the officials left that call alarmed. 5 people familiar with the call say Honey spent much of her time repeating claims that the 2020 election was fraudulent, questioned the mission of CISA, and made multiple references to a report that election machines had been hacked and could not be trusted. Ms. Honey and Ms. McCarthy did not respond to the New York Times request for comment, and the Homeland Security Department declined to give specifics about the department's election work. But it is because these individuals are now responsible for laying the groundwork for the upcoming midterm and presidential elections that many election experts are even more alarmed today.
Well, she has broad authority to investigate through the Department of Homeland Security. And then, of course, if it's accompanied by the Department of Justice, then they have broad authority to prosecute. And I promise you that can potentially disrupt an election. And if nothing else, it will make a number of election administrators nervous if they're simply calling spades a spade and saying, no, the 2020 election wasn't stolen, or no, the 2026 election wasn't stolen, or the 2028 election wasn't stolen. And so now I think for the first time ever, we have a number of people within these government offices who are willing to indulge the most fanciful of claims, and that simply did not exist in President Trump's administration in 2020, by and large, with the exceptions of people like John Eastman.
Heather Honey should know better, because in 2022, well after the 2020 election, and Stephen knows this probably better than anybody else, she was a witness in litigation brought in Arizona where she claimed that certain procedures used by a particular county could have allowed false ballots to be counted. And again, I'm reading from the New York Times story right now, but as she was questioned, she acknowledged she had no evidence that this had occurred on a widespread scale. She was fully discredited as a witness in that Arizona litigation, and a judge found, and again I'm quoting from his decision, would not come close to clear and convincing evidence that the election outcome was affected. And nonetheless, Heather Honey has it in her mind that more people voted than were entitled to vote across a number of states in various counties, etc., and she is not letting go of that idea, joining forces with people like Cleta Mitchell to say that they are the true defenders of election integrity, and they will get to the bottom of why there are discrepancies between voter rolls and the number of votes cast. They believe there is widespread fraud in who is registered to vote and who is actually voting, and that they themselves are the only ones who are willing and able to get to the bottom of it.
All right, so if there are National Guard troops on the ground, and people are concerned about feeling intimidated to go to the polls, or what if there is another argument that these election machines are all being hacked? I know there's transparency. I know people like you and people like the Secretary of State have been going out and trying to say these things are not attached to the internet. I mean, Chris Krebs has said that over and over again. They're not attached to the internet. They can't be hacked. But that myth, that lie is still pushed. So there's that, but then there's also just the physical aspect of it. If there's national troops on the ground in some of these polling places, what's the advice of local officials?
Well, I would say if you're in a state like Nevada or Arizona, you can certainly vote ahead of time. You can vote no excuse early, and you can vote by mail. As for machines being hacked, not only are they not connected to the internet, but 97% of voters in the United States use a paper ballot. That means that there is always a non-hackable, auditable paper trail. And to my fellow conservatives and Republicans out there, I would say continue to believe in the rule of law. And the rule of law, the courts have shown consistently consistently after 2020, after 2022, after 2024, that despite what people like Heather Honey have alleged, our elections have been fair, and they have been lawful, and they have been accurate. And if the courts rule such in 2026, then I hope and I trust that people will abide by the results of those elections.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 22 October, the year of our Lord, 2025. Heather Honey, the great Heather Honey, is now was a deputy over at the at DHS for election integrity. They're full meltdown, baby. Full meltdown. You got Cleta Mitchell's wingman, Heather Honey, and Heather's one of the toughest and the best, now in charge of election integrity for the United States government. Does it get any better than that? They're losing it because they understand no more stolen elections. No more. None. The null set. So that was announced this afternoon. They're in full meltdown. We may go to the Oval Office here shortly. The Secretary General of NATO is there. Not that we care about that. The President may take questions. We definitely care about that. So it could be open. Let's. We got a lot to get through. We've been making a lot of news here at the War Room today. Steve Robinson from Maine has got that great news site up there. Steve, you've got a breaking news story that's quite important about the Maine elections. We're talking about election integrity. We've been warning about people that it's not the foot soldiers you see in the streets of Antifa or these protests, the ones that are getting violent. It's the people that train them, particularly folks in the military. And people go, well, no, nobody in the military. They're all patriots. Well, that's not actually the case. Steve Robinson, what is this breaking story coming out of Maine, sir?
Hi, Steve. Thanks for having me on. We actually reported this morning that Graham Plattner, the progressive darling who's been endorsed by Bernie Sanders and received universally positive, just gushing coverage, right up until Governor Janet Mills decided that she was going to run for the U.S. Senate seat for a chance to challenge Susan Collins. He's been active with a group called the Socialist Rifle Association. It's a play off of the NRA, but it's a group that's linked with Antifa. And also the group out in Salt Lake City, the trans paramilitary group that is connected with Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk's assassination. So that's how the Socialist Rifle Association first kind of popped into the national consciousness, at least for me. But we found that there was a Maine chapter and started digging into it. And then when this Graham Plattner story broke, we found Reddit comments that he'd posted, which are now deleted. But I think everyone now agrees that P. Hustle is, in fact, Graham Plattner. He hasn't denied making any of these comments. In some of the comments that CNN missed when they broke the first story, he says that he provides training, including defensive handgun training, to the Socialist Rifle Association. He's, of course, an ex-Marine, ex-Army Reserve, former private contractor in Afghanistan doing close security for the ambassador. So he knows his way around firearms, and his tutelage would be invaluable if you were a bunch of LGBTQ leftists who didn't know how to use firearms. And when we went looking at the social media accounts for the Socialist Rifle Association chapter of Maine, we found tons of pictures of multiple cases of paramilitary training out on the range, including pictures where an individual who looks just like Graham Plattner with red hair and a red beard is seen playing range officer for them. So it's clear that Graham is a little bit more of a far-left radical than he's led on in some of his campaign appearances. And this, combined with revelations that he has a literal Nazi tattoo on his chest that he never got rid of for 17 years, I think is making it a very, very bad week for Graham and a good week for Maine Governor Janet Mills.
Look, the reason he was embraced is that anybody that comes across as a populist, they're going to jump on. And, of course, there's no populist over there. It's all phony. I'm less concerned, too, about the tattoos is a typical thing the left jumps on. But I'm more than concerned about what your reporting has shown. I have to ask you first, in doing this research, Steve, it strains credulity to think that CNN did not see this, sir. They just didn't want to report it because this gets down to the heart of it. This gets down to the teeth. I mean, take a time. We're going to get some space for you here unless we got to go to the Oval. Walk us through your process and how the great investigative team over the CNN got the unimportant comments and forgot the meat, sir.
Yeah, well, Steve, that's excellent. That's my first thought as well, was leave it to CNN to focus on him saying the word retarded instead of the paramilitary training that he was doing with Antifa super soldiers. I mean, that seems like they buried the lead a little bit. That seems like the first place where a journalist would go. But I managed to get my hands on the opposition research file. I don't know this for sure, but I don't believe that CNN did this investigative work themselves. I think this was handed to them by opposition researchers. It's too convenient. It was just 2 days after Janet Mills declared. I think this is Chuck Schumer playing dirty. And what leads me to believe that is that I received the same exact file. Somebody had found a way to archive 800 of his Reddit posts that he'd attempted to delete, and we were scanning through those and just, Control F, Socialist Rifle Association, and bing, right there. There's 2 posts where he says, we do range days, we do these trainings, we do this. I put on a defensive handgun training. It's very clear that he's involved in this, and he considers himself a member of the Socialist Rifle Association.
Hang on for 1 second. I'll hold you through the break. We have Joe Allen here. Tons of updates on the proclamation today about artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence, the dangers, and what the nation needs to awaken to of the dangers. Also, Kenny Cody's going to be with us, a great piece about Charlie Kirk and the new revival in the United States, Christian revival, particularly among young people, and how that's raising some alarms. We have a big scalp over the Small Business Administration. The great James O'Keefe is on the road. He's going to be calling in. His investigative report has already borne fruit. We're going to get to all that. Also, Dr. Brian Hooker. Now, we're going to try to get all this in while the president may open up in the Oval Office. Of course, we'll go to that, particularly the Q&A with the media. I know the president's got a lot to say. Birch Gold, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide. This guide is free to investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. A little turbulence today. We told you going to be turbulent times. Turbulent times ahead. Short commercial break. Back in the warm in just a moment.
I just felt it was time. We've waited a long time. I thought that we'd go long before the Middle East. And Mark, as you know, we did the Middle East plus 7. So we did 7 different wars from Pakistan and India to so many.
Azerbaijan, Armenia.
Which they said was impossible to do. All these wars I did, and the one that we have left, we have 1 left. It'll be 9. We have 1 left, and I think we'll get that done too. I think we're on our way to getting it done.
We have to.
Mr.
President, do you have a timeline for when you think this war is going to be over because of your leadership?
No, I don't have a timeline. You can't have in war, it's hard to have a timeline. So many things happen in war. Go ahead.
What about Tomahawk missiles? Putin is definitely
Well, the problem with the Tomahawk that a lot of people don't know, it'll take a minimum of 6 months, usually a year, to learn how to use them. They're highly complex. So the only way a Tomahawk is going to be shot is if we shot it, and we're not going to do that. But there is a tremendous learning curve with the Tomahawk. It's a very powerful weapon, very accurate weapon, and maybe that's what makes it so complex. But it will take a year. It takes a year of intense training to learn how to use it. And we know how to use it, and we're not going to be teaching other people. It's too far out into the future.
Yes, Mr. President. I saw, Mr. President, that you said as recently as yesterday that you still believe that Putin wants to end the war.
Yeah,
then today
I do.
You took this step to ratchet up the sanctions and put more pressure on him. What else are you going to do to encourage him to get there, or can you explain why you do believe that he wants peace?
Yeah, it's a good question. Today is a very big day in terms of what we're doing. Look, these are tremendous sanctions. These are very big. Those are against their two big oil companies, and we hope that they won't be on for long. We hope that the war will be settled. We just answered having to do with the various forms of missiles and everything else that we're looking at, but we don't think that's going to be necessary. We would like to see them just take the line that has been formed over quite a long period of time and go and let's, go home. Last week they had almost 8,000 soldiers killed. Many Russians were killed last week. Many Ukrainians were killed last week. We think it's ridiculous and would like to have it end.
Why do you think he wants peace, though? Why do you still believe that?
I think they want peace. I think they both want peace at this point. It's been, it's almost 4 years. You're going into 4 years. And if I were president, it never would have started. But yeah, it's time.
Mr. President, on the shutdown, do you plan to meet with Democrats before you head to Asia? And if not, why not meet with the Democrats?
Well, I think it's a shame that it's shut down because we have the greatest economy, as you were saying before. We have the greatest economy in the world right now, by far, the United States. We have almost 18, now it was 17, now it's $18 trillion being poured into our country, and it's no time for shutdowns. I don't think it's affecting what we're doing, but it's too bad for a lot of people. We have a lot of good people that are working right now that should be, and it's because the Democrats want to try and renegotiate a deal that they had negotiated. They want $1.5 trillion given to illegal immigrants who came into the country, and it's going to hurt the health care of citizens of our country that have been paying into it, that have been working hard for it, that really deserve it. So we're never going to do that. It's not going to happen. And I will tell you, there are a lot of good Democrats that really want to make a deal. And I think all we need is 5 Democrats because we have a great support on the Republican side. So I think we need 5 Democrats, and there are a lot of them that want to make a deal. So I think at some point, common sense will prevail. Yeah, go ahead. You can finish up.
On the drug boat strike in the Eastern Pacific, can you explain to us what that was about, how it was conducted? Yeah, sure.
Well, they had one today in the Pacific. And the way I look at it every time I look, because it is violent, and it is it's amazing that the weaponry, that everyone, they have these boats that go 45, 50 miles an hour in the water. And when you look at the accuracy and the power, look, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. And you see a little bit of it there. One shot, everyone dead center. And the only way you can't feel bad about it is you realize that you won't feel badly about it, is you realize that every time you see that happen, you're saving 25,000 American lives. Every one of those boats that gets knocked out is saving 25,000 American lives, not to mention the torn up families all over the country. And whenever I see that, I say to myself, I just saved 25,000 lives. I will say that there are very few boats traveling on the water right now. Actually, that includes fishing boats. That includes any other kind of boat. But there are very few boats traveling on the water. So now they'll come in by land to a lesser extent, and they will be hit on land also. Go ahead, in the back, please.
Do you have legal authority if they do come?
Yes, we do. We have legal authority, right? We're allowed to do that. And if we do by land, we may go back to Congress, but we have, this is a national security problem. They killed 300,000 people last year, these drugs coming in. They killed 300,000 Americans last year, and that gives you legal authority. We have a national security, really, I will say this, when you look at the people we're dealing with, and we know them, we know the people coming in, we know the boats, we know everything else, we're allowed to do it. It's in international waters. If we don't do it, we're going to lose hundreds of thousands of people. Now, they'll be coming in by land a little bit more because they're not coming in by boat anymore. There are no boats in the water. There are no more boats. We know the boat almost immediately. It's pretty unusual when you see somebody with a fishing rod and 5 engines on the back of the boat. You don't need that to go fishing. Wait. And we will hit them very hard when they come in by land. And they haven't experienced that yet, but now we're totally prepared to do that. We'll probably go back to Congress and explain exactly what we're doing when we come to the land. We don't have to do that, but I think, Marco, I'd like to do that. You may respond to that if you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question is, bottom line, these are drug boats. If people want to stop seeing drug boats blow up, stop sending drugs to the United States.
But does it matter if it's in the United States?
Well, these are all in international waters. The boat.
Do a strike in the United States, or if North America?
Well, that's a different matter. Now you're talking about a law enforcement matter. In this particular case, there are people traveling on international waters headed towards the United States with hostilities in mind, which includes flooding our country with dangerous, deadly drugs. And they're going to be stopped. And that's what's happening. And in the case last week, you saw there was a submarine. It was a submarine. It was a submersible. That's a drug boat all the way through. We know what these boats are. The president just said it. We track them from the very beginning. We know who's on them, who they are, where they're coming from, what they have on them. You know, if you're running drug boats, you're in grave danger.
And drug usage is way down. And drug usage coming from the sea, they call it ocean drugs, a little term that they use, the ocean drugs, is very close to non-existent right now. I wouldn't want to be in one of those boats heading away. You know, they're driving happily to destroy the lives of people, and they end up, that's the end of them. So the ocean drugs and the sea drugs, drugs by sea they call it also, that's almost down to nothing, as you can imagine. So they continue to come in by land at a little bit less because they see something is going to happen. They don't like it. They see something, and they're right. Something very serious is going to happen. The equivalent of what's happening by sea. And we're going to Congress just to tell them what we're doing, just to keep them informed. But we have to do it for national security. We have to do it to save lives.
Secretary Bessent said that Vladimir Putin had not been honest and forthright in his talks with you. Just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about your feelings about that. And also, if I may, to Nadir Rutte, just your thoughts on whether Ukraine should get tomahawks. Thank you.
Well, I think that in terms of honesty, the only thing I can say is every time I speak with Vladimir, I have good conversations, and then they don't go anywhere. They just don't go anywhere. So in that sense, but no, look, he's fighting a war. He's in a war. That's two very competent sides, and that's the way war is. You never know with war, but I would say that it's time to make a deal. A lot of people are dying. You know, they're not Americans, but they're people. They're souls, and they're dying by the thousands, worst since World War II, and we really should stop it.
And to your other question,
yes. Please.
Sorry, to your other question, this has been consistent from this president when we first met again after your re-election in Mar-a-Lago in November. You said we have to stop the killing. This is close to your heart, and this is your vision. That's why this war needs to end. When it comes to tomahawks or whatever system, it's up to individual nations to decide whatever they want to supply to Ukraine. NATO doesn't take a position, but I can assure you this. When the president called me in July and said we want to again send weapons into Ukraine, paid for by our allies, the Canadians and the Europeans, that was an important moment. And that is now taking place, and the ambassador, myself, we're working hard at this. Already a couple of $1 billion of weaponry into Ukraine from the US, paid for by allies. So I'm not going to comment on about the tomahawks, but when it comes to the US and all the support for Ukraine, it is there and it is close to the president's heart, and I know this.
I will say this, and you know, Mark can say it better than anybody. The European nations and Canada have really pulled together, and it's beyond even that. I mean, it's really beyond that.
I was with the Australians and New Zealanders, Japan, they all.
If you want to really add them up, we could really add them up. But NATO, basically, European and Canada and a lot of other nations, they've really band together. They are not happy about what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. They're not happy at all. Neither am I.
Mr. President.
Jeff?
Sir, just changing this topic slightly, I see you've got the model of the White House and the ballroom. Many people were surprised that the entire East Wing is being demolished, because you had said initially that the ballroom would just touch or would not.
Well,
touch
certain areas
what
are certain areas are being left. We determined that after really a tremendous amount of study with some of the best architects in the world, we determined that really knocking it down, trying to use a little section. You know, the East Wing was not much. There was not much left from the original. It was over the course of 100 years, it was changed. The columns were removed, and it was a much different building. Then a story was added on in 1948, 1949. There was a story added on, which was not particularly nice. and the building was very, very much changed from what it was originally. It was never thought of as being much. It was a very small building. And rather than allowing that to hurt a very expensive, beautiful building that, frankly, they've been after for years. You have that. I brought these along so people could see, but it's, there's a relative, nobody's actually seen anything quite like it. I think it'll be one of the great ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's about $300 million. It's set to do many, many things, including meetings of foreign leaders, including the honoring of foreign leaders. You can see this. This is a plan. If it's got tables so that you honor a foreign leader, we have a proper space. Right now, we have a space that with tables holds about 79 people. And this is a proper kind of a thing. Now, what the White House was doing, as you know, is they were putting tents out on the lawn. This is an interior shot of the ballroom. I think there'll be nothing like it. And it's being paid for 100% by me and some friends of mine, donors to it. The government's paying absolutely nothing. We're also working with the military on it because they want to make sure everything's perfect. And the military is very much involved in this. They want to make sure everything is absolutely beautiful. You can see the kind of interiors that we're talking about. That's an interior of the ballroom. And it's the highest level. And you see it goes beautifully with the White House. I mean, the mix is beautiful. So over the years, many presidents have made changes. This obviously would be the biggest change, but this was something they've wanted for at least 150 years. Many of you have gone to the events where they had, as an example, President Xi, or they had, a leader of one of the countries, including the king and the queen from your favorite country.
Absolutely.
Frankly. But where they'd be honored, and they'd be in a tent out on the lawn, and it would rain, and it was a disaster. Brian's shaking his head. You know what I'm talking about. And so I thought I'd bring this out because this is going to be probably the finest ballroom ever built, and we're doing it no cost to the country. It's being the money's being put in by me and donors, very great patriots, actually. And the spirit on the building of it is amazing. We are using little sections of footings and various other things, but that's sort of irrelevant. In order to do it properly, we had to take down the existing structure. The way it was shown, it looked like we were touching the White House. We don't touch the White House. That's a bridge, a glass bridge, going from the White House to the ballroom. Then you get into the lobby of the ballroom, and then you go into the magnificent, the main room. And it's something that has gotten incredible reviews.
And just quickly following up on that, sir. I just want a quick follow-up on that question. Your response to people who say that you haven't been transparent enough about this.
I haven't been transparent?
That's some of your critics feel it should
I've shown this to everybody that would listen. Third-rate reporters didn't see it because they didn't look. You're a third-rate reporter, always have been. So third-rate reporters didn't look, but anybody that asked, these pictures have been in newspapers. They've been all over the place, and we're very proud of it. It's gotten great reviews. It's gotten really great reviews. So I think we've been more transparent than anybody's ever been.
Why do you believe, Mr. President, that the sanctions that you're announcing today will push Putin to the? Well,
I don't know that they will. I think that they'll certainly have an impact. They're massive sanctions. It's sanctions on oil. The two biggest oil companies, among the biggest in the world, but they're Russian. They do a lot of oil. And hopefully it'll push, hopefully he'll become reasonable, and hopefully Zelensky will be reasonable too. It takes two to tango, as they say, and we're going to find out. They hate each other. These two people hate each other. You know that better than anybody. And it makes it more difficult than it should be. This should be easier to do. But the level of hatred between Zelensky and Putin is very substantial.
Could I add one thing? What the president is doing today with these sanctions is putting more pressure, of course, on both parties, in this case on Russia. It's all about changing the calculus, making sure that Putin understands that the president's vision this weekend of having a ceasefire, stop where they are, as you literally said, that this has to be step one now. And for him to really accept that vision and to come to the table. And then you have to put pressure, and this is exactly what he did today.
Along with Europe. I mean, Europe, look, they've actually become friends of mine. I think all of them.
Yeah.
We have a very close relationship, and they want to see it end, too. They really want to see it end. But I can say they're totally committed. If this went on for 10 more years, Europe is behind them. They just can't let that happen. You can't let what's been going on now. It should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. But it did happen. I inherited. This was Biden, a man who was, without question, you take a look at the new walkway, the Presidential Walk of Fame, we call it. Biden is the worst president we've ever had, if he was even a president. The people that surrounded that desk made those decisions. But this should have never happened. It wouldn't have happened. But it did happen. I inherited it. We're going to get it ended, hopefully soon. Yes, please.
You had a Truth Social post earlier